16. The High Clerist's Tower, an Unwelcome Messenger. Built by Vinus Solamnus in the age of might, the Tower of the High Clerist guarded the only pass through the Vingard Mountains, the major overland route from the rest of Ancillon into the great city of Palanthus. The tower was immense, massive, a mighty fortress. Yet, due to the tower's unusual design, the dwarf Flint Fireforge, a hero of the lance, was once overheard to declare that the builder of the tower was either drunk or insane. The tower had been built by humans, so the good dwarf's criticism must be taken with, as the gnomes put it, a grain of saltpeter. And it is true that when Flint made the statement, he was not aware of the true nature of the tower's unusual defense system, which the dwarf soon saw put into action. Not long after Flint made that remark, the dragons of High Lord Kitayara's army attacked the tower. The Solamnic knights... The other knights rallied, and with the help of a kender, an elf maid, and a dragon orb, the tower was saved. The High Clerist's tower was formidable in appearance. Rising some 1,000 feet in the air, surrounded on all but the southernmost side by snow-capped mountains, the tower had reputedly never fallen to an enemy while men of faith defended it. An outer curtain of stone formed an octagon as the tower's base. Each point of the octagonal wall was surmounted by a turret. Battlements ran along the top of the curtain wall between the turrets. An inner octagonal wall formed the base of 8 smaller towers built around the larger central tower. What had so disturbed Flint Fireforge was the fact that no fewer than 6 gigantic steel gates breached the outer walls, 3 of which opened onto the Solamnic plain, all of them leading into the heart of the tower. Any dwarf worth his weight in stone will tell you that a good, solid fortification has only one entrance, which can be sealed shut, readily manned, and defended against enemy attack. The knights might have answered Flint by terming dwarven tactics unimaginative, lacking in subtlety. The High Clerist's tower was, in actuality, a masterpiece of cunning design. The 6 gates opened into restricted courtyards, killing fields where the knights on the high walls above could dispatch their enemy with concentrated fire. Those who won through to the stairs leading to the central tower found themselves bottled up by hidden traps. Those familiar with the history of the War of the Lance will recall that the 3 doors opening onto the Solamnic plain were actually dragon traps. A magical dragon orb placed within the center of the converging hallways would call to evil dragons, seduce them into flying inside the tower itself, rather than attacking it from the outside. The dragons were then killed by the Solamnic knights, attacking the trapped creatures safely from behind stone defenses. Thus the tower's other forgotten name, Dragon Death. And thus fell many evil dragons during the War of the Lance. Many long years had passed since Sturm Brightblade stood alone upon the battlements, awaiting certain death. During the War of the Lance, the dragon orbs were reportedly lost to the world, or so most people devoutly hoped. The evil dragons, now knowing the secret of the tower's defenses, could no longer be lured into its deadly trap, and since dragons live incredibly long lives, it was likely that their memories of those halls wet with dragon's blood would prevent them from making the same mistake twice. The tower had been rebuilt after the war, refurbished, and the 3 dragon trap gates. They had taken precautions to seal all 3 of them with white granite plugs, ornately carved to resemble the original gates. Following the war, the Tower of the High Clerist became a bustling hub of activity. Overland traders clogged the roads in and out. Citizens came to seek counsel, advice, justice, or help in defending their towns against marauders. Couriers on important missions rode at a gallop to the gates. Kender were rounded up by day, their pouches searched, and released the following morning with strict orders to move along, which the Kender gleefully obeyed, only to be replaced by a new batch. During the summer, traders set up stalls along the road leading from the plains below to the tower's main gate. There they sold everything from ribbons and silk scarves for fair ladies to bestow as favors on their chosen knights, to food, ale, elven wine, and, below the counter, dwarf spirits. Tourneys featuring jousting, archery contests, mock battles, drill formations, and exhibitions of proficiency in riding horses and dragons were held regularly to train the young knights, keep the older ones fighting fit, and delight the public. Times for the knights had been good, until this summer. As the sun's heat baked the dirt roads, travel across Krynn withered and died like the crops in the field. The man whose only harvest is dust and dirt cannot pay the roving tinker to mend his plough. The tinker cannot pay his bills at the inn. The innkeeper has no money to buy food needed to serve her guests. Couriers still arrived, more than usual, bearing ominous tidings of famine and fire. A few die-hard travelers wandered in, half dead from the glaring sun. The traders closed up their stalls and moved back to Palanthas. Tourneys were no longer held. Too many knights, clad in their heavy armor, had collapsed in the heat. Only the Kender, afflicted by that national disease known as wanderlust, continued to frequent the tower on a regular basis, arriving sunburned and dusty and commenting cheerfully on the remarkable change in the weather. A group of Kender were being ushered out the evening Tanis half-elven arrived. The knight in charge turned them loose, ordered them away from the gate. After making a quick head count, the guard vanished precipitously, returning with 2 more Kender who had become separated from the group and were discovered in the dining hall. The knight relieved them of several pieces of cutlery, 6 pewter plates adorned with the seal of the knights, 2 linen napkins, and a pepper box. Ordinarily, the Kender would have loitered outside the tower, hoping for a chance to get back in. This morning, however, the Kender were distracted by the arrival of Tanis on Griffinback. As soon as the Griffin set down outside the front gate on the main road leading into the tower, the Kender swarmed around, staring with friendly interest at the Griffin. That fierce beast, not liking Kender, glared back at them with its beady black eyes. When any strayed too close, the Griffin ruffled its feathers in irritation and gnashed its beak threateningly at them, much to the Kender's delight. Foreseeing that 1 or more Kender might end up as the Griffin's breakfast, Tanis, with many expressions of gratitude, dispatched the beast back to Portheus. The Griffin left swiftly and gladly. The Kender sent up a wail of disappointment and immediately attached themselves to Tanis. Keeping fast hold of his sword in one hand and his money pouch in another, the half-elf waded through the Kender's sea, trying to reach the tower and not making much headway. Fortunately, the sound of hooves galloping in the distance caused the Kender to abandon Tanis and turn their attention to this new arrival. Tanis hastened quickly toward the entrance. The knight on duty saluted Tanis, who was a frequent visitor to the tower. "Welcome, my lord. I will see that you are escorted to the guest hall to rest after your long—" "No time," Tanis said abruptly. "I must see Sir Thomas immediately." Tanis's old friend and former leader of the knights, Lord Gunther of Whiston, had retired last year. Thomas of Thalgard, Lord Knight of the Rose, was now commander of the High Clerist's Tower. A man in his early 40s, Sir Thomas had the reputation for being a tough, able commander. His lineage in the knighthood was long. Thomas's grandfather had been a knight of Salamnia, but had been robbed of his holdings by a sect of false priests during the dark years after the Cataclysm. Thomas's father had swallowed his pride, indentured himself to the priests in order to work as a slave on the land his family had once owned. Young Thomas's first mount, therefore, had been a plough horse. His first battles were fought against grubs and weevils. He had watched his father work himself to death, saw him die a slave, and vowed that he would become a knight. Thomas had had his chance during the War of the Lance. His small village lay in the path of the dragon armies. Fearing imminent attack, the false priests fled, taking with them everything of value and leaving the people to the mercy of the Draconians. A youth of 20, Thomas rallied his friends and neighbors, urged them all to seek shelter inside the castle. He defended his holdings with such skill and daring that the castle held out against the might of the dragon armies until the war's end. Tanis did not know Sir Thomas well, but from what he had seen of him, the half-elf judged the knight to be a man of intelligence and common sense. "I must see Sir Thomas at once," Tanis repeated. "I have urgent news." "Certainly, my lord," the knight answered, and dispatched a messenger in search of the commander. Tanis was not kept waiting long. Never one to stand on ceremony, Sir Thomas himself appeared. He greeted Tanis cordially, then, noting the half-elf's impatience, invited him to take a private walk along the battlements. "You have news," Thomas said when they were alone together. "And to judge by your expression, it's not good." "Then you have not received the report, my lord?" "Report of what?" "I've heard nothing this past week." "Lord Ariaken has launched his assault. Northkeep and Valkenord have both fallen. Calaman might now be under siege. As near as I can judge, the Dark Knights are launching a 2-pronged attack, one army advancing through the Kalkist mountains, the other planning on coming downriver from Calaman." The commander stared at Tanis in astonishment. "My lord, the knights sent to fortify Calaman were wiped out almost to a man," Tanis said quietly. "They fought bravely, but they were vastly outnumbered. I have with me a list of the dead." He withdrew a folded packet, handed it to Lord Thomas. "To give Ariaken credit, my lord, the dead are being accorded all respect." "Yes, he would," Thomas commented, glancing down the list, his face stern, jaw hard-set. "I knew them, every one," he said at last. Refolding the list, he tucked it into his belt. I will see to it that their families are notified. You knew 2 of them, I believe, the Majer boys. I knew them. I helped bury them, Tanis returned grimly. Their younger brother Palin was taken prisoner, is being held for ransom. It was his captor, a knight of Takhisis, who brought us this news. You know this knight too, my lord. His name is Brightblade, Steel Brightblade, son of Sturm Brightblade. Yes, I recall that incident. You tried to save the young man from evil. He ended up desecrating his father's tomb, stealing his sword. That wasn't quite what happened, but Tanis, who had been arrested and brought up on charges for his part in the incident, knew better than to argue. He'd presented the facts before the Knights' Council and had at least cleared his name and that of his friend Calamon. But he had not been able to convince the knights that it was Sturm himself who had bequeathed his sword to his son. Nor, looking back on it now, was Tanis certain of what had truly happened. It seemed to him that he and Sturm had both failed. Steel Brightblade was, as far as Tanis could judge, completely given over to the side of darkness. Calaman under siege. Thomas shook his head, baffled. I find it hard to believe, half-elven. No disparagement, but Ariakan has only a handful of knights. My lord, according to Palin, Lord Ariakan's army is far more than a handful. His army is immense. He has recruited barbarians from lands to the east, humans who stand as tall as Minotaur and who fight just as fiercely. They are led by knights on dragonback and have among their ranks renegade magic users. Dalamar, head of the wizards' conclave on Ancelon, can testify to the power of these sorcerers. Palin, this is not generally known, but recently the Wizards of the Three Moons led an attack against the Grey Knights, as they are known. The Wizards of the Three Moons were utterly vanquished. One of their number, Justarius, was killed. I'm not certain whose side Dalamar is on, but I don't think it is Ariakan. Dalamar cannot forgive his queen for turning her back on him in order to grant greater power to her own mages. Thomas frowned. Like all knights, he distrusted magic users of any color, wanted as little to do with them as possible. He waved the discussion of magic aside as being unimportant and irrelevant. Calaman can withstand a siege for a long time. Time enough for us to send reinforcements. I'm not so certain, Tanis began. My lord! A young page came dashing, panting up the stairs. My lord, a courier has arrived. Where are your manners, boy? Thomas brought the page up short. Here with me is a lord to whom you owe proper respect as well as to myself. Discipline must be maintained, the knight added in an undertone to Tanis. The page, scarlet to his ears, straightened, then hastily bowed, first to Tanis, then to Sir Thomas. But before his bow was half finished, the boy was talking again. The courier, my lord, he's downstairs. We had to help him off his horse. He's ridden that hard. The page halted out of breath. More bad news, I fear, Sir Thomas observed wryly. No one ever rushes to tell us good news. The 2 men descended, returned to the front gate. The courier lay stretched out on the floor, a cloak beneath his head. At the sight of him, Sir Thomas frowned, for the man wore the livery of the city guard of Calaman. His clothes were stained with dried blood. He was so stiff we had to lift him off his horse, my lord, the knight at the gate reported. He has had nothing to eat, he says, but has ridden day and night to reach us. My lord, the man, seeing Sir Thomas, struggled to rise. No, lad, rest easy. What is your news? Thomas knelt beside the man. Calaman, my lord, the soldier gasped. Calaman has fallen. Thomas looked up at Tanis. You were right, it appears, he said quietly. They came from the sea, my lord, the soldier was explaining in a weak voice. From the sea and the air. We had no warning. They attacked in the night, dragons and huge beasts the knight termed mammoths. The city surrendered. The man tried to continue, but fell back. A knight of the sword, a follower of the god Kiri Jolith, who was granted the power to heal, began attending to the injured courier. After a cursory examination, the knight looked up at Sir Thomas. He is not severely wounded, my lord, but suffers from loss of blood and exhaustion. He needs to rest. Very well. Find him a comfortable bed. Let me know when he's able to talk again. I need details. The rest of you men, keep this to yourselves. No man breathes a word. They bore the courier away on a litter, took his foundered horse to the stables. I know all I need to know anyway, Sir Thomas remarked to Tanis. The 2 stood alone in the hall. The knight at the entrance had returned to his duty. Calaman has fallen. This is dire news. If it reaches Palanthas, we'll have a riot on our hands. Tanis was doing some quick figuring. As I said, Ariakan has an immense army, one he can split with impunity. I see his plan, Sir Thomas said thoughtfully. He attacks the east coast with half his strength, marches them west through the mountains. With the other half of his army he attacks the northeast, brings those troops south to meet up with the advancing forces on the other side of the Kalkis. On the way, he'll pick up the ogres and goblins and draconians who've been hiding out in the mountains. He'll have to leave troops to hold Kalaman and protect his supply lines, but with the additional forces, by the time he arrives here, he'll be back up to full strength. Sir Thomas smiled ruefully. I know him, you see. We used to discuss a plan very much like this, Ariakan and I, back in the old days. We were friends while he was a prisoner here. Ariakan was always a good soldier. Thomas added, reflectively, shaking his head. We made him a better one. So what will be his next move? Canis asked. Sir Thomas gazed out the front gate, looked to the east. He's on his way here, and there's not a damn thing we can do to stop him. 17. Eluding the patrols. An odd sort of fishwife. One Eye and Yellow Eye. I don't know whether they had these in your day or not, but now what they call smugglers' patrols walk the docks at night. Palin whispered to his companion. Then there's the Port Authority. They've rebuilt the old city wall. Guards patrol there now. They've never forgotten Dragon High Lord Kiriara's raid on the city. Palin could see Steele and the dragon only dimly. The night worked in the lambent light cast by the moon and stars, and reflected off the water to unload the supplies. They had landed on a peninsula that formed the western shore of the Bay of Branshala. Occasionally, Palin caught a flash of moonlit armor, or could see the tall, muscular figure outlined in silhouette against the star-pocked night sky. Steele removed the bundle carrying the weapons that were never worn on Dragonback unless the knight was flying into battle. He buckled on his long sword, thrust a short sword into his belt, slid a dagger into the top of his boot. He left the arrows, bow, and lance with the dragon. If my mother and your uncle had worked together instead of at cross purposes, Steele remarked, I might be the one hosting that party at the Lord's house. Palin did not miss the subtle reminder that Raistlin had been in league with the dark powers, then, as perhaps he was now. The memory of the test in the Tower of High Sorcery, when Palin had met his uncle, at least he had thought it was his uncle, nagged at the edge of his mind. The image of Raistlin had been pure illusion, conjured up by Dalamar and the other wizards in order to test Palin, to see if he would succumb to the same temptations that had once beset his uncle. The wizards believed that Caramon would never permit Palin to take the test, a grueling ordeal that all wizards must pass before they can advance in their arcane art. The test leaves none unscathed, none unaltered. Caramon would not risk losing his beloved son, as he had once lost a beloved brother. The wizards feared that Caramon's overprotective love would cause Palin to rebel outright, perhaps turn to evil, as had his uncle. The wizards took the matter out of Caramon's hands, had tricked both him and Palin. In his test, Palin believed that he had entered the abyss, had there found his uncle being tortured by the Dark Queen. He had freed his uncle, led him back through the portal, only to discover that Raistlin planned to leave the portal open to permit the Dark Queen entrance. In return, she would give Raistlin rulership of the world. Raistlin offered to make Palin his heir, if only Palin would turn to evil, would assume the black robe. Palin had refused, and had been prepared to sacrifice himself in order to prevent his uncle from succeeding. It was then he had discovered that everything, his uncle, the portal, the abyss, had been part of his test. None of it had been real. Or had it? Palin could still hear Raistlin's words, I have trimmed my ambition. No longer will I strive to be a god. I will be content with the world. This will be my gift to the Dark Queen, to prove my loyalty, admittance to the world. And the world will be her gift to me. Here she will rule, and I will serve. So his uncle had said. But had it really been his uncle? Dalamar claimed that the image of Raistlin had been nothing more than illusion. The Raistlin Palin had met had been a Raistlin of Dalamar's creation. But the staff of mages, held fast in Palin's hand, was certainly not an illusion. We'd better hurry, Palin said abruptly. It is near midnight. Steele was patting the dragon on the neck, exchanging a few soft words. Palin caught the phrase, Dargard Keep. Guessed that was where Flair would be hiding out. Lord Soth, the dread Death Knight, ruled that place still. Soth had once been a knight of Solamnia. Forbidden love for an elf maid had driven him to break his knightly vows, led him to commit murder. The god's curse was on him. He would never die, but lived forever in bitter torment, hating the living, envying them. He was loyal to the Dark Queen and her cause. No mortal dared venture within 100 leagues of his accursed castle. And, according to legend, the soul of Steele's dead mother was constrained to remain in Dargard Keep with the knight. The blue dragon would be safe there, amid such dark company. Numerous fishing shanties dotted the beach. Either they were uninhabited or their occupants had long since gone to bed. Palin kept uneasy watch on them, fearful that someone would wake. "Hurry," he repeated nervously. "I thought I heard something." "Don't worry, Major." Steele displayed the skull-handled dagger. "If anyone sees us, I'll shut his eyes permanently." "No killing, for God's sake," Palin protested. "I have a sleep spell memorized. I'll use that if we're discovered." "Sleep spell?" Steele snorted in derision. "Will that work on the undead guardians of the Shoyakan Grove, do you think?" "It will probably do about as much good as your dagger," Palin returned crossly, not liking the reminder. The glimpse of the Shoyakan Grove, seen from the air, had shaken him. Steele said nothing more. The knight's eyes glinted with what may have been amusement. He returned the dagger to his boot. Flare used her powerful hind legs to propel her off the sandy ground. She leapt into the air, spread her wings, caught the meager sea breeze blowing from the ocean, and soared into the sky. Palin watched the dragon leave with a certain amount of regret. He and Steele were on their own now, and the two of them seemed terribly inadequate. "Coming, Major?" Steele asked. "You were the one in such a hurry." They found a small fishing boat that had been beached on the shore. Steele loaded the supplies into the boat, pushed it out into the water. He held it near shore long enough for Palin, hampered by his robes, to climb in. Then Steele towed the boat into the water, splashing into the waves up to his knees, before climbing on board himself. He took hold of the oars, slid them into the water, and silently, stealthily, rowed the boat toward the harbor. "There's a lantern in the bottom. Light it," he ordered Palin. "We don't want to look suspicious." The other larger ships in the harbor had lanterns hung out in order to keep other boats from ramming into them. Palin did as he was told, using tinder and flint he found in the prow. As he worked, it struck him as odd that there should be a lantern on board this small fishing boat, and if so, how Steele had known it would be there. In fact, how had Steele known the boat would be there? Perhaps the fishermen used the light for night fishing or smuggling, a far more lucrative trade than fishing these days. Palin held the lantern aloft as Steele propelled the boat forward. The mage made certain he kept the light from shining on the dark knight's armor. The night was still and hot. They lost the sea breeze almost the minute they entered the shelter of the harbor. Palin was bathed in sweat. Steele must be in far more discomfort, for he kept his cloak on over his breastplate and other accoutrements underneath. Palin, glancing back as they passed very near a tall, three-masted Minotaur ship, saw the knight's face glistening with perspiration. His black hair was wet, curling about his temples. He made no complaint, but plied the oars with an effortless strength and skill Palin envied. His own arms ached just watching. A gruff voice from the Minotaur ship hailed them. Looking up, Palin saw a horned head outlined against the stars. "Avast there, you lubbers! Keep clear! Put a hole in my ship and I'll plug it with your miserable bodies!" "Drunk," Steele observed. "We're nowhere near him." But Palin noticed that the knight leaned on the oars, sent their boat skimming rapidly across the dark water. Palin waved the lantern in apology, received a parting curse in response. "Douse the light," Steele ordered when they were near the docks. Palin did so, blowing the lantern out with a puff of breath. Steele stopped his rowing, let the boat glide forward of its own momentum, helped along by the incoming tide. Occasionally he dipped an oar in the water to correct the direction. Reaching the docks, he caught hold of one of the supporting poles, held on as the boat veered around, nearly sliding under the dock. "Get out," he ordered. Palin searched for the dock's ladder, found it. He was going to have to stand up in a small, rocking boat, grasp the ladder, haul himself up. He looked down into the inky black water that gurgled and lapped against the poles. "What about my staff?" he demanded, turning to face Steele. "I can't carry it with me." "I'll hand it to you," Steele said, gripping the post with both hands, fighting the tide that was attempting to carry the boat into shore. "No," Palin clung to the staff. "Then ask it to follow you up there on its own. Hurry up, Major, I can't hold on much longer." Palin hesitated, not out of fear, but out of concern for leaving his valued staff behind. Steele made a hissing sound, cast the young mage a furious glance. "Now, damn you!" Palin had no choice. He had to trust, as Steele had intimated, that the staff would take care of itself. Laying the staff gently upon the seat, he rose to his feet, struggled to maintain his balance. Steele managed, by sheer force of strength alone, to swing the boat close to the dock. Palin flung himself at the ladder, caught hold of it, and clung to it in terror as the boat slid out from under him. His feet scrabbled for purchase, found the last rung. With a gasp of relief, he climbed, tripping over his robes, but making it safely to the top. Immediately, he turned, leaned over to retrieve his staff. He saw with horror that it wasn't there. "What have you done with my staff?" he cried, forgetting in his fear and outrage that they were supposed to be quiet. "Shut up," Steele said through clenched teeth. "I haven't done anything with it. One minute it was there, and the next it wasn't." Palin, panic-stricken, his heart constricting in pain, was on the point of throwing himself into the filthy, murky water when, putting his hand down on the dock, he felt his fingers close over warm, smooth wood. The staff of Magus lay at his side. Palin gasped, almost dizzy with relief. "Never mind," he whispered shamefacedly to Steele. "I've found it." "Praise her dark majesty," Steele muttered. Standing up in the boat, he caught hold of the ladder and, despite being burdened by his armor and his weapons, swung himself up with graceful ease. The boat drifted away. Steele stood on the dock, but almost immediately crouched behind a large barrel, pulled Palin down with him. "What?" Palin whispered. "Patrol going by," Steele whispered back. "They can see us against the boat lights." Palin couldn't see them, but, now that the night had drawn his attention, he could hear the tramp of booted feet. Palin and Steele remained hunched on the dock, hiding behind the barrel, until the sound had faded into the distance. Rising, Steele strode forward swiftly but silently, padding soft-footed along the dock. Palin marveled that the knight could move so quietly. Any other warrior Palin had ever known would have jangled and clanked, his sword thumping against his thigh, his armor rattling or squeaking. Steele was as silent as the darkness itself. Palin pictured legions of such knights marching noiselessly across Ansalon, conquering, enslaving, killing. And here I am, he realized, suddenly appalled at himself, allied with one of them, my sworn enemy, one of those responsible for killing my brothers. And I'm taking him to the one place where the Dark Queen's knights will probably be able to enhance their power. What am I doing? Have I gone mad? I should cry out to the guards now, denounce him, turn him over to them. "No," came the voice. "We need him, you and I. You will need his sword to win your way through the grove. You will need him inside the tower. Once he's brought you safely that far, then you can be free of him." This isn't right, Palin said to himself. But the warnings of his conscience weren't nearly as loud as his uncle's voice, so he was able to ignore them. Besides, Palin reflected wryly, I did give Steele my word. And after I made such an issue of that with my father, I can't very well go back on it now. Having squared matters with his conscience, or at least rationalized his way out, he gripped the staff tightly and hastened on. Steele was headed in the direction of the old city wall. He took long, rapid strides, and Palin, hampered by his wet robes flapping around his ankles, had to walk swiftly to keep up. The guard posts showed clearly, well lit. The patrol's voices carried in the still night air. Palin had a dozen glib lies prepared in order to get them through the wall and into the city. Unfortunately, none sounded the least bit convincing. He studied the wall anxiously, thinking that they could find some dark, unguarded spot, climb over it. Iron spikes, spaced about a hand's breadth apart along the top, ruled out that idea. Palin was just wondering if there was family resemblance enough between himself and his cousin to convince the gate guard that they were brothers, when he noticed that they were no longer walking in the direction of the main gate. Steele had veered to his right, to a collection of ramshackle buildings huddled beneath the wall. It was extremely dark in this section. The wall's shadow blocked the moonlight, and a large ship docked nearby cut off the ship's light from the harbor. An ideal place for smugglers to hide, Palin thought uneasily, and he jumped, his heart lurching, when he felt Steele's hand touch his arm. The night drew Palin into the darker shadows of an alley. Despite the fact that it was so dark, Palin couldn't see his nose on his face, an old Kender expression. His nose told him precisely where he was. Fishmongers, he said softly. Why? Steele's hand on Palin's arm tightened its grip, warning him to be silent. A patrol tramped by, marching slowly through this section, peering down the alley. Steele pressed himself back against the wall of the building. Palin did the same. The guards were making a thorough investigation, evidently sharing Palin's belief that this was an ideal hideout. One actually started to venture into the alley. Palin felt Steele's hand slide away, guessed that the hand was now grasping the hilt of the dagger. Uncertain whether to stop Steele or help him, Palin waited tensely to be discovered. A scuffling sound some distance away caught the guard's attention. The captain called off his man, and the patrol hastened down the docks. We've got one! Where? I can see him! There he is! Cried one of the guards. Boots thumped on the docks, truncheons whacked. A shrill scream echoed over the water. Palin stirred uneasily. That scream didn't sound like a vicious smuggler to him. Steele grunted at Palin. Don't move. It's not our concern. One of the guards yelped. Damn, he bit me! There came the sound of more whacking. The scream dissolved into sniveling. No hurt, no hurt. Me not do nothing bad. Hunt rats, fat rats, juicy rats. Golly, dwarf, pronounced one of the guards in tones of deep disgust. He bit me, sir, repeated the guard, now sounding truly worried. I feel sick. Should we run him in, sir? Asked another. Take a look at that sack he's carrying, ordered the captain. There seemed some reluctance to obey this command, because the captain was forced to repeat it several times. Finally, one man apparently did. They could hear him retching. "Rats, all right, sir," said another. "Dead or dying." "I give you all rats," said the snivelling voice. "You take all, General, your worshipfulness. Make fine supper. Don't hurt poor Slug. Don't hurt." "Leave the wretch alone," said the captain. "If we take him in, they'll only have to delouse the jail again. He's no smuggler, that's for sure. Come along, Lieutenant. You're not going to die of a gully dwarf bite." "You don't know that, sir," the man whimpered. "I heard tell of a man who did. Right awful it was, sir. He foamed at the mouth and his jaws locked together and—" "We'll take you to Paladine's temple," the captain said. "Two of you men go with him. Sergeant Grubb, come with me." The patrol marched off for the main gate. When the guards were safely out of earshot, Steele left the alley, moving so suddenly that Palin had to jump to keep up. "Where are you going?" he demanded. Steele made no reply. He walked straight toward the sound of snuffling. Reaching into the darkness, the knight plucked forth a wriggling, disreputable figure that smelled only slightly worse than the alley in which it was hiding. "Help! Help! Murderers! Robbers! No hit! No hit!" begged the gully dwarf. "You want rats? Me give—" "Shut up," said Steele, shaking the gully dwarf until he couldn't whine for his teeth rattling. "Quit screeching. I'm not going to hurt you. I need some information. Which shop is One-Eyed Kate's?" The gully dwarf went limp in the knight's grasp. "Me know," he said cunningly. "What it worth?" "How about your miserable life?" Steele said, shaking the creature again. Palin intervened. "We won't get anything out of him that way." He rummaged in one of his pouches. "Why are we going to a fishmonger's?" he asked in a low voice, "unless you've got a sudden craving for halibut." "I have my reasons, Major, and you're wasting time," Steele said impatiently. "Here," said Palin, pulling out a coin and handing it to the gully dwarf. "Take this." The gully dwarf snatched it, peered at it through the darkness. "Copper?" he sniffed. "Me want steel." Palin handed over another coin hurriedly. He had heard the knight suck in an exasperated breath. "Now, where is this one-eyed... What was the name?" "Kate," Steele said, grinding the word with his teeth. "2 shops down," said the gully dwarf. "No more than 2. Palin sighed. That could mean anything from 2 to 20. "What does the shop look like?" "Big fish on sign. Only got one eye." The gully dwarf practically poked out his own eye, trying to get a good look at his prize. He was apparently satisfied, for he stuffed the coins in a shabby pocket and suddenly ran off, probably fearful Palin might have second thoughts and take the money back. Steele started walking along the docks. "I need light. I can't see a damn thing. It's a pity we didn't bring that lantern." "What about the guards?" Palin asked. "They won't be able to see us. Their view is blocked by that big ship. Not that it matters." "Shirak," Palin said. The crystal, clutched by a dragon's claw atop the staff of Magus, began to glow with a soft radiance. Steele gave Palin an approving glance. "Well done, Major." "Thanks, but I didn't have anything to do with it," Palin said with a return of his bitterness. "The staff does it all by itself. I'm not even certain how the spell works." He held the staff up and shone the light on the signs of the shops they were passing. "Why do you belittle yourself?" Steele asked. "A man should know his own worth." "I do. I'm worth precisely nothing. But that will soon change." "When you find your uncle." "But he wore the black robes, didn't he? You wear the white. Will you change, Major?" A good question. Palin had been wondering that himself. "No," he said at length. "I made my decision during my test. I am satisfied with who I am, though perhaps not what I am. If I'm ambitious, if I want to better myself, that's not a bad thing. My uncle will understand." "And he will teach his black art through a white robe?" Steele snorted. "That's the day I become a cleric of Paladine." He glanced sidelong at Palin. "You'll change, Major, mark my words." "You better hope I don't," Palin said coolly. "If I do, I certainly won't feel honor-bound to keep my word and remain your prisoner. You might find my dagger in your back." Steele smiled, very nearly laughed out loud. "A good answer. I'll keep that in mind." "There's your sign," Palin pointed, ignoring the sarcasm. "A one-eyed fish." "Ah, excellent." Steele walked up to the door. Glancing around to make certain no one was in sight, he knocked on the door in a peculiar manner. Palin, mystified, waited in silence. Apparently whoever lived here was a light sleeper, if the owner was asleep at all. After the briefest delay, a panel set into the door opened a crack. A woman wearing a black eye patch peered out. "We're closed, good sir." "Yet the tide is rising," Steele returned conversationally. "All those who would take advantage should have their boats in the water." The panel slammed shut, but almost immediately the door opened. "Come in, sirs," said the woman. "Come in." The two entered the fish shop. It was clean, the floor scrubbed. The tables normally used for displaying the freshly caught fish were bare, would not be filled until the boats came in with the morning's catch. Brown bottles containing fish oil stood in a row on a shelf. The smell of fresh fish was quite strong, but not unpleasant. The woman shut the door behind them, gazed keenly at Palin's staff and its softly beaming light. "It's magic," Palin explained, "but it won't hurt you." The woman laughed. "Oh, I am well aware of that, Master Mage. I know all about the staff of mages." Palin, not certain he liked that answer, tightened his grip on the staff, studied the woman closely. She was middle-aged, attractive, despite the eye patch. She was fully dressed, which Palin might have thought odd for this time of night. But then his being here at all was so strange and irrational that a female fishmonger wearing an eye patch, up and dressed in the middle of the night, seemed just another part of a waking dream. "I am Steel Brightblade, my lady," said the knight, bowing over the woman's rough and reddened hand as if it were the soft hand of a noble gentlewoman. "Knight of the Lily." "I had word of your coming, Sir Knight," answered the woman, "and this would be Palin Majere." She turned to Palin, her one visible eye gleaming in the staff's light. Her clothes were as plain and simple as those of any peasant, but her bearing was regal, her voice cultured, educated. And here she stood, in a fish shop. "Yes, I am Palin Majere, my lady," he said, astonished. "How did you know?" "The dragon, of course. I am Catherine, warrior of the Lily, a member of her dark majesty's knighthood." "A knight of Takhisis?" Palin gaped. "Of high rank," Steele added with emphasis. "Lady Catherine fought in the War of the Lance." "Under Lord Ariakis's command," Catherine explained. "That is how I lost my eye, in a fight with an elf." I'm sorry, my lady," Palin stammered. "Don't be. The elf lost more than his eye. I knew your uncle, by the way, Raistlin Majere. He had just assumed the black robes when I met him. I found him charming. Sickly, but charming." Lady Catherine turned back briskly to Steele. "You want to enter Palanthas unnoticed?" "Yes, my lady, if that is possible." "Nothing easier. That is, of course, one of the reasons why I am here, and why I maintain this disguise." She looked directly at Palin as she said this, as if guessing his thoughts. He felt his face burn, but a chill gripped him. Through this shop, the servants of the Dark Queen infiltrate Palanthas. Spies, recruiters for the knights, perhaps murderers, assassins come to the fishmongers. She helps them enter the city unobserved. Why have they shown this to me? Unless they know for certain that my tongue will be silenced. How not? I'm a prisoner, after all. Of half a mind to flee, Palin glanced back at the door. He could probably make it before Steele caught him, at least outside. His shouts would bring the guards. Palin imagined himself screeching for help, very much like the gully dwarf, and his face burned even hotter. Lady Catherine smiled at him, and again Palin had the impression she knew everything he had been thinking. "This way, then, if you are determined to enter. You found the shop without difficulty, Knight Brightblade?" She led the way over to a wooden fish table shoved up against the back wall. "A gully dwarf told us where you were located, my lady." "Ah, that would be Alf. Yes, I posted him to keep a lookout for you." "Not much of a lookout," Palin said. "He told us he'd never heard of the place." "And he managed to get some money out of you, didn't he, White Robe? Cunning creatures, gully dwarves. People don't give them enough credit. Here we are." Catherine placed her hands on the table. "We must move this to one side." "Allow me, my lady," Steele offered, and shifted the heavy table with ease. Catherine walked over to what appeared to be a solid wall of stone. Placing her hand on it, she pushed. A section of the wall turned on a pivot, revealing a hidden passageway. "Proceed through the tunnel. You will emerge in an alley. It is on the property of the Thieves' Guild, but we pay them well for their silence and their protection. Yellow Eye will accompany you to ensure that there is no trouble." Catherine whistled in a peculiar manner. Palin assumed the Yellow Eye was one of the lady's henchmen, wondered where the man had been keeping himself. The mage was startled out of his notion and nearly out of his wits by a raucous caw and a rush of black wings. Palin instinctively raised his arms to ward off attack, but the bird lighted gently on his shoulder. It was, Palin could see now, a crow. Cocking its head, Yellow Eye peered at Palin. The bird's eyes gleamed like amber in the lamplight. "He likes you," said Lady Catherine. "A good omen." "For my side or yours?" Palin spoke before he thought. "Do not be disrespectful, Majere," Steele said angrily. "Don't scold him, Brightblade," Lady Catherine intervened. "The young man says what he thinks, a characteristic he must have inherited from his uncle. If Paladine and Takhisis both stood before you, Palin Majere, to whom would you pray for assistance? Which one do you suppose would be most likely to help you achieve your goal?" Palin realized suddenly, guiltily, that he had not asked Paladine for his divine help. "It's getting late," Palin turned to Steele. "We shall be going." Lady Catherine's smile broadened to a grin. The crow let out another ear-splitting caw, which sounded very much like laughter. Edging along Palin's shoulder, the bird playfully nibbled at the Major's ear. The crow's beak was sharp, its bite painful. Its claws dug into Palin's shoulder. Steele gave his thanks and bid the lady a gracious and courteous farewell. Lady Catherine returned the compliment, wished them success in their endeavor. Accompanied by the crow, riding triumphantly on Palin's shoulder, Palin and Steele entered the narrow tunnel. The staff lit their way. As the tunnel grew darker, the staff's light grew brighter, a phenomenon Palin had noticed before. The tunnel was taking them beneath the old city wall, he realized, wondering how the knights had managed to dig it without arousing anyone's suspicion. Magic, I suppose, he said to himself, recalling the grey night wizards. There were probably some of those very wizards in Palanthas itself, living right under Dalamar's nose. Wait until I tell him about this, Palin thought, reveling in the idea. Such information alone surely should be worth the price of the wizard's help. The tunnel was not very long, only as long as the city wall was wide. Another door led them out into an alley. Steele paused before opening it. "You better douse that light," he said. Palin agreed. "Dulak," he whispered, and the crystal went dark. In complete darkness, Palin could see nothing, not even the crow that remained perched on his shoulder. He heard the bird rustle its feathers, heard Steele groping for the door's handle. The door opened a crack. Silver light poured inside. Lunatare was setting, but Solanare was on the rise, for which Palin was deeply grateful. He could draw on the moon for assistance with his magical spells, enhance their power. He would need all the help he could get, traveling through the deadly Shoykan Grove. He was about to pray to Paladine, and then he remembered Lady Catherine's question. Palin said no prayers. He decided to trust to himself. "Keep close to me," Steele warned softly. End of Side 5. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 6, Dragons of Summer Flame, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Continuing on page 184. Palin recalled that they were near the Thieves' Guild. The young mage's hand slid into his pouch, took hold of a few rose petals. The words to the sleep spell were on his lips. Steele had his hand on the hilt of his sword. They crept out into the alley. Unexpectedly, they'd neither heard nor seen a thing. A tall, dark figure loomed up right in front of them, blocked their way. Before Steele could draw his blade or Palin could frame the words for his spell, Yellow Eye emitted a loud and stern-sounding caw. The figure vanished, as if it had never been. "Impressive," Palin said, expelling his breath in a relieved sigh. "Sneaky, like vermin," Steele said disparagingly, but he kept his hand on his sword and started searching the alleyway. "What do we do with Yellow Eye?" Palin was about to ask, when the crow flapped its wings, emitted another loud caw, and then bit Palin hard on the neck. He cried out in pain, clapped his hand over the wound. "What the—" Steele turned so fast he nearly lost his balance. "That damn bird bit me," Palin said, furious and hurting. "Is that all?" Steele demanded angrily. "I thought a legion of thieves had jumped you at the very least." "The blasted bird drew blood." Palin removed his hand and looked at the dark smear left on his fingers. The crow gave another caw, this one sounding snickering, and winged its way back over the wall. "You won't die of a crow bite," said Steele. He walked to the end of the alley, peered into the street. The street was silent, deserted. A few lights shone defiantly, impudently in the warehouse-type building that housed the Thieves' Guild, but none of its members walked the streets. Or, if they did, neither Steele nor Palin saw them. Steele looked up and down the road cautiously, then raised his gaze above the rooftops. "That's the tower, there." He pointed at a tall structure, the tallest in Palanthas. Solanare's light did not touch the tower. It stood on a shadow of its own creation. Yet they could both see it quite clearly. Perhaps the black moon shed its unholy radiance upon the blood-red minarets. Palin nodded, unable to speak. The enormity of his task suddenly daunted him. "I'm a fool," he said to himself. "I should turn around and go back home right now." He wouldn't, and he knew it. He'd come too far, risked too much. Come too far. Palin stared around, confused. "Where are we?" he asked. Steele smiled, a knowing smile. "Inside the walls of the city of Palanthas." Palin blinked. How did we get here? You don't remember?" "No, I have no idea." Palin put his hand to his head. He felt dizzy, disoriented. "Dwarf spirits do that to a man," Steele remarked offhandedly. "You'll feel better soon." "Dwarf spirits? I don't drink. And you would never stop at a tavern? Not when we're in such danger?" Palin was suddenly quite angry. "Tell me what's going on here. You have to tell me." "No," said Steele calmly. "I don't." Palin felt a stab of sharp pain and something warm trickling down his neck. Reaching behind, he found that he'd been wounded, was bleeding. He couldn't recall how that had happened either. Steele started walking down the street, heading in the direction of the tower. Palin, bewildered, followed. From somewhere above came the eerie, mocking caw of a crow. 18. Temple of Life, Grove of Death. The summer night was dark, hot. The citizens of Palanthus slept fitfully, if at all. Lights flickered in many homes. People could be seen hanging out their windows, searching the skies in vain hope of rain, or walking back and forth from their bedrooms trying to soothe whimpering, fretful children. Steele and Palin kept to the shadows, avoiding notice and questions, particularly those about why a man should walk in this heat wrapped in a cloak. The two were near their destination. Steele could see the tower above him, yet, frustrated, he couldn't seem to find the street leading to it. Palin was no help. He had been to the tower before, but had traveled there only along the roads of magic. Arriving at an intersection, the two spent a moment debating which way to turn. Palin left it up to Steele, but he took the wrong street, apparently, for they ended up standing on a wide expanse of grassy lawn that stretched like a carpet of welcome from the street to a building made of white marble. The smell of flowers hinted at gardens that could be only dimly seen by Solinari's silver light, and the white light flowing from the building itself. Pain constricted Steele's heart, pain long forgotten, its ache stirred up in the cauldron of the past. "I know where we are," he said. "The Temple of Paladine, the last place we want to be," Palin sounded alarmed. "We've come a street too far east. We should have turned right back there, not left." He glanced at Steele. "I'm surprised you should know of the temple." "When I was a child, Sarah brought me here after the attack on Palanthus. We lost our house to the fires that raged through the city. Sarah came here to give thanks that we hadn't lost our lives. It was here I learned of my mother's death, and who was responsible." Palin made no response. He rubbed the place on his neck where Lady Catherine's familiar, the crow, had bitten him. The pain would not last long. The magic of that bite would last a lifetime, prevent Palin from remembering that he'd ever met a lady knight-turned-fishmonger. Palin was set to retrace their footsteps. Steele started to follow, but didn't. He paused to linger a moment before the temple, even took a step or two on the close-cropped grass. Dark bundles dotted the lawn, and for a moment Steele thought that there must have been a battle, and these were the bodies left behind. Then he realized that these bodies were living. The only battle they fought was one against the heat. People were slumbering peacefully on the lawn. Steele knew this place well, far better than he had implied. Perhaps his coming had not been accidental. Perhaps he had been drawn here, as had often happened before. Steele's youth had been a troubled one. He never lived the easy, carefree days of childhood touted by the poets. The war between light and dark, between conflicting emotions and desires, was not a new one. He had fought this battle since his earliest days. The dark, represented by the image of his mother in her blue dragon armor, had impelled Steele, even as a child, to rule, to control, no matter what the cost to himself or others. And when he couldn't, when the other children had rebelled against his authority, refused to obey him, the darkness had urged him to lash out, to hurt them. The light, represented in his dreams by the image of an unknown silver-clad knight, caused Steele to be remorseful afterward. He wrestled with the turbulence in his soul, felt pulled two different ways by powerful forces he did not understand. Sometimes he feared he must be rent in twain if he did not choose one or the other. At times like these he had fled to this refuge. He had come to Paladine's temple. Steele had not known why. He was young, as immortal as the gods, he thought, and so had no great need of the gods. He had not gone into the temple itself. Its marble walls were stifling, confining. Not far from where he stood was an aspen tree. Beneath the tree was a marble bench, an old one, a relic of some noble family of ancient days. Cold and hard, the stone bench was not comfortable to sit upon, and was generally avoided by most worshippers. Steele loved it. A frieze had been carved into the back of the bench. Of crude workmanship, probably done by some apprentice learning his trade, the frieze portrayed the funeral of a Solamnic knight, and had been done as a memorial. The frieze pictured the knight lying on his stone bier, his arms folded across his chest, his shield leaning improperly, but such is artistic license, at the side of the bier. On either side of the knight's body, all of them identical and all looking very solemn and stern, were 12 knight escorts. Steele remembered sitting on the grass, his chin on his arms on the bench. Here, for a brief time, the tumult in his soul ceased. The hot fury in his brain subsided, his clenched fists relaxed. He stared at the frieze, endowed it with boyish, imaginative life. Sometimes the funeral was his own. He died performing heroic deeds, of course. He liked to imagine that he had died saving the lives of the other children, his so-called friends, and that now, too late, they had come to appreciate him. Other times he pictured himself attending the funeral of another knight. Steele saw himself not as one of the mourners, but as the knight's slayer. The tourney had been an honorable one. The knight had died heroically, and Steele had come to his funeral to pay him homage. Almost exactly what had recently happened with the Majer brothers. The thought made his skin shiver, and Steele was not ordinarily prey to such sensations. "You're being a fool, Brightblade," he told himself sternly, ashamed of his momentary lapse into superstition. "Still, it is strange," he told himself, peering through the darkness, trying without success to catch a moonlit glimmer of the bench's cold white marble. I had forgotten all about that old bench. He smiled to himself in the darkness, a soft smile, a sad one. He knew about the gods now. He had dedicated his life to one of them, a dark goddess, the goddess who ruled the darkness of his soul. She would punish him should he seek out that restful bench. Not only that, but undoubtedly Paladine would vent his anger on any servant of her dark majesty who would dare venture into his holy precinct. Just to step on the grass, as he had done, would be considered sacrilege. Palin was staring at him, about to speak, when a low, deep-throated growl silenced them both. The growl was savage, fearless, and it came from behind. "Don't move," Palin warned softly. He was facing Steele, could see the knight's back. "It's a tiger, about 10 paces behind you, it—" "Don't be alarmed, gentlemen," said a calm, cool voice from the darkness. "This is Tandar, my guide. He won't hurt you. It is late to walk the streets. Are you lost? Troubled? Is there any way I can be of help?" Steele moved, pivoting slowly, carefully, his hand on his sword's hilt. Palin hastened to the knight's side. The tiger stepped into a glade of silver moonlight. It was a white tiger, extremely rare in Ansalon. Its stripes were black and gray, its eyes green with flecks of gold, dangerously intelligent. The beast was huge, massive in girth, its paws the size of a man's head. A golden collar gleamed on its neck. Dangling from the collar was a medallion bearing a golden dragon, the symbol of Paladine. It was not the tiger who had spoken, though by its intelligent look the beast might have. The speaker was a woman. She emerged from the shadows to stand at the tiger's side, her hand resting gently on its head. "My guide," she had termed the animal. As she stepped into Solinari's light, Steele saw why she walked the night in the company of this great beast. This woman must always walk the night, for she would never see daylight. The woman was blind. Steele recognized her then, revered daughter Chrysania, high priestess of the Temple of Paladine, the leader of the gods' worshippers on Ansalon. Some 20 years had passed since Chrysania, out of an ambition as dark as the mage's own, had accompanied Raistlin Majer into the abyss. She had very nearly died there. Only when she was lying in that dread place, alone and blind, had she at last been able to see. She had returned to the world, blind to its beauty, but no longer blind to its pain. The church had grown strong under her wise leadership, its clerics beloved. Her skin was as white as Solinari's glow, her hair black, netted in silver. The marks of her trials and struggles were etched on her face, yet serenity and faith graced her. She was beautiful, as the temple itself was beautiful, cool, stalwart, blessed. Steele looked to Palin to speak, but the mage was apparently tongue-tied. The dark paladin might have suggested that they slip away, make good their escape, but for the tiger, who was watching them narrowly. "A mage and a knight," Lady Chrysania said, approaching them. "I presume you are not lost wanderers, then, but on some sort of mission. Have you come to seek Paladine's blessing?" The tiger growled again, softly. Obviously it was time to speak up. Steele elbowed Palin, nudged him in the ribs. Not exactly, revered daughter," Palin said faintly. His face was pale and glistened with sweat, not all of it due to the night's heat. White-robed mages were expected to revere Paladine and follow his precepts. Rescuing a notorious black-robed wizard from the abyss was probably not high on the god's list of things he would expect his followers to accomplish. "Palin Majer," said Lady Chrysania, "I bid you welcome." How did you know?" Palin gasped. Chrysania laughed, her laughter like the music of silver bells. "How did I know? I can smell the spice and rose petals of your spell components, and so I knew you were a mage. When you spoke, I recognized your voice. You have the tone of your father, but the way you talk, you remind me of your uncle." The last she said in a low voice. Palin's face, formerly pale, was now bright red, as if lunatari were shining on him. He had no reply to this, nor did the revered daughter appear to expect one. Smiling pleasantly, she turned the dark, sightless eyes on Steel. I knew the knight by the rattle of his sword. Surely Palin Majer walks in company with one of his warrior brothers. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Tannen Majer or Sturm Majer? There were many ways Steel might answer. The easiest, to feign to be one of the Majer brothers. A hoarse and raspy tone would disguise the voice, could be explained away by a cold in the head. A brief exchange of pleasantries, and they would be on their way. Whereas, if Steel told the truth... He looked at the tiger. The beast stared at him. There was a wisdom in the eyes, not to be found in the eyes of any dumb animal, no matter how intelligent. If the tiger attacked, the beast's weight would carry Steel to the ground. He might be able to stab it, but not before its yellow teeth would tear out his throat. Certain bold words came back to him. I will not enter Palanthus dressed as an innkeeper, nor hide behind another man's name. You are mistaken, revered daughter, Steel said coolly, politely. My name is Steel Brightblade, Knight of the Lily. I have the honor to serve her dark majesty Takhisis. Palin rolled his eyes, shook his head. Now you've done it, he whispered. The tiger muttered softly in its throat. Lady Chrysania soothed her guide with her hand. Her brow was furrowed, her expression troubled. You proclaim this in the open, in the city of Palanthus? She asked, not threatening, but in wonder. I proclaim it to you, revered daughter, Steel returned. A sighted man could see who I am. There is no honor, only shame, in taking unfair advantage of one whom the gods have chosen to walk in shadow. Still greater shame lies in deceiving a woman as noble and courageous as yourself, my lady. Chrysania's sightless eyes widened. What Tanis Half-Elven told us years ago about you knights was right, she murmured. Paladine, help us. Her sightless gaze turned inward, pondering, then her face shifted once again to Palin. What are you doing here, young mage? Why do you travel in company with this knight who, though honorable, is nevertheless dedicated to evil? I am this knight's prisoner, revered daughter, Palin replied. My brothers are both dead. The knights of Takhisis have landed on the northern coast, near Kalaman. Tanis Half-Elven is on his way to give this news to the knights in the High Clerist's tower. A prisoner? Then they have demanded ransom. Yes, revered daughter, that is why we are here. Palin fell silent, obviously hoping the cleric would ask him nothing else. You are going to the Tower of High Sorcery? Yes, revered daughter, Palin answered. The tiger suddenly shook himself as if he'd just stepped out of the sea and was shaking off the water. The great head moved restlessly beneath Chrysania's fingers. If you wanted ransoming, young mage, you would go to the Tower of High Sorcery at Weyreth. The Wizards' Conclave decides such issues. Chrysania's voice had sharpened. Forgive me, revered daughter, Palin said with quiet firmness, but I am not at liberty to discuss this. I have given this knight my word of honor. And should we be considered less honorable than our enemies? Chrysania asked with a half-smile. That is what you imply. My lord Dalamar does not know you are coming, does he? No, my lady, Palin replied softly. You are planning to enter through the Shoykan Grove. You will not survive. Your word of honor will not be of much use to you in that dread place. I know, she added with a shiver. I have walked it. She was silent. Again the sightless gaze turned inward. Steel wanted to leave, yet he was uncertain how to extricate himself. Lady Chrysania lifted her head, faced them both, her eyes staring somewhere in between them. You are wondering, perhaps, why I do not summon the city guards to deal with you. This meeting does not come about by chance. I do not often walk the temple grounds after midnight, but this night I couldn't sleep. I supposed it was the heat and went out to seek a breath of cooler air. But now I know it was Paladine's will that I find you, that we find each other. And whatever you are doing, I feel his will guiding you. Palin stirred, cast a sidelong glance at Steel. The dark paladin shrugged, smiled. Queen Takhisis was known to work in mysterious ways. You will never win your way through the Shoykan Grove alive. Here, Lady Chrysania reached to her throat, drew forth a medallion. Gold flashed in the silver moonlight. Unfastening the clasp, she removed the medallion, held it out. Take this, Palin Majer. It will not protect you from the undead guardians of that dread place, but it will lift the fear from your heart, give you courage to walk the darkness. Palin looked stricken, as guilty as any thief caught with his fingers in the poor box. I can't accept This revered daughter, it isn't right. You don't know. He fell silent. Lady Chrysania reached for the Major's hand. She found it, pressed the medallion into his palm. Paladine be with you, she said. Thank you, my lady. Palin clutched the medallion, not knowing what else to do or say. It is time we were going, Steele said, deciding to take command of the situation. He made a formal bow to Lady Chrysania. I would offer to provide you safe escort back to your chambers, my lady, but I see that you are already well protected. Lady Chrysania smiled, though immediately afterwards she sighed. I believe you would, Sir Knight. It grieves me to see such nobility of heart and spirit dedicated to darkness. And how will you enter the Shoikan Grove, Sir Knight? Your queen does not rule there. Her son, Nuatari, is the dread monarch of that evil place. I have my sword, my lady, Steele answered simply. She took a step nearer, the cycler's eyes staring at him, and suddenly it seemed to him, startlingly, that she could see him. She reached out her hand to him, rested her hand on his breast, on the armor with the death lily, the skull. The cleric's touch was like a flame, searing his soul, and it was like cool water, bringing him ease. For the first time in his life, Steele was helpless, had no idea what to do. You, too, have a guardian, I see, Lady Chrysania said to him. 2 guides, one of dark, one of light. The guide who stands on your left, on your heart side, is a woman. She wears blue armor and carries the helm of a dragon high lord in one hand and a lance in the other. The tip of the lance is wet with blood. She is nearest to your heart. The guide on your right is a man, a knight of Salamnia. He holds no weapon. His sheath is empty. A bloody hole made by a lance pierces his body. This man is nearest to your soul. Both want to guide you. Which will you choose to follow? She finished speaking, removed her hand. Steele slumped as if she had been holding him up. He sought proud words, but none came. He could only stare at her in amazement. What she had described had been the vision given to him by Queen Takaisis. The tiger padded up, pressed the white and black striped body protectively against Chrysania. She bid Palin and Steele good night. My blessing go with you, she said to them softly. Her hand upon the tiger's head, the cleric of Paladine retraced her steps, was soon lost in the shadows. Palin was staring open-mouthed at Steele. The Dark Knight was in no mood to talk. Half angry, half frightened, wholly embarrassed, Steele turned on his heel and walked rapidly back down the street, back the way they'd come. He heard the footsteps of the mage, the flapping of his robes as Palin hurried to catch up. Steele walked even more swiftly, as if he could outwalk the fiends plucking at his soul. I don't need a guide, he whispered furiously. I grew up alone. I don't need either of you, father or mother. He didn't cease his rapid pace until he emerged from an alleyway, and there before him stood the trees of the ancient, dreaded Shoikan Grove. There had once been 5 towers of high sorcery on Ansalon. Strongholds of the mages, the towers were viewed as threats by those who feared the wizard's power. In order to protect themselves from attack, the wizards gave each tower a guardian forest. The forest for the tower of Doltagoth caused a debilitating lethargy to overcome any who ventured into it. They would fall into a deep and dreamless sleep. The Tower of Istar, shattered during the cataclysm, caused those who entered to forget completely why they'd come. The Tower of the Ruins raised such heated passions in the breasts of those who encroached upon its grounds that they lost all interest in anything else. The forest surrounding the Tower of Wayreth evades trespassers. No matter how hard they try, they cannot find it. But of all these, the Shoikan Grove is the most terrible. The others were blessed by the followers of Solinari and Lunatari. The followers of Nuatari, the Black Robes, blessed the Shoikan Grove. Its gigantic oak trees stand unmoving. No wind, not even the violent winds of cyclone and hurricane, can cause so much as a single leaf to shiver. Their massive boughs intertwine, forming a canopy so thick that the sun's light cannot penetrate it. The Shoikan Grove is shrouded in perpetual night. Its shadows are never warmed, are as chill as death. Nuatari himself cast the enchantment of fear on the grove. All who approach it, even those who come invited by the master within the tower, experience crippling terror that strikes at the heart of every living person. Most cannot even stand to come within sight of the trees. Those of extraordinary bravery who actually make it as far as the grove itself usually do so only by crawling on their knees. Few have ever made it farther. One was Caramon Majer. One was revered daughter Chrysania. Another was Kitiara. Both of these latter two were given medallions to counteract the fear, to help them through. As for Caramon, he had barely escaped with his sanity intact. Now Steel Brightblade stood in the shadows of the Shoikan Grove. The enchantment seized him, casting on him the fear, terrible, helpless, debilitating, and unreasoning. It was the fear of death, a surety to those who would set foot within, the fear of the torment and torture that would precede the end, and the even greater fear of the eternal torment and torture promised after. He could not fight such fear, for it was God-inspired. The fear wrung him, drained him, gripped his bowels, clenched his stomach. Fear dried his mouth, constricted his muscles, dampened his palms. Fear very nearly drove him to his knees. He heard the voices of the undead, as dry and brittle as bone. "Your blood, your warmth, your life, ours, ours. Come closer, bring us your sweet blood, your warm flesh. We are cold, cold, cold beyond endurance. Come closer, come closer." The darkness of the grove, darkness eternal, never brightened by any light, save perhaps the unseen light of the black moon, flowed over Steele. He prayed to Takhisis, though he knew his prayer would not be answered. Her dark majesty's rule ended at the border of these woods. Here her son Nuatare, lord of dark magic, reigned supreme, and all knew that he rarely listened to his parent. To die in battle, Steele had always assumed that would be his fate. To lie on a marble bier, the weapons of his enemy at his feet, mourned, praised by his comrades, that was Steele's dream of death. Not this. Torn apart by the rending, tearing nails of the undead, dragged beneath the ground, clawing and grasping, sinking, suffocating. And then, after death, came as a mercy, his soul would be held in thrall, forced to serve the god of the undead, Chemosh. A voice, a new voice, interrupted that of the chill hissings of Chemosh's slaves. A woman clad in blue armor strolled out from the shadows of the tall trees. The woman was lovely, her hair cropped short to fit comfortably beneath her helm. Dark curls framed her face. Her dark eyes were alluring. She smiled, a crooked smile, and laughed. She laughed at him. "Look at you, sweating and shivering like a child on the night of the eye. Did I bear a coward for a son? By my queen, if I did, I'll feed you to Chemosh myself." The blue lady approached him, her walk swaggering. A sword hung from her hip. A blue cloak stirred restlessly around her, though the night air was breathless and still. Steele knew her. He had never seen her in life, but he knew her. She had come to him once before, in the vision. "Mother," he whispered. "Don't call me mother," Kitiara jeered. "You are no son of mine. My son is not a coward. I walked that dread grove, and here you stand, thinking of turning tail and running." "I'm not," Steele retorted, all the more angrily because he had considered retreating. But the vision vanished, withdrew back into the darkness. Gritting his teeth, his hand closing over the hilt of his sword, Steele strode forward, heading straight for the Shoikan Grove. He had forgotten about Palin, forgotten that such a being as the mage existed. It was a battle now between the grove and himself. He did not hear the footsteps hastening after him. He jumped, startled, when a hand touched his arm. Whirling, he drew his sword. Palin, breathing hard, fell back a step before the knight's fey look. "Steele, it's me!" The light of the staff of Magus shone brightly on the young mage's face. Steele gave a great sigh of relief, of which he was immediately ashamed. "Where have you been, Majer?" "Trying to catch up with you, Brightblade," Palin answered. "You ran off so fast. It's going to take both of us to get through that cursed grove, if we make it at all." They could both hear the voices of the undead now. "Warm blood, sweet flesh, come to us, come." Palin was white to the lips. The hand holding the staff was white-knuckled, slippery with sweat. "Blessed Paladine!" Palin grabbed hold of Steele's arm. "Look! Dear gods, it's coming straight for us!" Steele turned back, sword raised, and then he lowered it. "What are you doing?" Palin fumbled frantically for his spell components. "We have to fight." "My father won't hurt us," Steele said softly. "Two guides," Lady Chrysania had said. A knight clad in armor that shone like silver in the moonlight stepped from the shadows of the grove. The armor was decorated with the rose, the crown, the kingfisher. It was old-fashioned armor, dating back practically to the Cataclysm. The knight wore no sword. He had given his to his son. The knight came to stand before Steele. "You have promised, on your honor, to enter this accursed place?" Sturm Brightblade asked. "I so promised, father," Steele replied, his voice steady. His hand on his sword was steady now, too. Sturm's eyes, careworn, sad, loving, proud, seemed to take the measure of the living man. Sturm nodded once, solemnly, and said, "Est sularis aut mythas." Steele drew in a deep breath, let it out slowly. "I understand, father." Sturm smiled. Lifting his hand, he pointed at his son's throat. Then, turning on his heel, he walked away. He did not disappear into the shadows. It seemed that the shadows parted for him. He vanished in a glade of silver moonlight. "Do you know what he means?" Phelan asked in a hushed voice. Steele reached his hand beneath his armor, took hold of a jewel he wore around his neck. He drew it forth. The jewel was of elven make and design, a token elven lovers often exchange. It had been Elhana's gift to Sturm, token of love eternal. It had been Sturm's gift to his son. The jewel's light shone bright and cold, a clean, piercing cold like a shaft of ice, or like the sharp blade of a lance. "My honor is my life. I will not shame my mother. I will not fail my father. We will enter the grove now," Steel Brightblade said. 19. Tass is bored. Conversation with a spectre. Powerful Kender magic. Tasselhoff Barefoot heaved a sigh. Plunking his small body down on a chair, he looked around, sighed again, and made an announcement. "I'm bored." Now, with the sound of these dreaded words, anyone who had lived long on Ansalon would have made every attempt to flee for his life. Go up to any seasoned warrior and ask him, "Pardon me, sir, but which would you rather be locked up in a room with? An army of ogres, a regiment of trolls, a brigade of draconians, a red dragon, or a bored Kender?" The warrior will pick the ogres, trolls, draconians, and the red dragon, hands down every time. He will tell you, as will everyone you meet, that nothing on Krynn is more dangerous than a bored Kender. Unfortunately, Usha, never having lived among Kender, didn't know this. The two had spent the first night of their arrival, the next day, and well into the next night, slumbering under the enchantment cast on them by Dalamar and Jenna. Tass awoke first, and being a considerate Kender, he took pains not to wake Usha, even refraining, with a heroic effort of will, from rummaging through her pouches, one of which she was using as a pillow. He explored the room, which was filled with interesting objects collected from all over Krynn by Raistlin. Dalamar had added to the collection, and Tass admired the delicate wooden sponges brought up from the blood sea of Istar, porcelain boxes decorated with fanciful paintings of peacocks from northern Urgoth, huge ornately carved cedar chests produced by the dwarves of Thorbaden, and various other objects of interest. Any and all of these, with the exception of the cedar chests, might have ended up in Tass's pouches, and more than one item did actually tumble in by accident, only to tumble out just as rapidly. The room had obviously been Kender-proofed. "My goodness," said Tass, as a crimson-stained shell of a spiny sea urchin leapt from the Kender's pouch back onto its shelf. "Would you look at that?" "Look at what?" Usha said sleepily. "Why, every time one of these things jumps into my pouch, it jumps itself back out again. Isn't that marvelous? Come and watch." Usha watched, but she didn't appear much impressed. "Where is Lord Dalamar and that woman, Jenna? Where did they go?" Tass shrugged. "People are always disappearing around this place. They'll be back." He turned his attention to the locks on the cedar chests. "I don't want them to come back," Usha said irritably. "I hate this place. I don't like that Dalamar. I want to leave, and I'm going to. Come on, now's our chance while they're gone." Gathering up her packs, she marched over to the door, grasped the handle, and pulled. The door didn't budge. Usha rattled the handle, tugged on it, even kicked the door. It didn't open. Tass glanced over. "I'd say it was bolted," he offered helpfully. "But why?" Usha was bewildered. "Are you sure?" This state of affairs being nothing new or out of the ordinary for the Kender, Tass nodded. "People always seem to be locking me up or locking me out, or both. You get used to it." The locks on the cedar chest also proved immune to Kender prying. The hole where the key was supposed to fit kept darting from one side to the other in a most unsportsmanlike manner. While this proved highly diverting for the first 10 minutes, Tass soon grew bored with chasing the locks about, and again made the pronouncement that would have sent most people running, screaming for the exit. "I'm bored." Usha, pacing like a restive cat, made no reply. Passing the window, she stopped, looked hopefully out. It was a long, long drop to the spiked rails of the tall iron fence below. She drew back hurriedly. "Well," Tass added, slapping his hands on his knees, "I'd say we've done just about all there is to do around this place. Let's leave." Fumbling about in one of his pouches, he produced the lock-picking kit that is a Kender's birthright. "I'm sure Dalamar didn't mean to bolt us in. The latch probably fell down on its own when he left." He eyed the lock, added severely, "So long as it will hold still, I can fix his oversight." Producing several interesting-looking tools, Tass, no longer bored, walked to the door and set to work. Usha came over to watch. "Where do we go once we leave this room? Do you know the way out?" Yes, Task said eagerly. It's through the Shoiken Grove, a really horrible haunted forest filled with undead who want to devour your flesh and hold your soul in torment throughout all eternity. I know. I saw it once, but I never got to go inside. Only Caramon got to go. Some people have all the luck. He paused a moment, misty-eyed, remembering the good times. Then, whistling a dwarven marching tune, he wiped his nose on his sleeve and cheerfully returned to the task at hand. The pick rattled inside the lock. The lock remained locked. Task frowned, slid the pick back into his kit, selected another, and tried again. Then it doesn't matter whether we get out of here or not. If we can't get through this grove, we're still trapped here. Usha sounded disheartened. Task paused to consider. I know the grove keeps people out, but I never heard anything about it keeping people in. Maybe we won't have any problems at all. Do you think so? Usha regarded him with renewed hope. It's worth a try. Task pried away at the lock energetically. The worst that can happen is that skeletal hands will reach up out of the ground and try to grab our ankles and drag us under the dirt, where we'll die in terrible agony. Usha gulped, apparently not seeing the fun in all this. Maybe we should just stay here after all, wait for Dalamar to return. She returned to her chair and sat down. Got it! Task cried triumphantly. The lock made a loud snick. Task threw open the door. 2 cold, disembodied white eyes stared at him from the darkness. Oh, hello there, Task said to the undead being, somewhat taken aback at its sudden appearance. Shut the door, Usha cried urgently. Shut it quick before that thing comes in here. It's just a spectre, Task said, and he politely held out his hand. How do you do? My name is Tasselhoff Barefoot. Oh, I guess you must find it hard to shake hands, seeing as how you don't have any. I'm sorry. I hope that didn't make you feel bad. I know I'd feel really bad if I didn't have any hands. But it's very nice to meet you. What's your name? The spectre didn't respond. The eyes floated nearer. A bone-numbing chill flowed into the room. Usha jumped out of her chair, ran behind it. Shut the door, Task! Please shut the door! It's all right, Usha, Task called, though he involuntarily backed up a pace or two. Come in, he invited the spectre politely. We were just leaving. The unblinking eyes moved inexorably back and forth. We're not leaving, Task guessed, and he was starting to grow a bit miffed. He had really spent as much time in this room as he wanted. Perhaps the spectre was lonely, wanted to engage in some pleasant conversation. You're one of the undead, aren't you? Would you happen to know Lord Soth? He's a death knight and a great friend of mine. The spectre's eyes glittered in a decidedly hostile manner. Task suddenly recalled that Lord Soth, having tricked Kitiara into almost murdering Dalamar, probably wasn't highly revered among those who guarded the tower. Not really a friend, the Kender admitted, backing up another pace or two. As the eyes floated nearer, the temperature in the room fell to an uncomfortable level. More like an acquaintance. He never comes to visit or drops by for lunch or anything. Well, it's certainly been nice chatting with you. Now, if you'll just step aside, we'll slip out and not bother you any more. Task! Usha screamed. The Kender tripped on the trailing skirt of the tablecloth and fell down. The spectre hovered over him a moment, then suddenly it was gone. The door slammed shut, the chill abated. Usha, shaking all over, crouched behind the chair. What was that thing? Extremely rude, Tasselhoff remarked, picking himself up and dusting himself off. I admit that most undead I've met aren't very good conversationalists, with the exception of the spectral minions we ran into in Darkened Wood, who very obligingly told us their life stories, all about how they were cursed and everything. Only they talked by using Raistlin's mouth. They had mouths of their own, no lips, only mouths. It was truly wonderful. This spectre doesn't have any mouth, which I guess is why it never says anything. Would you like to hear the story about Darkened Wood, since Raistlin is your father and all? I just want to get out of this horrible place, Usha snapped. She shivered with fear, but she was growing angry, too. Why are they holding us prisoner? I don't understand. Probably because Raistlin is your father, Tass suggested after considering the matter. Dalamar was Raistlin's apprentice, but the Dark Elf was also the Conclave's spy on Raistlin, because he was a renegade wizard, and they didn't trust him. Raistlin knew that Dalamar was a spy, and he punished Dalamar by boring holes in the elf's flesh. The bloody holes are still there, and they still hurt him, but don't ask Dalamar to let you look at them, because that puts him in a really bad mood. I know, I did once. After that, Dalamar was going to kill Raistlin when Raistlin tried to come back through the portal of the Abyss after almost defeating the Dark Queen, which was when Caramon tried to go through the grove and Tanis almost fought with Lord Soth. Only he couldn't because I stole his magical bracelet. Tass had to pause here to breathe. Usha stared at him wide-eyed. This Raistlin, my father did all that? You never told me that part. She sank back down, limp in her chair. No wonder Dalamar didn't trust me. He'll never let me go. He might even kill me. She put her hands to her head. Quickly understanding this notion, having been afflicted by wanderlust at an early age. He knew from long association that homesickness was a failing among humans. I could probably get us out of here if I truly put my mind to it, but what about all those magic items you have? Tass pointed at Usha's pouch. You told Dalamar you were a very powerful wizardess. Being Raceland's daughter and all, of course you must be. I adore magic spells. I'd really like to see some of yours. Usha glanced nervously at the pouches, particularly the one that held the magical objects. I don't think there's anything in here that will help. But maybe you don't know that for sure. Let's look. I can help you sort out all your things, Tass offered magnanimously. I'm really good at sorting and finding. It's amazing what people turn up when they go through my pouches. They find stuff that they didn't even know they'd lost. I'm certain there's nothing in here that will help, Usha said, drawing her pouches closer to her, which proved that she was starting to learn a bit about Kender after all. But why don't you look in yours? Maybe you'll find something. That's true. You never know. Tass plopped down on the floor and began fishing around in his pouches. Out came half a moldy piece of cheese, a dead and remarkably stiff bat, a spindle, an inkwell, dried up, a book with the name Haplo written on the flyleaf. Never heard of him. A hard-boiled egg, and a silver spoon. Aha! Tass let out a shout. Usha, surreptitiously looking into her own pouch, jumped. What? What is it? I've found it, Tass said reverently. A holy artifact. He held it to the light. The Kender spoon of turning. Are you sure? Usha leaned forward, examined it closely. It looks like the spoons we used last night at dinner. It's even got strawberry jam on it. Don't be frightened, Usha, but that's blood, said Tass solemnly. It's the Kender spoon of turning. I'd know it anywhere. My Uncle Trapspringer carried one with him all the time. He had a saying, most undead are more afraid of you than you are of them. They just ask to be left alone, to haunt and howl and rattle their chains. But occasionally you'll run into one who wants to suck out your liver. That's when you need the Kender spoon of turning. How does it work? Usha appeared dubious. Tass scrambled to his feet. You must present it boldly. Hold it up in front of the spectre or the skeletal warrior or whatever sort of ghoul you might chance to encounter. And then you say in a very firm tone, so that there's no misunderstanding, concentrating on the spoon, I'll sneak past it out the door. Usha joined in eagerly. And then, when the spectre goes to look for me, you sneak past it out the door. How does that sound? Tass found this puzzling. But we won't need to sneak past it, Usha. By the time I get finished with it, the spectre will be obeying my every command. Maybe, he added, inspired, we'll take it with us. Usha shuddered. No, I don't think that would be a good idea. But you never know when a spectre could come in handy, Tass said wistfully. Usha started to argue logically, to point out that the spectre would be a very unpleasant, not to mention dangerous companion. She swallowed logic just in time. She was learning a great deal about Kender. What would Dalamar think of us if we stole his spectre? Usha said gravely. She draped her pax around her. He'd be mad, and I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't steal it, Tass protested, shocked at the accusation. I only want to borrow it for a while, show it to a few people. Oh, well, I guess you're right. I can always come back and pick up one later. He scooped all the articles he owned inside his pouches. One or two he didn't own happened to fall in there as well, but they jumped back out again. Gripping the spoon in his left hand, he held it up in front of him boldly and walked over to the door. You open it, he said to Usha. Me? She gasped. Why me? Because I have to stand here boldly holding the spoon, Tass replied, somewhat irritated. I can't be bold and open the door at the same time. Oh, all right. Usha crept over to the door, flattened herself against the wall. Reaching out with one hand, she gingerly grabbed hold of the door handle, and, holding her breath, she gave the handle a yank. The door creaked open. The two disembodied eyes, now narrowed in anger, started to float inside. Tass thrust the spoon in what he presumed to be the spectre's face. Leave this place immediately! Be gone! Return to wherever it is you came from! Tass wasn't exactly clear on that point. He assumed it was the abyss, but then you never knew, and he didn't want to hurt the spectre's feelings. Haunt this door no more! That was a rhyme. Tass was rather proud of it. Repeated it. Haunt this door no more! The spectre wasn't regarding the spoon with the respect it ought, considering that this was the holy Kender spoon of turning. The undead eyes were in fact glaring at Tas with a most deadly expression. A chill like the chill of the grave made the Kender's teeth chatter. But at least the spectre was glaring at Tas, not at Usha, who was almost through the door and heading for the hallway. At that moment, the eyes started to shift. "Hold!" Tas shouted with about as much boldness as he could manage. "Cease and desist!" He'd heard a constable say that once, and was rather fond of the expression. The spectre's gaze was still moving around. "Run, Usha!" Tas shouted. Usha couldn't. The cold, numbed bone and muscle froze the blood in the veins. She shook and shivered, unable to move another inch. The spectre was almost on her now. Tas, truly outraged, this was the Kender spoon of turning after all, leapt forward, straight at the spectre. "Go away!" the Kender shouted. The eyes shifted to Tas, to the spoon. Suddenly the eyes widened, blinked, closed, and vanished. The chill receded. The door remained standing open. In the distance, a silver bell chimed faintly. Usha was staring not at the spoon, but somewhere in the back of the room. "I turned it!" Tas sounded slightly amazed. "I turned it! Did you see that, Usha?" "I saw something," she said, a quiver in her voice. "Behind you. A man. He was wearing black robes. A hood covered his face. I couldn't see." "Likely another spectre," Tas said. Whipping around, he again presented the spoon boldly. "Is he still here? I'll turn him too." "No, he's gone." "He left when the spectre did, when that bell sounded." "Oh, well," Tas was disappointed. "Maybe another time. Anyhow, the door's open. We can leave." "None too soon for me." Usha started for the door, hesitated, peered outside. "Do you think the spectre's truly gone?" "Sure it is." Tas polished the spoon on his shirt front. This done, he thrust the spoon in his topmost pocket, to be available in case of need, and strolled out the door. Usha followed closely behind him. They emerged onto a broad landing. Stairs spiraled up and stairs spiraled down. The tower's interior was dark, but at their coming, flickering flames appeared, burning from some invisible source on the walls. In the dim light cast by these eerie flames, Tas and Usha could see that the stairs had no railing, no enclosure. The tower's center was hollow. One misstep on the narrow stairs would be the last. "It certainly is a long way down," Tas remarked, leaning precariously over the edge of the stairs to stare into the shadows. "Don't do that!" Usha grabbed the Kender by the strap of one of his pouches, dragged him back against the wall. "Where do we go from here?" "Down," suggested Tas. "The way out is down." "I guess," Usha mumbled. Neither up nor down appeared particularly promising. She cast one last glance behind at the room they were leaving, half fearful, half hoping to see that strange black-robed figure again. The room was empty. Hugging the wall, holding each other by the hand, "In case one of us should slip," Tas said helpfully, they slowly and carefully descended the stairs. No one and nothing disturbed them until they reached the lower levels. Here on the ground floor, the apprentice mages who studied under Dalamar's tutelage had their living quarters. Tas was just breathing a sigh of relief at reaching the end of the incredibly long descent when he heard the rustle of robes, the patter of slippered feet, the sound of raised voices. Light shone up the dark stairwell. "My, I wonder what's going on," Tas did. "Maybe it's a party." He started eagerly down the stairs. Usha pulled him back. "It's Dalamar! He's come back!" she whispered fearfully. "No, that doesn't sound like his voice. It's likely some of Dalamar's students." Tas listened to the voices for a moment. "They sound awfully excited. I'm going to go see what's happening." "But if his students catch us, they'll put us back in that room." "Why, then we'll have the fun of breaking out again," Tas said cheerfully. "Come on, Usha. We'll think of something. We can't just stand around this boring old staircase all night." "I guess you're right," Usha said, adding, "Those sound like real live people. I can deal with real live people. Besides, if we stay here, someone's bound to find us, and it would look less suspicious if we walked right out in the open." Tas gazed at her in admiration. "You know, if you weren't part Erda, I'd say you must be part Kender. That's a compliment," he added hurriedly. Sometimes when he said that, people tried to hit him. But Usha seemed flattered. She smiled, straightened her shoulders, tossed her head, and walked down the stairs and into the light. Tas had to hurry to catch up. They both nearly bumped into a red-robed mage who had come dashing around the corner. He brought himself up with a start, stared at them in astonishment. "What's the problem?" Usha asked calmly. "Can we help?" "Who in the abyss are you, and what are you doing here?" the red-robe demanded. "My name is Usha." Usha paused. "Majere," Tas inserted. "Majere?" the young mage repeated in shock. He'd almost dropped the spellbook he was holding. Usha glared at the kender.
There, you see, you weren't supposed to tell. I'm sorry.
Tas clapped his hand over his mouth. Anyway, now you know. Usha heaved an elaborate sigh. It's so difficult, the notoriety. People just won't leave me alone. You won't tell, will you? Lord Dalamar wouldn't like it. I'm Tasselhoff Burfoot, hero of the lance, said Tas, but the red robe wasn't impressed, appeared to have forgotten the kender's existence. He was staring at Usha with a worshipful expression, his heart and his soul in his eyes. I promise, Mistress Majere, he said softly. I won't tell a soul. Thank you, Usha smiled. A smile that said, it's you and me alone against the world. The red robe melted. Tas was surprised he didn't see the young man's heart oozing out of his slippers. I may be studying here with you, Usha continued, glancing around to see how the place suited her. I haven't decided yet. She looked back at the mage. But I think I would like it here. I hope you do, he said. It's quite comfortable. Dark, damp, and smells funny, Tas observed. I've been in better prisons, but I suppose there must be compensations. The red robe blinked, coming suddenly to the realization that there was a kender in the Tower of High Sorcery. He glared at Tas, frowning. What are you doing here? My lord would never permit. Usha took hold of the man by the arm, leaned near him. We were sound asleep. Lord Dalamar gave us his finest guest quarters. When we heard the bell clanging, we thought it might mean... A fire! Tas filled in the blank. Is there a fire? Are we all going to get burned to a crisp? Is that why they're ringing the bell? Ringing bells? The red robe looked as if he'd been hearing bells ever since he laid eyes on Usha. He came to his senses. Bells? The silver bell! I must go! He wrenched himself away. There is a fire! Tas grabbed hold of him. No, there is not, the young mage said crossly. Let go of me, and give that back. He snatched a scroll out of the kender's hands, a scroll that was inches from disappearing into one of Tas's pouches. Good thing I found that for you, Tas said gravely. You might have lost it. There's the bell again. The fire must be spreading. It's not a fire. The silver bell means that someone has entered the Shoiken Grove. I've got to go, the red robe said again, but he couldn't take his eyes off Usha. Stay right where you are. You'll be safe here. The Shoiken Grove, Tas said to himself. And they're going to get dragged down into their graves by skeletons, and I won't be there to see it, unless... He had an idea. Unless I'm there to save them. He drew the silver spoon from his pocket, and before Usha or the red robe could stop him, made a dash for the tower's entrance. 20. White robes, black armor. The hideous voices of the Shoiken Grove were silent. The hands of the undead, which tried to drag their victims down to join them in endless, hungry darkness, stirred restlessly beneath the rotting leaves, but did not attack. The trees kept grim vigil, but appeared prepared to permit the knight and the mage to pass. Side by side they entered the dread woods together. Voices of the dead led them on. Voices of the dead lured them on. The way was not easy. No path existed in the Shoiken Grove, at least not for Steel and Palin. They had to forge a path as they went, battling through thorn-encrusted, tangled undergrowth. The noxious smell of death and decay nearly choked them. In the world outside the Shoiken Grove, the ground was dry and sun-baked, covered with dust. Inside the grove, the ground was wet and soggy. Mud oozed beneath their feet, and brackish water filled their footprints as they passed. The air was damp and cold, and moisture, like the sweat of a chill-racked fever patient, beaded on their skin, trickled down their necks. Each step was terror-filled. The dead of the grove said nothing aloud. They whispered words that were only half heard, but were filled with loathing and horrible desire. Steel took the lead, his sword drawn, held in both hands, raised to attack. He was watchful, wary, his every move made with extreme caution. Palin came after, walking in the glow of the staff of mages, which he used to light their way. It may have been his overwrought imagination, but it seemed to him that the grasping skeletal hands drew back whenever the bones were illuminated in the staff's light. The journey seemed endless. Fear lengthened seconds to hours, hours to years. The whispering darkness, the breath-snatching stench, the cold that made the bones ache and the fingertips numb, began to work on both warrior and mage. The ground grew wetter. Walking became increasingly difficult. Steel, in his heavy boots, weighed down by his armor, sank up to his ankles in the foul, clinging muck. Each time he moved, it took a great effort to pull his feet free, one after the other. Each step became a battle with the squelching ground, and he was soon breathing hard from the labor. He grew increasingly exhausted. His legs burned from the exertion. He tried to find firmer footing, watched where he put each step, but it made no difference. With every step he sank a little deeper. Each time it was harder to free himself. Weary, far more weary than he should have been, almost sobbing for breath, he came to a halt, looked back at his footprints. They were filling up with blood. Palin had no difficulty walking. He trod lightly on the ground, left no mark of his passing. He could walk, but he couldn't breathe. The air beneath the trees seemed liquid, flowed into his nose and mouth like dark, oily water. He choked and swallowed and choked again. His lungs burned. He inhaled deeply, only to gag and retch as if he'd drunk swamp water. Tiny pinpricks of light sparked on the fringes of his vision. He was slowly suffocating, starting to lose consciousness. Gasping for breath, he was forced to a halt beside Steele. The dead were waiting for them. Fleshless hands, nothing but tendon and bone, reached up out of the black loam and grasped hold of Steele around the shins. Bone-brittle voices gibbered and laughed. The hands pulled with inhuman strength, trying to drag the knight down to join them in unquiet death. Drawing his sword with a shout, he slashed at the hands with the shining blade. More hands clutched the knight's feet, wrapped around his ankles. His blade severed the hands from the skeletal wrists. One hand would fall limp, only to be replaced by another and by another after that. He was losing the battle, was being dragged inexorably under. Already he had sunk into the quagmire up to his knees. Palin plunged forward to help. The words of his magic on his lips, he struggled to find the breath to say them aloud. But he could not speak. What air he had, he was forced to use to stave off suffocation. Desperate, he struck at the hands with the butt end of the staff. Bone shattered, tendons snapped. Elated, he continued the attack, found his breath coming easier. Steele, too, fought with renewed hope. He could move his legs. "Take hold!" Palin cried and held out the staff. Steele reached for it. Cold bone fingers dug into the back of Palin's neck. Hot, stinging pain shot through his body. Spasms twisted his limbs. The staff of Magius fell to the ground. The bright light of its crystal went out. Darkness, thick and palpable, rushed in on them, as if it had been lying in ambush, awaiting its chance. Palin tore frantically at the hands, panic rising, when suddenly he knew what to do. The memory of his brothers, training for hand-to-hand combat, came to him with desperate clarity. He saw Tannen grasp Sturm around the throat from behind, saw Sturm plant his feet solidly and shove backward. He knocked Tannen flat on his back on the ground, breaking his grip. Palin planted his feet as best he could in the muck with all his strength, lunged directly backward. He fell through the darkness, no solid body behind him to break his fall. He landed heavily on the ground, driving what breath remained from his body, but the hands had let loose their grip around his throat. He lay panting for breath, knowing he must move, but too shaken to attempt it yet. Looking up, he thought he saw a star shining through the darkness, and he marveled at how this could possibly be, until he realized that what he saw was the light of the star jewel shining from around Steele's neck. "Hurry, Major!" Steele commanded, offering to help Palin stand. "They've gone, for the moment." Palin ignored the outstretched hand. He lurched to his knees, began scrabbling through the rotted leaves. The darkness whispered around him. "What's the matter? Are you hurt?" Steele asked. "My staff! Where is it? I can't find it, I can't see!" Palin ran his hands through the wet leaves. "Hurry, Mage!" Steele urged. The knight stood protectively over Palin, shielding him with his body and drawn sword. "I have it!" Palin gasped in relief. His hand closed over the smooth wood, and immediately the staff burst into light. Leaning on the staff, thankfully, he drew himself to his feet. And there, before them, was the Tower of High Sorcery. A tall building constructed of magic and of black marble, thrust up into the sky, which was dark around it. Not even the stars would come near the Tower of Palanthus. 3 moons shone on it. The marble walls glistened in Solinari's light, for though Solinari was a deity revered by the White Robes, he, like his siblings, revered all magic. Lunatari's red beams shone on the blood-red spires atop the tower. Above the spires, above the balcony known as the Death Walk, floated Nuatari, the Black Moon, special guardian of this tower, visible only to the Black Robes. "We've made it," Palin said, a catch in his throat. The longed-for moment had arrived. He almost broke into a run, but events had taught him caution. He waited for the night to precede him. Despite his fatigue, Steele moved forward rapidly. He, too, was relieved to see their journey's end before them. Together, walking now by the light of 2 moons, they approached the iron gates. There was no lock that they could see. It seemed the gates would open with a shove, yet neither put his hand out, neither wanted to touch that iron, which was dripping with the strange, uncanny moisture of the Shoykan Grove. No one was around, no one was in sight. No lights shone from the windows, but that may have been only illusion. There might, probably were, any number of eyes watching them. "Well, Major, why do you wait?" Steele motioned at the gate with his sword. "This is your bailiwick. Go on." Palin couldn't very well argue the point. He walked forward, reached out to put his hand on the gate. The gate swung open. Palin's spirits lifted. He looked back at Steele with a certain amount of weary triumph. Now it was his turn to lead. "Come ahead," he said. "We've been invited to enter." "Lucky us," Steele muttered, and did not lower his sword. He stepped through the gate and into a garden courtyard. It was a strange sort of garden. Here grew many herbs and flowers used for spell components. Cultivated and tended by the apprentice mages, most of these plants grew by night, thrived in the unseen light of New Atari. Nightshade, the death lily, black orchids, black roses, rue, bittersweet, henbane, poppy, mandrake, wormwood, mistletoe, their perfume hung, sweet, cloying, and heavy in the still air. "Don't pick or touch any of the plants," Palin warned as they walked the dank gray cobblestone of the courtyard. "Not a bouquet I would fancy," Steele said, though he did pause to make a slight bow of reverence for the lily that was the symbol of his order. Palin was just wondering how he would get inside the door. He had some vague memory that there was a bell, when he saw them, everywhere, all around him. Eyes, unblinking eyes, only eyes. No skulls, no necks, no arms or torsos or legs. Eyes and hands. Dreadful hands, hands of chill death. Steele was at Palin's back. "What are those?" the knight hissed in Palin's ear. "The guardians of the tower," Palin warned. Don't let them near you." The eyes glided close. There must have been 100, shining pale and cold in New Atari's light. "How in the name of the abyss am I supposed to stop them?" Steele crowded near Palin, guarding the mage's back, as Palin guarded the knight's. "Do something! Say something!" "I am Palin Majer," Palin called loudly. "Give way!" Majer, Majer, Majer. The name echoed off the tower's stone walls, reverberated through the courtyard like the ringing of discordant bells, ended in mocking laughter. Palin shuddered. Steele's jaw tightened. The knight's face glistened with sweat. The eyes drew nearer, closing in. White, disembodied hands appeared out of the darkness. Skeletal fingers pointed at the fast-beating hearts of the two living beings. One touch, and their blood would freeze, the heartbeat cease. "In the name of Chemosh, I command you to stand aside!" Steele yelled suddenly. The eyes gleamed, but only with anger. "I wouldn't mention that name again," Palin advised softly. "Only one god is respected here." "Then you do something, Sir Mage," Steele said harshly. "I have come to see Dalamar," Palin explained desperately. "I have come to visit your master." "A lie, a lie, a lie." The words were like the rustle of unseen, ragged robes, the creaking of bony fingers, the flicker and the white, chill eyes. The spectral guardians moved closer still, formed a circle around the mage and the knight. The two stood back to back, Palin with his staff raised, Steele holding his sword. But the staff's crystal was dimming fast. Steele made a swipe at one of the spectres with his blade. The sword whistled, sliced up nothing but the night. The spectres moved closer. "Uncle!" Palin cried. "It is to you I come! Uncle, I need your help!" The door to the tower opened. Darkness flowed from it. The spectres halted their advance. The cold, pale eyes turned that direction. Palin trembled as fear, elation, awe swept over him. He leaned forward toward the darkness. "Uncle!" he cried. A voice answered, "Don't move! Stay right where you are! I'm coming! I'll save you!" Out of the darkness ran Tasselhoff barefoot. 21. The gate opens. New Atari's garden. The way is prepared. "Uncle Tass!" Palin gasped in astonishment. "I take it this was not the uncle you had in mind," Steele said grimly. "No," Palin was baffled. "I've got it right here." The elder Kender was puffing with the exertion of his run. He paused on the stairs leading to the tower door, waving something shiny in the air. "Don't worry! Don't come any closer, Tass!" Palin cried fearfully. Go back inside!" No, Tass called back. "You don't understand. I have it. You'll be safe now." And before Palin could say another word, the Kender dashed down the stairs and ran straight for the spectres. The dim light of the staff flashed off the object in the Kender's hand, a silver spoon. "Begone, foul wraiths!" Tass commanded, using a deep, gruff, authoritative voice, such as he imagined a cleric might use. The gruffness proved too much for him to maintain, however. He ended up half strangling himself. In between the hacks and splutters, he managed to repeat, "Begone, I say! Begone! Go away!" He waved the spoon at the spectres. "We're going to die," Steele said. "No," said Palin after a moment's astounded watching. "No, we're not." Two by two, the chill eyes closed. The deathly white hands drew back into unseen sleeves. The courtyard was empty. The entrance to the tower stood open. The light of Palin's staff shone bright in Tass's eyes as he came bounding up to greet them. "The Kender Spoon of Turning," Tass said proudly, holding it up for Palin's inspection. Palin was about to examine the spoon to see if it was in any way magical, but before he could do so, Tass stuffed the spoon into a convenient pouch and moved on to other matters. He held out his small hand to Steele. "How do you do?" the Kender said politely. "I'm Tasselhoff Burfoot. My friends call me Tass, except for Palin," he added as an afterthought. "He calls me Uncle Tass. I'm not really his uncle. Caramon and I are not related. I'm a friend of the family. They used to call me Grandpa when they were littler than me, but that seemed a bit silly when they all got bigger, so after some discussion we changed it to Uncle. I had an Uncle Trap Springer once. He was the one with the spoon. My, that certainly is remarkable armor. So wonderfully evil-looking with those skulls and death lilies. I know. You must be a knight of Takhisis. I've heard about you, but I've never met one. This is a real privilege. Did I mention that my name is Tasselhoff Burfoot?" "I do not discourse with Kender," Steele said. "Even those who save your life?" Palin asked softly. Steele regarded Tass grimly, finally made a stiff bow. "Steele Brightblade." "I know you. Tanis told me about you. You're Sturm's son. Sturm and I were great friends." Tass flung himself forward for a hug. He was halted by Steele's hand on his head, holding the Kender at arm's length. "It is probable, though not very likely, that I owe you my life, Kender," Steele said coldly. "I am honor-bound to repay the debt, but I am not bound to allow you near my person. I advise you, therefore, to keep clear of me." With that, he shoved Tass backward. Palin caught hold of Tass, steadied him. "I forgot," Tass said in a loud whisper, wincing and rubbing his head. "He's Kitiara's son, too." Palin was about to advise that it might be beneficial to Tass's health if he steered clear of the night when a woman's voice called out from inside the tower. "Tasselhoff, where are you? Tass, where did you go?" Palin raised his gaze, looked toward the door. He breathed a soft sigh. The specters had nearly chilled his heart. Now he felt it catch fire. A woman like no other he had ever seen in his life stood in the doorway. Masses of silver hair framed a face that was alluring, kept its secrets, yet, by the wide, eager, golden eyes, seemed to require that others give to her all of their own mysteries. Her clothes, made of brightly colored flowing silk, were outlandish, like no well-bred woman in this part of the country would have worn. Yet they suited her. She was as exotic, as entrancing as if she'd fallen from a star. "Tass," she called, relief in her voice. She ran down the stairs. "Thank the gods I found you. Now we can get out of here." She halted, stared at Steele and Palin. "Oh." She glanced sideways at Tass, sidled nearer the Kender. "Who are these two gentlemen?" "Friends of mine," said Tass enthusiastically. "This is Steele Brightblade. He's Sturm's son. Sturm was a knight of Solamnia and one of my very best friends. He's Kitiara's son, too, but she wasn't a knight. She was a dragon high lord and not exactly a friend, more of an acquaintance. This is Usha." "My lady," Palin said, staring at the woman enthralled. But he was disappointed to see her gaze stray to the knight. She tried a tentative smile. Steele didn't even look at her. His eyes searched the tower windows for signs of danger. Usha gazed at him longer, studying the armor which she could now see clearly in the moonlight. Her smile disappeared, her eyes darkened. Her voice trembled in anger. "They were like you, the ones who came. They treated us as if we were dirt beneath their feet. Why did you have to come to ruin our lives?" she cried suddenly. "What did we do to you? We were no threat." Now Steele turned his gaze on her, regarded her with interest. "What city are you from, lady? Calaman? Has it in truth fallen to our might?" Usha opened her mouth, started to answer, seemed to find the answering difficult. At length she said, "No, not Calaman. Near there." Her voice dwindled a moment, then came back strong. "You had no right to invade our homeland." "Whatever wrongs you imagine were done to you were done in the name of progress, my lady," Steele returned. "You cannot be expected to understand, so I will not attempt to explain." His gaze shifted immediately back to the tower. He still held his sword in his hand. "We have business here, Majere, if you remember." "I remember," Palin said, though just barely. Usha had turned those wonderful eyes on him. "What is your name, sir?" she asked, her cheeks flushing beneath his unabashedly admiring gaze. "Palin Majere," he said softly. "And yours? I didn't quite catch it." "Usha," she replied archly. "Usha Majere!" cried Tass, hopping about in excitement.
Isn't this great? Usha's Raceland's daughter! I've found Raceland's daughter!
No, Palin cried, stricken. What? Usha, frightened by his intensity, backed away from him a step. What's wrong? I am Raceland's nephew. Caramon Majer is my father and your uncle. We're cousins, Palin said miserably. First cousins. Is that all? Usha breathed again. We're first cousins. I don't mind, she said, and she smiled at him. Her smile glittered around Palin like cascading stardust. He was so dazzled he could scarcely see. Their fathers were twins, Tass said by way of explanation. Now that we have the genealogy straightened out, Steele said acidly, might I remind you once again, Majer, that time draws short and we have important work to do inside the tower? Inside? Usha looked back fearfully at the tower, shifted her shadowed gaze to Palin. You're going inside?
We just got outside, Tass informed them, adding proudly, Dalamar was holding us both prisoner.
Palin was dubious. Why would Dalamar hold you prisoner? Does it matter? You came through the grove, Usha said, talking rapidly, not giving Tass a chance to respond. She took hold of Palin's hand, gazed into his eyes. The red robe inside said you must be an immensely powerful wizard to have done such a thing. She leaned close, whispered in his ear, You and the knight could take us back through the grove, and we could get away from this terrible place. Her hand was smooth, soft. Her touch sent the stardust glittering through his blood. I can't leave, mistress, Palin said, still retaining her hand. I have something here I must do. And you shouldn't try to escape either, not through the Shoykan Grove. It's too dangerous. We barely survived. He turned to Tasselhoff. I don't understand. Why is Dalamar holding you prisoner? Because she's Raceland's daughter, of course, Tass answered, his tone matter-of-fact. Of course. Palin had guessed the answer even before he had asked the question. Dalamar would be very glad to get hold of the daughter of Raceland Majer. And then it occurred to Palin with a pang that perhaps she was the reason the voice had led him here. Perhaps his uncle merely needed a guide for the person in whom he was truly interested, his daughter. Palin withdrew his hand from her grasp. Jealousy gnawed at him, its poisoned teeth biting deep. He was attracted to this woman, jealous of her at the same time, and he understood finally the bittersweet relationship that had existed between his father and his father's twin. Usha felt his sudden coldness, more chill than the spectres. She stared at him in puzzled dismay, involuntarily drew away from him. You won't help us escape? That's fine. I will go through the grove myself, she said haughtily. No, Usha, I'm afraid not, said Palin, his voice raw-edged. There's a reason you're here. Why? Did Raceland send for her? Tass wondered cheerfully. I thought Raceland was dead. Do you think he's dead, Palin? You don't, do you? That's why you're here. The Kender was wildly excited. Majer, Steele began impatiently. I know. Come on. Palin took hold of Usha's arm, started to lead her inside the tower. We're going to have a talk with Dalamar. He isn't here, Usha said, breaking away from Palin's grasp. He's gone to some wizard's somewhere. The Tower of High Sorcery at Wayreth, Tass filled in. A conclave. I was at one once. Did I ever tell you about the time Par-Salian turned me into a mouse? Well, I suppose I was the one who turned myself into a mouse, but Dalamar's gone, Palin murmured. I will deal with Dalamar, his uncle had promised. It might all be coincidence, but Palin doubted it. Raceland was actively working to aid him. But for what purpose? To what end? We'd better hurry then before Dalamar gets back. Palin started toward the tower door. A red-robed mage stood inside, blocking entry. What are you two doing here? How did you get through the Shoykan Grove and past the Guardians? Where are the Guardians? Palin opened his mouth. He wasn't much good at lying, but in this instance the truth would hardly do. He was about to speak when Tasselhoff interrupted. They have been summoned by Dalamar, Tass announced importantly. As for the Guardians, I sent them away with the Kender spoon of turning. He exhibited the spoon for inspection. The mage stared at it, stared at Palin and Steele, stared around the empty courtyard. He looked confused and suspicious. Lord Dalamar sent for you, he repeated. A white robe and a dark night. Makes for a nice balance, don't you think? Tass said, adding, and how else could they have come through the grove unless Dalamar gave them charms to help them? Now, if you'll excuse us, we have to go upstairs to Dalamar's chambers. Tass looked back around at Palin. That's where you want to go, isn't it? He asked in a loud whisper. The red robe frowned. Steele glowered. He had sheathed his sword, but his hand rested on the hilt. I am Steele Brightblade, Knight of Takhisis. I have come on a mission. Lord Dalamar did not. Expect us this early, Tass chimed in loudly and shrilly.
Tell Cousin Steele to keep quiet and let me handle this,
he whispered again to Palin, who hoped devoutly that Steele hadn't heard his new appellation. Tas started moving toward the door. Waving his hand behind his back, he motioned for the others to follow.
We'll just wait for Dalamar in his room. We'd like some tarbean tea, if it wouldn't be too much trouble. Come on, Usha.
Steele followed the kender. Palin was about to, but he noticed that Usha held back. She twisted her hands together nervously, looked up at the tower in dread. I just got out of there, she protested. I don't want to go back. The red robe was now deeply suspicious.
You said you were going to study magic with us, mistress. Apprentice yourself to Lord Dalamar. What's going on here?
I haven't made up my mind yet, Usha replied. I need to go somewhere and think it over. Somewhere else. As for studying magic, perhaps I don't need to study. Not anymore. I'm quite powerful enough as I am. Usha, Palin began. Steele caught hold of him. Let her go, the knight said. We're wasting time. Angrily, Palin shook himself loose. No matter how powerful she is in magic, she'll die if she walks into that grove. Besides, he added in a low voice, it is possible that we're here because of her.
What? Why?
Steele glanced at the woman without interest. Because if she is Raistlin's daughter, he may be attempting to reach her. Steele gazed at Palin intently. It may be the daughter Raistlin wants, not the nephew, Steele shrugged. He may open the portal for her. Perhaps you are right. It doesn't matter to me as long as the portal opens. Bring her along. Palin walked slowly back to Usha. You can't leave, mistress, he said. I ask you to stay with me. Trust me. We'll figure something out. She looked up at him with her golden eyes. Her gaze was cold, but he saw, now that he was closer, that the frost was a covering for fear. She looked as terrified as a lost child. I'll come with you, she said softly. But you must stay with me. She was warm, her skin soft. Her silver hair, brushing his face, sent tingles of desire through his body. He had never felt this wonderful or been in such bitter turmoil in his entire life. Stay with her. He had to enter the abyss. The Red Robe, having thought matters over, apparently decided that the kender was right. The best place for this odd group was locked up safely in his lord's chambers.
I'll accompany you up the stairs to Lord Dalamar's room, the Red Robe announced. We'll wait for my lord together.
This wouldn't do at all, as Steele reminded Palin with a grim look. They had to find the portal to the abyss, and had better find it while Dalamar was gone.
Thank you, but that won't be necessary, Tas said politely. We know the way, and besides, Palin's been here before. He's a close personal friend of Dalamar's.
The Red Robe raised his eyebrows in disbelief.
Don't you recognize him? Tasselhoff explained. He's Palin Majere, Raistlin Majere's nephew. Usha is Raistlin's daughter, and this,
the kender waved his hand at Steele Brightblade,
is Raistlin Majere's half-nephew. I think that's right.
The kender's brow furrowed in thought.
Let's see, Kittiara was Raistlin's half-sister. Perhaps that would make Steele only a quarter of a nephew.
It's a family reunion, Steele said, and shoving the Red Robe into the wall, the knight strode past him and into the tower. The Red Robe did not follow them to Dalamar's rooms. He did, however, make certain that several of the spectral guardians went along. The pale, unblinking eyes kept watch on them until they were safely inside Dalamar's chambers and had shut the door. But they'll be waiting for us, Palin predicted, not to mention the one that guards the laboratory. That spectre has orders from Dalamar not to admit anyone, not even Dalamar himself. The laboratory has never been opened, not since my uncle... Palin paused, didn't finish his sentence. What he'd stated wasn't quite true. The laboratory door had been once opened. The staff of mages had been inside, and now he held the staff in his hand.
Oh, you don't need to worry about the spectre, Tas said confidently. We have the...
Kender spoon of turning, I know, Palin sighed. He was in no mood for kender nonsense. Look, Uncle Tas, I saw the crest on the spoon. It's just an ordinary tablespoon. Movement caught his eye. He looked up. A black-robed mage stood in the room. Not unusual for the Tower of High Sorcery, except that this mage had white hair, golden skin, hourglass eyes. Palin's tongue cleaved to the roof of his mouth. He started to speak. Uncle. Raistlin made a swift, negating sign with his hand. His golden hourglass eyes rested briefly on the kender, and then the apparition vanished.
Yes?
Tas looked up from admiring the spoon.
You were saying something about the spoon being ordinary?
Palin looked swiftly about. Had anyone else seen the vision? Apparently not. Steele was searching the room, testing the walls, looking under tapestries, trying to find another way out. Usha, half asleep, was curled up disconsolately in a chair. Tasselhoff was fondly patting his spoon.
This spoon is not ordinary, the kender continued. It's a holy relic. given to my Uncle Trapspringer by Mishakal herself. Or was it Reorx? I forget. Anyway, it works. You saw it work.
No one else had seen Raistlin. He had come to Palin, no one else. Weariness, pain, disappointment fell from him like a discarded cloak. He would get into the laboratory. The way was prepared. As had once been said of Raistlin Majer, for him the door would open. Here, let me see it again. Palin took the spoon from Tass, studied it. The spoon matched exactly the other spoons on the table. You're right, Tass, Palin said softly. It is a holy artifact. Most holy indeed. 22. Suspicions, introspection, Raistlin's laboratory. They left Dalamar's chamber. Tass led the way to the laboratory, the silver spoon held boldly before him. Steele was not pleased with the Kender as a companion, but Palin, to Steele's amazement and ire, did not try to dissuade him. Only a Kender can use the magic Kender spoon of turning, Palin said with a half-smile. You and I both know the spoon is not magic, Steele retorted. You saw it turn the spectre, Palin replied. Did I? Steele demanded. Or is that what you want me to think I saw? Palin avoided the question. We'll take the Kender along, keep an eye on him. Or would you rather have him traipsing after us on his own? Never turn your back on a Kender, or so the dwarves say. Do they? Steele said coldly. I heard it was never turn your back on a mage. The disembodied eyes flickered, flared, then disappeared. A tablespoon in the Kender's hand could not turn such wraiths. Steele knew it, and he knew Palin knew it. Palin seemed suddenly eager to reach their destination. His doubts, his fears had been laid to rest. He was relaxed, confident. Something had happened. He'd seen something, had received some sign. But Steele had no idea what. Was the young mage far more powerful than he'd led Steele to believe? Was this strange woman with the golden eyes part of a plot? Were they leading the knight into a trap? Never one to trust magic users, Steele determined to watch Palin and the woman closely. They climbed the shadowy stairs, round and round in a leg-aching spiral, hugging the wall to keep from tumbling over the edge into the darkness below. No one approached them. No one interfered with them. No one stopped them. The tower might have been deserted except for them. The infamous laboratory of the Tower of High Sorcery was near the top of the tower. The only remaining portal to the abyss was inside that laboratory. Perhaps. Tell me about this portal, Majer, Steele said as they were wending their way upward. Palin appeared extremely reluctant to talk. I know very little, he began. I know a lot, the Kender spoke up eagerly. Steele ignored him. You're a mage, aren't you, Majer? I suppose they must teach you these things in mage school or wherever you study. I know the history, he answered evasively. I do too, Tasselhoff chimed in. I was there for a lot of it. I was with Caramon and Raistlin when Raistlin wasn't Raistlin. He was Fist and Dantalus, and he entered the portal and tried to fight the Dark Queen, except he failed. Would you like to hear that story? No, said Steele. I want to hear about the portal, since we're both going to be entering it, he added pointedly, watching Palin intently. The staff of mages shone bright on the young mage. Palin's face was deeply flushed, his eyes shining, exultant. Catching Steele's gaze on him, Palin took care to move the staff away, withdraw into the shadows. He is plotting something, Steele said to himself, and he redoubled his watch. End of side 6. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 7, Dragons of Summer Flame, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Continuing on page 223. Are we going back into the abyss? Tass asked, and the Kender did not sound as excited as most Kender would have at the prospect. I hope you know that the abyss is not a very nice place. Horrible, in fact. I'm not really sure I want to go with you. Good, Steele said, because you're not. Continue your tale, Majer. Just keep talking, Usha said. It's not as frightening when someone's talking. Palin said nothing, however. They continued to climb until they came to a broad landing. Out of breath, muscles aching, they halted of one accord. The door to the laboratory was still far above them, outlined in torchlight. They sat down on the landing, stretched out their legs, glad for the rest. The portal? Steele gave the mage a nudge. There's not really much to tell, Palin said with a careless shrug. Long ago, 5 portals existed, located in each of the 5 towers of high sorcery. Created by magic, the portals had been devised in order to provide the wizards with the ability to travel between towers without the need for expending their energies on teleportation spells. Thinking to open doors only to each other, the wizards did not realize that they had accidentally created a route from this world to another plane of existence. Queen Tachysis knew this, however. Trapped in the abyss, she and her evil dragons had long sought entry into Krynn, but were blocked by Paladine and his good dragons. Paladine had little control over magic users, however, who were known to go their own ways. Tachysis found a black-robed wizard who might be open to temptation. Assuming the form of a beautiful woman, Tachysis appeared to the wizard every night in his dreams, whispered seductive promises. He became obsessed with the lovely woman, vowed to find her and make her his own. "I am a prisoner on another plane, in another time," Tachysis told the wizard. "Only you with your power can free me. To do so, you must enter the portal. Keep my vision in your mind, and I will guide you." Palin halted abruptly at this point. His face, illuminated by the staff's light, had gone extremely pale. "I will guide you." The words hung in the air. "What happened to the wizard?" Usha asked. I know, Tas raised his hand. Palin, after clearing a huskiness from his throat, continued. The lust-filled wizard entered the portal, the vision of Tachysis burning in his blood. What happened to him there no one knows, for he never returned. Once the portal was opened, Queen Tachysis and her legions of dragons swarmed into Krynn, and that, so legend has it, was the cause of the first dragon war. The gallant knight of Salamnia, Huma, drove the Dark Queen back into the abyss. The wizards, deeply ashamed, tried to seal shut the portals. Unfortunately, the wizards who had created them had been lost in the dragon war, and so had their knowledge and the power. The surviving wizards could not shut the portals. They could make it impossible to enter, or so they thought. And so they made it a condition that the only two people who could enter a portal would be a black-robed mage in company with a white-robed cleric. Such an unholy alliance would, they believed, be impossible to achieve, and so the portals were safe. In time, with the rise of Istar, when magic users were persecuted by the church, 3 of the towers of high sorcery were either lost or destroyed. Their portals were destroyed with them. The wizards who lived in the Tower of Palanthas agreed to abandon it, in return for the promise from the king-priest that they could continue to practice their magic in Wayreth. Before they left the tower, however, the wizards moved the portal to the fortress at Skullcap for safekeeping, fondly imagining that no one would find it there. I found it, Tas cried. Well, I sort of found it. I was with Caramon and Raistlin back in time, only I wasn't supposed to be. And Chrysania, who was a white-robed cleric, and Raistlin entered the portal, and that's how Raistlin got into the abyss. And Chrysania went with him, and the Dark Queen almost killed Chrysania, only she stayed alive, except that she was blind. And Caramon went in and brought her out, and Raistlin realized that he'd made a terrible mistake, and that the Dark Queen was going to get into the world, and so Raistlin, sacrificed his life by staying in the abyss and keeping the portal sealed shut. Caramon believes that his brother was granted peace and eternal sleep for his sacrifice, which would mean that Raistlin isn't in the abyss after all. Oh! Tas jumped up in excitement. Is that why we're going into the portal, Palin? To look for Raistlin? In that case, I'll go with you, the Kender offered magnanimously. Raistlin and I were great friends, until he killed Nimsh the gnome. Tas grew more solemn. I've never really forgiven him for that. You're going in there to search for Raistlin Majer? Usha asked. She did not look at Palin as she spoke, but played nervously with the hem of her tunic. We have yet to enter the laboratory, Palin pointed out. We're a long way from walking into the abyss in search of anyone. And none of us is a black-robed wizard or a white-robed cleric, Steele said. Which means, according to your story, Majer, that we have no chance of entering, that we never have had a chance of entering. He leapt to his feet, his hand on the hilt of his sword. You have known this all along. What sort of trick did you have in mind? Or is there something you have omitted telling us? No trick, Palin said softly. I've told you the truth, as far as I know it. He looked up at Steele. I have no idea how I'm going to get inside. Yes, you do. Or you would not have come this far. What is it? What do you know, Majer? Palin grasped the staff of Magus, rose to his feet. I know that I gave you my word of honor, and I will not break it. The word of a wizard is slippery as an eel, Steele said, sneering. The word of a Majer is not, Palin answered with dignity. Shall we go on? They continued the climb up and up the winding stairs. They were being watched, they knew, though they could not see the watchers. Every step brought memories to Palin, memories of his test, which had taken place in this tower. All illusion, according to Dalamar. Had it been, it had seemed so real. But then the test always seemed real to the mages who took it, who risked their lives in order to possess the magic. Perhaps the test had been reality, the rest of Palin's life, illusion. Closing his eyes, Palin leaned back against the chill wall of the tower, and for the first time in his life gave himself up to the magic. He felt it burn in his blood, caress his skin. The words it whispered were no longer of doom, but of welcome, of invitation. His body trembled with the ecstasy of the magic. Palin recalled that moment of his test with a pang. He had not experienced the ecstasy in a long, long time. He had never admitted it to anyone, not even himself, until now. Magic had become drudgery, spells studied alone in the depths of the night, words recited over and over, taking care to achieve the proper inflection, the correct pronunciation. Magical words tumbled about his head when he tried to sleep. Spell components tainted his dreams. The tingle in the blood when the spell was cast, the feeling of satisfaction when the magic did what it was supposed to do, he experienced that. But it never outweighed the feeling of inadequacy, the helpless emptiness and terror that came when the spell did not work. And more often the magic was not working. The words got all mixed up in his head, jumbled together. He couldn't remember whether he pronounced the first word with the accent on the last syllable or the last word with the accent on the first. He couldn't find the proper spell component, which had been in his pouch only moments before. When had the fear started to grow within him? Not on his first adventure, traveling with his brothers, meeting the dwarf Dugan Redhammer and setting out to recapture the grey gem of Gargath. Then the magic had been intoxicating, the danger exhilarating. He'd returned to his studies eagerly, though he had no master to teach him. No mage on Krynn wanted the nephew of Raistlin Majer for a pupil, Palin understood. He hadn't felt the need for a master at that point in his life. He would work alone, as his uncle had worked alone. At first Palin had done well, only to have nothing to show for it. Months passed. He made little or no progress. Sometimes it seemed he regressed. He travelled to the Tower of Wayreth, to the Conclave, seeking counselling. "Patience," Dalamar had intoned. "Patience and discipline. Those who take the white robes achieve greater power, ultimately, than those who wear the red or the black, but you pay a price. You must walk before you can run." My uncle didn't walk. Palin felt the frustration burn inside him. He chafed at the repeated rote learning, at the interminable scroll-making, at the hours wasted grubbing in the dirt in his herb garden. And running beneath it all like refuse water, contaminating his life and his work, was the growing fear that he wasn't good enough, that he would never be anything more than a low-ranking mage, fit to practice his magic for children's name-day parties. To prove his own worth to himself was one reason he'd abandoned his studies and ridden with the knights. He had failed most miserably, and it was his brothers who had paid the price. Palin climbed the stairs one after the other, forcing his pain-filled legs to take another step, and yet another. His mind was so entangled in the past that he was oblivious to the present. He was no longer cognizant of his whereabouts, didn't realize that they had reached their destination until the kender tugged on the mage's white robes. Dazedly, Palin stared at Tass, at first without recognition. Then he blinked, came abruptly back. "Yes, what is it?"
"I think we're here,"
Tass said in a loud whisper, pointing.
"Is that it?"
Palin raised his staff. Light from the crystal banished the darkness. They stood on a large landing directly below a wooden door with wrought iron hinges. A short flight of stairs led up to the door. "I know this place," Palin answered as best he could. His throat and mouth were so dry that talking was difficult. "I took my test here." "Yes." He paused, licked dry lips with a dry tongue. "This is the laboratory." No one spoke, not even Tass. They drew close within the staff's circle of light. Outside the circle the darkness gibbered and whispered. Half-seen shadows flitted past, groped for them with wispy hands. If the staff's light should fail, they would be plunged into blinding darkness. "Go on, Majer." Steel Brightblade's voice was rough-edged, jagged. "Advance! Open the door!" A vision of the past came to Palin. Two cold white eyes stared at him out of the darkness, eyes without a body, unless the darkness itself was their flesh and blood and bone. "Stand aside," said Dalamar, "and let us pass." "That cannot be, Master of the Tower. Your command was to take this key and keep it for all eternity. Give it to no one, not even myself, and from this moment on your place is to guard this door. No one is to enter. Let death be swift for those who try." "We have to get by the Guardian," Palin said. "What Guardian?" Steele demanded impatiently. "There is no Guardian." Palin stared. Darkness reigned. The only light that shone was the light of the staff of mages. and before that light the darkness gave way. The spectre was nowhere to be seen. The whispers in the darkness were not threatening, Palin realized suddenly. They were exulting. Could they be anticipating the return of the true master of the tower? "This is all wrong," Palin whispered. "No, nephew, this is eminently right." Tears stung Palin's eyes. He trembled. The light of the staff wavered in his shaking grasp. "What am I doing here? He's using me."
"Well, of course the Guardian's gone," said Tasselhoff Burfoot in satisfaction. "It heard about my spoon. Come on, Palin, I'll lead the way."
Tucking the spoon inside his pocket, the Kender dashed up the stairs.
"Tass, stop, don't go in there."
Such words, unfortunately, are not in the Kender vocabulary. Palin watched fearfully, more than half expecting to see the Guardian appear, the Kender drop dead on the staircase. Nothing happened. Tasselhoff reached the laboratory door safely. He rattled the handle, peered at the lock, gave the door a shove. The door swung silently open. Chill air flowed out, heavy with must and mildew and other more unpleasant odors. Usha gagged and covered her mouth and nose with her scarf. Steele grimaced and drew his sword. "It smells of death," he said. Tasselhoff hovered on the stoop, staring inside. "Wow," they heard him say. And then the Kender, with a hop, leapt over the stoop and vanished into the darkness. Palin envisioned the jars of spell components, the magical artifacts, the spell books, the scrolls, all in easy reach of a Kender's deft fingers. Here was danger far greater than any spectral guardian ever given unholy life. "Tass!" Palin shoved past Steele. Gathering up his robes, the mage raced up the stairs. "Tass, come out of there! Don't touch anything!" He stood in the doorway, suddenly fearful, reluctant to enter. This was wrong, all wrong. Palin shone the staff's light inside. Tasselhoff had advanced to the middle of the room, was standing in front of an enormous table, staring at the objects on it in wide-eyed wonder. "Tass!" Palin scolded, cross with relief. "Come out of there!" He could hear, behind him, Steele mounting the staircase. The staff's light went out. Darkness engulfed them, roiled around them, crashed over them, drowned them. Steele cursed. Usha gave a frightened cry. "Don't anyone move!" Palin warned, having terrible visions of them all falling off the spiral stairs, plummeting to the stone floor far, far below. "Shirak!" The command failed. Either that or the staff refused to obey. The darkness grew deeper, stronger. "What is going on, Major?" Steele demanded. "Light the damn staff!" "I'm trying," Palin said, frustrated and angry with himself. Again the magic had failed him. Armors scraped against stone. Booted feet came down heavily on the stairs. Steele was trying to find him. "Palin!" Usha called out fearfully. "I'm coming up to you. Don't move!" "Usha, be careful!" Palin half-turned to try to go back, to try to reach her. "Palin!" Tass's voice echoed shrilly. "I've got hold of something! Maybe this will help!" "Tass, no!" Palin cried, turning back. A crash came, the ominous sound of breaking glass. Groping forward, tapping with the staff like a blind beggar in the market, Palin edged his way into the pitch-dark laboratory. Steele was right behind him. The knight stood poised on the threshold, then he stopped. He did not enter. The door slammed shut. 23. Dalamar returns. A message. Usha's magic. "Major!" Steele Brightblade threw himself at the closed door in an attempt to break it down. "Damn you, Major! Open the door!" "Palin!" Usha was beside him, pounding on the door with her fists. The knight heard faint cries and thumping from the other side of the door. It might have been Palin attempting to open the door, or it might have been the mage sealing it shut. Steele assumed it was the latter. "Go back to the landing," he ordered the woman. "What are you going to do?" "Try to break down the door. I thought I felt it give a moment before." "Go on, you're in my way." "But it's so dark," Usha protested, her voice shaking. "I can't see. What if I fall?" Steele didn't give a damn whether she fell or not, but he curbed his impatience. "Feel your way down. Stay close to the wall. You'll know when you reach the landing. Once you get there, don't move." He heard her cautious footsteps moving slowly down the stairs. Then he forgot about her, focused on the door. He would have to run up the stairs to reach it, which did not provide him with the correct leverage. The woman screamed, "Knight, behind you!" Steele turned, sword raised. Two pale eyes shone in the darkness. "Leave, Sir Knight. The way is forbidden." "You let the mage inside, and the Kender," Steele retorted. "I did not let them in." "Then who did?" "The master of the tower." "Lord Dalamar has returned? Then tell him to let me inside," Steele demanded. The eyes drifted closer. The deadly chill of the netherworld struck through to the marrow of the knight's bones. He gritted his teeth to keep them from clicking together, gripped his sword more tightly.
"I do not refer to Dalamar," said the spectre. "Leave this place now, Sir Knight, or you will never leave it at all."
"Help!" Usha cried. "Someone, please help us!" Her voice echoed eerily through the darkness, circling round and round the tower's inner walls, falling like a stone dropped in a well. The sound was so strange and terrifying that she didn't repeat her call. Help could come, or not, as it chose. Steele's prisoner was on the other side of the door. Steele's duty lay on the other side of that door. He had failed once. He had hesitated on the threshold instead of entering. This realm of wizards was unsettling, unnerving. The very air was clogged and fouled with sorcery, the darkness alive with unquiet spirits. He longed for an enemy he could see, feel. He longed to breathe fresh air, hear the clean clash of sword against sword. He longed to leave this mage's keep, but he could not abandon his duty, not even in death. He struck at the spectre. His sword whistled in the air, clanged against the stone wall with a shower of sparks. The pale, gleaming eyes grew enormous, swelled and bulged. Hands reached out, their cruel touch lethal. Steele slashed at it again. "Takhisis!" he shouted. "Be with me!"
"Your prayers are in vain, Sir Knight," said a voice. "Our queen has no jurisdiction here."
A globe of warm yellow light, held in the hands of a red-robed wizardess, drove the darkness back. Beside her, standing on the landing, was a sorcerer, an elf wearing black robes. At first amazed, Steele then realized that the man must be a dark elf, one who had turned against the light, gone against the precepts of his people. This must be Dalamar the Dark, master of the Tower of High Sorcery. Or was he merely subletting it? Dalamar looked upward to the knight standing at bay on the stairs. "I heard intruders had broken in, that a knight and a white-robed mage had passed safely through the Shoikan Grove. I could not believe it at first. Now I understand. A knight of Takhisis. But where is the white robe who accompanied you? Where is Palin Majer?" "In there," Usha answered, pointing at the laboratory. "He went into that room. The kender went with him, and then the door slammed shut, and we haven't been able—" Her voice sank. Dalamar's face was livid. The infuriated sorcerer turned to the guardian, who continued to hover near. "You failed in your duty. I gave you orders to allow no one to enter." "Your orders were countermanded, my lord Dalamar," the hollow voice returned, "by the true master of the tower." Dalamar did not reply. His face was set and cold, colder than if the chill hands of the undead had touched him. Steele felt the power of the dark elf, felt the heat of his rage. The knight would not have been surprised to see the tower walls start to melt from it. Usha shrank away, hugging the stone wall. Even the elf's companion, the wizardess, took an involuntary step backward. Steele held his ground only because he could not in honor do anything else. And then Dalamar relaxed. The flame in the burning eyes died, their gaze abstracted. He had turned inward, was communing with himself. "Perhaps this is for the best, after all. He may know something." Dalamar's mouth twisted in an ironic smile. "This is out of our hands, apparently, Jenna, for the moment at least." "So it would seem," the wizardess agreed, her gaze going to the sealed door, to the knight standing before it, and the woman crouched against the wall. "What will you do with these two?" Dalamar's gaze returned to the knight, and the dark elf seemed to see him for the first time. "Are you, by chance, Steel Brightblade?" Steele concealed his astonishment, reminded himself that he was in the presence of a powerful sorcerer. "I am," he said proudly. "Kitiara's son!" Dalamar exclaimed. "I should have seen the resemblance. I knew your mother," he added wryly. "You murdered my mother," Steele returned in dire tones. "Which, of course, you consider a debt of honor, one that must be repaid with my blood." Dalamar shrugged. "Very well, you challenge me, I accept. You attack me, I kill you. A waste of a good soldier. Takhisis would not be pleased with either of us. I slew your mother in battle, Steel Brightblade. It was self-defense. She struck first. I could show you that scar. Unfortunately, I cannot show you the other scars she left on me." The last words were spoken low. Steele could not be certain he heard them, and chose to ignore them anyway. He was consulting the vision, as did all the knights of Takhisis when faced with a dilemma. Was it her will that he fight this dark elf and very probably lose his life in the attempt? Was it her will that he make a futile stand at this laboratory door, or did she have other plans for him? He looked into the vision, An image of his mother entered his mind. She bore her sword, carried it unsheathed in her hand, as if she would use it herself. But behind his mother he saw another figure, a 5-headed dragon. His mother stood in the dragon's shadow. It was still confusing. "Sir Knight!" Dalamar was calling to him, had been calling to him for some time now, apparently trying to regain Steele's attention. "What did you say, my lord?" Steele asked, frowning, still attempting to read his Dark Queen's will. "I said that someone has been attempting to contact you," Dalamar repeated patiently. "Your commander, I believe." "How is that possible, my lord?" Steele was suspicious. "No one knows I am here. What does he say?" "I have no idea," Dalamar said with a touch of irritation. "I am not a messenger boy. As for how he knew you were here, I presume someone told him. Possibly the same someone who guided you safely through the Shoikan Grove. If you will abandon your post, Brightblade, I will take you to where you may commune with your officer. I assure you," Dalamar added, "your quest here is futile. Not even I could enter that laboratory. The uncle has sent for his nephew. We must leave it to the two of them." "Palin Majer was my prisoner," Steele said, still hesitating. "I accepted his parole." "Ah," said Dalamar, instantly understanding. "Then you do indeed have a difficult decision to make." Steele took only a moment to make it. His commander knew he was here. It must be Takaisis' will that her knight turn his footsteps in a different direction. It must also be her will that he remain alive. Steele sheathed his sword, descended the stairs. Immediately the two pale eyes resumed their place, guarding the door. "I will take you to the Pool of Seeing," Dalamar said as the knight joined him on the landing. "There you may communicate with your commander. We will travel the corridors of magic, much faster and far less strenuous than these stairs." The dark elf laid his hand on Steele's arm. "You may experience a dizzy sensation." "What about me?" Usha, who might have been a solid stone statue, came suddenly to life. "What will you do with me? And what has happened to Palin? I want to go with him." "Janna, attend to her," Dalamar ordered. The wizardess nodded, smiled. Dalamar spoke words of magic. The darkness opened in front of Steele. He remembered wanting to flee, but the sorcerer propelled him forward. Then his feet touched solid ground. He stood at the edge of a pool, saw himself reflected in the still, dark water. Usha had gone along with the others, mainly because she didn't want to be left alone in the room. And also, she admitted to herself now, because she found the young mage very attractive. He was the first male she'd met who hadn't been stupid and boorish, like the thugs who'd attacked her, or cunning and frightening, like the wizard, or cold and cruel, like the Dark Knight. Palin was different. He reminded her in many ways of her protector. He was gentle, vulnerable. She sensed the fear in him akin to her own. The shadow of some great grief, some secret sorrow hung over him, and yet he was strong, both in will and in courage. She called his face to mind and experienced a wrenching, twisting sensation in her heart that was uncomfortable, painful, exquisitely delightful. "I want to go with Palin," Usha said. "Go ahead." Janna gestured at the laboratory door, at the disembodied eyes of the Guardians. Usha had second thoughts. "I want to leave," she stated. "Everyone else is gone. You can't keep me here against my will." "No, I can't," Janna replied coolly. "Such a powerful sorceress as you could go wherever she wanted." Usha wanted, more than anything else she had ever wanted in her life, to be far from this evil tower. She wanted to have nothing more to do with it or the people inside it, with the possible exception of Palin Majer. She glanced up at the door through which he'd vanished. The eyes of the spectre stared down at her. "I will leave, then," Usha said, and she opened her pouch. She stared in perplexity at the various objects inside. She knew that they were magic, but that was all she knew about them. She bitterly regretted that she had not paid more attention to the instructions. There were several rings, an amulet made of milk quartz, one of garnet, and another of obsidian. 2 scrolls tied up with purple ribbons, a small bag containing some sort of sweet-smelling herbs, a short length of rope, useless as far as she could tell, several tiny carved animal figures, and a small glass vial. She shut her eyes, concentrated, tried to bring back the image and words of her people. The images came, comforting, warm, and forever lost. Tears burned her eyes. She'd been so cold, so selfish. She longed to take back that moment, replace it with another in which she told them how grateful she was to them, how much she loved them, how very much she would miss them. If you're ever in danger and you want to escape, use this. She could see the protector clearly, hear his counsel, feel him press an object into her hand. What object? Which? If you don't want to be trapped alone on the stairs in the dark, I suggest you come with me, Jenna advised, adding dryly, unless you are leaving us. I am leaving, Usha answered. It was either the obsidian amulet or the glass vial, one or the other. One had something to do with shadows, which wouldn't likely be of much help to her. This foul place already had more shadows than it knew what to do with. The other would take her out of danger. How? Usha couldn't recall, but anything was better than this. Obsidian was black, and so were shadows. Logic rejected the amulet, told her to try the vial. Usha had lived around magic all her life, but only magic that was used for good and practical purposes. She had never seen evil or harmful magic until she had come to this dread tower. And so she wasn't particularly frightened about trying an unknown magic. Her protector had given it to her. She trusted him. Usha plucked the vial from her pouch, cracked open the wax seal that covered it. Jenna sprang at her, but it was too late. A thin sliver of whitish-yellow smoke rose from the vial. It smelled sweet, like newly mown grass, and banished the stench of death and decay that seemed to linger in the air. Usha held the vial to her nose. She inhaled the smoke. She became smoke. 24. The Chamber of Seeing.
Where are we now? Steele asked. We stand in the Chamber of Seeing, said Dalamore. It was created by my Shalafi, Raistland Major.
They stood in a circular room in the center of which, taking up almost the entire area, with the exception of a small walkway, was a pool of dark water. A blue flame spurted from the pool's center. The flame gave off no smoke, and what it used for fuel, unless it burned the water, could not be told. And though the flame was bright, it provided little light. The chamber remained dark.
And what does this Chamber of Seeing do? Steele inquired, glancing around in disgust, besides give off a foul smell.
His gaze caught movement around the edge of the pool. His hand went to his sword's hilt.
Relax, Sir Knight, Dalamar said quietly. They cannot hurt you.
Steele, not exactly trusting the black robe, did not let loose his sword. He stared hard in the direction of the movement, sucked in a hissing breath.
What in the Queen's name is that? At one point in his notorious career, my Shalafi attempted to create life. These were the result. They are known as the Live Ones.
Bleeding larva-like masses, the Live Ones crawled, writhed, or pulled themselves along the side of the pool. They made noises, but whether they were speaking or merely bleating in pain-filled distress, Steele could not tell. The knight had seen many horrible sights, seen his comrades hacked to death in battle, seen dying dragons plummet from the skies. For the first time in his life, he was forced to avert his gaze, forced to sternly calm the quaking of his stomach.
Sacrilege, he said, wishing the creatures would cease their pitiable wailings. True, Dalamar agreed. My Shalafi had no great respect for the gods, any gods. But do not waste your sympathy on these. The Live Ones are better off, and they know it. Better off than what? Steele demanded harshly. Those known as the Dead Ones. But come, Sir Knight, your commander desires to speak with you, and we are wasting his valuable time. He seemed quite impatient.
How do I talk to him? Where is he? Steele peered into the shadows as if he expected Sub-Commander Trevelyan to step out of the stone walls.
I have no idea where he is. He did not tell me. Look into the pool.
The Live Ones yammered in excitement. Several dragged their bodies near the edge, pointed to the water with their misshapen appendages. Steele regarded them, the dark elf, and the pool, with suspicion.
Go to the edge, Dalamar instructed impatiently, and look into the water. Nothing dreadful will happen to you. Get on with this, Sir Knight. Your commander's time is not the only time wasted. Critical events are happening in this world, as I believe you are about to discover.
Steele, still dubious but accustomed to obeying orders, walked to the edge of the pool, careful not to step on any of the Live Ones in the process. He stared down into the dark water, and at first saw nothing except the reflection of the blue flame. Then the flame and water blended, rippled. He had a terrifying feeling that he was falling into the pool, put out his hands to stop himself, and very nearly touched Sub-Commander Trevelyan. The Sub-Commander stood in a burned-out shell of a castle. Scorch marks charred the walls. The ceiling beams had fallen in. The roof was now the sky. The Sub-Commander was holding a staff meeting, apparently, for many knights under his command were assembled in the large room. At the far end of the room sat another knight, this one clad in the armor of the Knights of Solamnia. Steele might have taken this knight for a prisoner. but the armor was charred and blackened like the fire-scourged castle walls. Eyes as red as flame burned through the slits of the metal helm. Steele knew then the name of this dread knight, knew where his commander was. Dargard Keep, home of the Death Knight, Lord Soth. "Sub-Commander Trevelyan," Steele saluted. The sub-commander turned around. "Ah, Brightblade, you are still a guest of my Lord Dalamar, I see," the knight saluted. "I thank you, my lord, for conveying my message." Dalamar bowed, his mouth twisted in a half-smile, a half-sneer. He was in a very awkward position. He had no love for Takhisis' grey-robed wizards, yet he was bound, at least outwardly, to do all he could to forward his Dark Queen's cause. "How goes your mission, Brightblade?" Trevelyan continued. "The Grey Knights are most anxious to hear." A quirk of his eyebrow expressed exactly what he thought of the Grey Knights and their anxiety. Steele faced his superior steadfastly, unblinking. "My mission has failed, Sub-Commander. The white-robed Palin Majere has escaped." Trevelyan was grave. "This is most unfortunate, Brightblade. Is there any possibility you can recapture the prisoner?" Steele glanced sideways at Dalamar. The dark elf shook his head. "Not where he has gone," he said softly. "No, Sub-Commander," Steele replied. "A pity." Trevelyan was suddenly cool. "Majere was sentenced to death. You gave your parole for his return. Since you have allowed him to escape, it is you who must take your prisoner's place." "I am aware of that, Sub-Commander." "You will, of course, have the right to state your case before the adjudicator. In this instance, that would be Lord Ariakan himself, since he is your sponsor." Trevelyan appeared relieved. "Fortunately for you, Brightblade, and for me, Lord Ariakan is extremely busy at the moment. Your trial will of necessity be postponed. You are a skilled and valiant soldier. I would regret losing you on the eve of battle, which brings me to my point. You are ordered to return to your Talon." "Yes, Sub-Commander. When?" "Now, immediately. There's no time to waste. I have already dispatched Flair to pick you up." "Thank you, Sub-Commander. Do I join the Talon at Dargard Keep?" "No, Brightblade. We will have moved by then. You will meet us in the Vingard Mountains. At dawn tomorrow we attack the High Clerist's Tower. You should not have any trouble finding us," Trevelyan added, his witticism drawing laughter from the assembled knights. "The gods themselves will look down on this vast army and be amazed. But I will give you directions." Dalamar watched and listened to this conversation in silence. Toward the beginning, Jenna had entered the chamber, beckoned to him that she needed to speak to him. He gave her a sign to wait. Hearing what he needed to hear, Dalamar moved to the front of the chamber, came to stand beside Jenna. "What is it? Keep your voice low." Jenna leaned toward him. "The girl is gone." Dalamar raised an eyebrow. "Gone? How?" Jenna shrugged. "By magic. How else? She took out a vial, broke open the wax seal. Smoke rose from the vial. Before I could stop her, she had inhaled it, and she changed into smoke. There was no way I could reverse the magic, not knowing what spell the Urda had used." "You probably couldn't have halted it anyway," Dalamar remarked. "And so she left. The smoke cloud vanished. She vanished with it." "Interesting. I wondered if she had this capability, why she didn't leave sooner." "Perhaps, as you said, the Urda sent her to spy on us. Does this settle in your mind that she is at least part Urda?" "No, it does not. A gully dwarf could have used those enchanted objects if someone had shown the creature how. This answers none of our questions about the girl. Well, she's gone, and that's that. We have more immediate worries. The Knights of Takhisis plan to attack the High Clerist's Tower at dawn." Jenna's eyes opened wide in astonishment. "Blessed Gillian." "They will win," Dalamar said, frowning, glancing over at Steele. Jenna gazed steadily at Dalamar. "Can it be that such news displeases you? Aren't you on the side of your queen?" "If Takhisis were on my side, I would be on hers," Dalamar replied bitterly. "But she isn't. My queen has seen fit to employ her own wizards to do her work. If the High Clerist's Tower falls to her knights, the city of Palanthus will most assuredly surrender. We will be at the beck and call of the Grey Robes." Jenna was shocked. "Surely you don't imagine they would dare try to take the Tower of High Sorcery from you?" "In an instant, my dear. The Conclave will fight them, of course, but we saw how well that worked when we raided Storm's Keep." Jenna nodded, pale and silent. Her father, Justarius, had died in that disaster. "New Atari must be finding it difficult to stand up to his mother," Dalamar continued dryly, referring to the god of dark magic, the son of Takhisis. "I notice his power has been waning of late." "He is not alone," Jenna said. Lunatari has been strangely powerless, and according to a white robe I spoke to in Wayreth yesterday, Solanari has been distant from his people as well. Dalamar nodded. I believe I will take a little trip, my dear. To the High Clerist's tower? Jenna understood. What do I do with the knight? His blue dragon is coming to fetch him. Take him up to the Death Walk. I will part the magical shell that protects the tower itself long enough for the dragon to descend and pick up her master. Should we let him go? We could make him prisoner. Dalamar considered the matter. No. We will return him to his army. One night more or less isn't going to make any difference to the outcome of the battle. We might use him as hostage. The Knights of Takaisis would do nothing to save him. In fact, he's marked for death if he returns. He lost his prisoner, you see. Then he won't go back. Why should he? Est solaris of mythos. My honor is my life. The Knights of Solamnia said it first, but the Knights of Takaisis subscribe to the same silly code. Try to make him break it. I'm sure you'll find his response quite amusing. Besides, Dalamar added thoughtfully, I'm not certain but that we may be doing Her Dark Majesty a disservice by returning this particular knight to her. He is not wholly under her command. Jenna shook her head. You talk in riddles, my love. He looks pretty well bound to Takaisis to me. What should I do after I get rid of him? Dalamar stared into the dark pool. The light of the blue flame flared in his eyes. If I were you, Jenna, my dear, I would begin packing. Steele concluded his conversation with his commanding officer. The spell ended, the enchantment lifted. Once more the knight stood beside the pool of dark water. Several of the live ones had gathered around him, poking and prodding at his armor with interest. Suppressing a shudder, he backed up swiftly, almost bumped into Jenna. You are leaving us, I hear, Sir Knight. Yes, mistress, Steele replied. My dragon is coming here. He glanced around. Where is Lord Dalamar? My lord has gone to part the magical shield that surrounds this place. I will take you to the Death Walk. You can meet your dragon there. Unless you would rather walk through the Shoiken Grove again, she added archly. Steele, sensing he was being made sport of, maintained cold silence. Please follow me, Sir Knight, Jenna motioned to the door. We will step out into the hallway. I do not want to climb the 1,000 stairs, and I prefer not to cast a magical spell in this room. The enchantments do not blend well. Steele accompanied Jenna from the Chamber of Seeing, not sorry at leaving. Once in the hall outside, he drew in a deep breath. The tower's air was dank and smelled of herbs and spice, mildew and decay, but at least it cleared his nostrils of the foul stench of the chamber. Jenna regarded him curiously. I must first ask, Sir Knight, if you are quite certain you want to leave us. Why wouldn't I? Steele asked, regarding her warily. Is there a chance to find Majer? Not in this life, Jenna replied, smiling. That wasn't what I meant. Dalamar tells me that if you return to your army, you will be executed. Steele was calm. I failed in my duty. The penalty is death. Jenna regarded him with wonder. Then why return? Escape while you can. She moved near him, said softly, I will send you anywhere you want to go. Bury this armor, and you will be a new man. No one would ever know. I would know, mistress, Steele replied. Jenna shrugged. Very well, then. It's your funeral. Shut your eyes. It will help dispel the dizziness. Steele shut his eyes, heard the visitors start to laugh. Dalamar was right. Most amusing. 25. The Well-Dressed Dwarf. Double or Nothing. Usha stood next to a cart full of fruit with no very clear idea of how she got here or where here was. Her body tingled all over from head to toe. Her head seemed filled with wispy, smoky fog, and her nose tickled. She vaguely remembered pulling out the vial, sniffing it, inhaling a most pleasant fragrance, and that was all she knew until now, when she found herself standing in what appeared to be an open-air market crowded with people. Usha expected everyone to be staring at her, having just appeared out of nowhere, but no one was paying the least bit of attention. The people had too many troubles of their own. No one was selling anything in the market except rumors. People huddled in knots, talking in low, urgent tones. Occasionally, someone from one group would leave, go over to another group, spoken in tones of fear and alarm. Usha could make nothing of this. She did overhear enough to convince her that she was once again in Palanthas. Usha sighed. She was not particularly pleased to find herself still in Palanthas, still close to the dread tower. Yet she would have been sad to have left Palanthas, to have left all hope of ever seeing Palin again. Even though she told herself such hope was remote, she nurtured it. She no longer felt friendless and alone. Someone cared for her, and she had someone to care for. She couldn't see the tower from where she stood, but then she couldn't see over the rooftops of the tall buildings surrounding her. She hoped to slip away while no one was bothering about her, lose herself in the crowd. She must do something to earn these steel pieces which the Palanthians considered so valuable. She was thinking about this, wondering what she could do, when the smoke lingering in her nose caused an irritating tickle. She fought it, but could stand it no longer. Usha sneezed loudly. A flashily dressed dwarf near her jumped in alarm, his boots clattering on the pavement. "By Reorp's beard, lass, you gave me a fright," the dwarf gasped, wheezed for breath. His hand pressed over his heart. "I'm sorry, sir," Usha began, but was interrupted by another sneeze. "Have a cold, do you, lass? I'm susceptible to colds." The dwarf, eyeing her nervously, backed up a step. Usha shook her head, unable to explain, due to the onset of a third sneeze. The dwarf backed up still further, held his hat over his face. "Bless you," the dwarf said somewhat belatedly. Usha nodded her thanks, sniffed, and began to sort through her pouches for a handkerchief. The dwarf offered his. It was white, lacy, and marked with the initials D.R. in fanciful stitchery on the corner. The handkerchief looked too fine and elegant to use. Usha, embarrassed, dabbed at her nose with a corner and, blushing, handed it back. The dwarf stuffed the hanky in a pocket and regarded Usha with bright, cunning eyes. "What is your name, lass?" "Usha, my lord," Usha replied with a curtsy, judging, by his clothes, that this dwarf must be someone important, if not the lord of Palanthus himself. "Not my lord, lassie," the dwarf said, though he stroked his full, glossy beard proudly. "Dugan Redhammer, at your service." Usha knew that the dwarves were skilled artisans, handy with metal and stone, but she had never heard that they were leaders in fashion. The legendary beauty of the halls of the the magnificent velvet breeches, black stockings, black shirts, and a wide-brimmed hat with a jaunty red plume rounded out the dwarf's finery. His beard was long and silky black, and extended well past his stout middle. Long black hair curled over his shoulders. The fragrant smells of fresh fruit, which had been sitting in the hot noontime sun, distracted Usha's attention from the dwarf. She had not expected to be hungry again, following the feast in the Tower of High Sorcery, but that had been some time ago, her stomach informed her. Usha took a quick, surreptitious glance at the vendor, was relieved to see it was not the one who'd had her arrested. Still, she'd learned her lesson. She tore her gaze away with a sigh, ordered her insides to think about something else. They refused with a growl. The dwarf saw the look, however, heard the sigh and the growl. "Help yourself, lass," he said, waving his hand. "The plums are not as fresh as they were this morning, but the grapes are fine if you don't mind them a bit shriveled from the heat." "Thank you," Usha said, refusing to look in the direction of the fruit. "But I'm not hungry." "Then you've swallowed a small dog," Dugan said bluntly. "I can hear the beast barking from here. Eat up. I've had my lunch, so you'll not be offending me." "It's not that." Usha's cheeks were pink. I don't have any of what they term coins." "Ah, that is a problem." Dugan stroked his beard, regarded Usha thoughtfully. "New to the city, eh?" Usha nodded. "Where are you living?" "Nowhere in particular," Usha said evasively. The strange dwarf was taking far too great an interest in her personal affairs. "If you'll excuse me." "What do you do for a living?" "Oh, this and that. Look, sir, it's been very nice talking with you, but—" "I understand. You're newly arrived in the city and looking for work. Find it all a bit overwhelming, don't you?" "Well, yes, sir, it's just—" "I think I might be able to help you." Dugan eyed her critically, his head cocked to one side. "You sneaked up on me pretty good. I never heard you coming, and that's a fact." Reaching out, he took hold of her hand, studied it. "Slender fingers. Deft, I'll reckon. Quick? Skilled?" I suppose so." Usha regarded the dwarf with confusion. Dugan dropped her hand as if it had been a piece of sun-baked fruit, stared at her feet a good long time, then lifted his gaze to her face, muttering to himself, "Eyes that would charm Hidjakel from his money-counting. Features that would raise Chemosh out of his own grave. She'll do. Yes, indeed, lassie," he said, raising his voice. "I know some people who are looking for talent just like yours." "What talent?" Usha asked. I don't. But Dugan wasn't listening. Plucking up a bunch of grapes, he thrust them in Usha's hands. He added several plums, a large squash, and would have added turnips, but Usha couldn't hold anything more. This done, the dwarf started to leave. Hey, you! Haven't you forgotten something? The vendor, a large human, had been talking over the rumored fall of Kalaman with several friends. The sight of someone attempting to make off with his wares drove all thoughts of impending war right out of his head. He loomed over the dwarf. I said, haven't you forgotten something? Dugan paused, twirled his mustache. I believe I have. The turnips. Catching up several, he again started to leave. A small matter of my money, the vendor said, blocking their way. Usha stuffed a handful of grapes in her mouth, gulped and swallowed them hurriedly, determined to eat as much as she could in case she had to give the fruit back. Put it on my tab, Dugan said airily. This ain't no alehouse, shorty, snarled the man, crossing his arms over his chest. Pay up. I'll tell you what, my good man, Dugan said affably, though he appeared a bit displeased at the term shorty. I'll flip you for them. He produced a gold coin. The vendor's eyes lit up. The Lord's head up 2 times out of 3, and the fruit is mine. Agreed? Agreed. Dugan flipped the coin. The vendor, scowling, watched it spin in the air. The coin landed on the cart rail, the Lord's head up. The man stared closely at it. Hey, that ain't no Palanthas coin, and that ain't no Lord. That head looks like yours. Dugan snatched up the coin hastily. Must have grabbed the wrong one. He tossed the coin before the man could protest. The head, lord or dwarf, landed up again. Ah, too bad, Dugan said complacently, reaching out to pocket the coin. The vendor was quicker, however. Thank you, he said, snatching it up. That should just about cover your purchases. Dugan's face flushed red. You lost, he roared. The vendor, closely examining the coin, started to turn it over. Well, never mind, Dugan added. Walking hurriedly away, he tugged at Usha to accompany him. It's not whether you win or lose, but how you play the game, I always say. Hey, dwarf, the vendor shouted. You tried to cheat me. This coin has 2 heads, and both of them look like... Come along, lass, Dugan urged, quickening his pace. We don't have all day. Hey, the vendor was screaming at the top of his lungs. The gold's rubbing off. Stop that, dwarf. Dugan was running now, his thick boots clomping on the cobblestone streets. Usha, clutching her food, hastened to keep up. They're chasing us. Turn right down this alley, Dugan huffed and panted. The two dashed into a dark alleyway. Usha, looking behind, noticed that those chasing them skidded to a halt at the alley's entrance. The vendor pointed, cajoling, pleading. Shaking their heads, the men walked away. The vendor, after shouting a few threats at Dugan, stalked off in a rage. They're not coming after us, Usha said in wonder. Thought better of it, Dugan said. Slowing down, he began to fan himself with his hat. Probably noticed I was wearing a sword. You're not, Usha pointed out. Their lucky day, the dwarf said with a sly wink. Usha glanced around nervously. The alley was cleaner than any other she'd seen in Palanthas. It was also darker and emptier, quieter. A crow walked up, cool and confident, began pecking at a plum she'd dropped. Usha shivered. She didn't like this place. Do you know where we are? The crow ceased its pecking, cocked its head, stared at her with beady yellow eyes. Yes, lass, I do, Dugan Redhammer said, smiling. There's folks live around here I want you to meet. They're needing someone like you to do a few small jobs for them. I think you'll suit them just fine, lass. Just fine. The crow opened its beak, gave a raucous, laughing caw. 26. The laboratory. Tasselhoff takes the initiative, among other things. Oh, my, Tasselhoff whispered, too thrilled and awestruck to speak aloud. Don't touch anything, were Palin's first words, uttered in stern and urgent tones. But since these are generally the first words spoken by anyone in the presence of a kender, the warning went right in one side of Tass's head and out the other, ending up nicely rationalized in between. Don't touch anything. Sound advice, I suppose, Tass said to himself, since it's given in the laboratory of one of the greatest, most powerful black robes who ever lived. Touch something in here, and I might end up living inside one of those jars, like that poor dead thing inside that one jar. But there couldn't be any harm in my just taking the lid off to get a closer look. Tass! Palin removed the jar from the kender's hand. I was moving it back so it wouldn't fall, Tass explained. Palin glared at him. Don't touch, he reiterated. Gee, he's in a really bad mood, Tass continued, talking to himself, wandering to another, darker part of the laboratory.
I'll just leave him alone for a while. He doesn't really mean don't touch anything, because I'm already touching something. My feet are touching the floor, and it's a good thing, too, or I'd be floating around like all this dust in the air. That would be quite entertaining. I wonder if I could manage it. Maybe that bottle with the blue-green gunk in it. Grim snatched the bottle from Tess's hand and prevented him from pulling out the stopper. After removing several objects, a stub of a dust-covered candle, a small stone carved in the shape of a beetle, and a spool of black thread from the Kender's pouches, Palin marched Tass over to a dimly lit, empty corner and told him in the most angry tone Tass had ever heard almost anyone use to stay put and don't move. Or I will send you out of here, Palin finished. Tass was well aware that this threat was empty, because while he'd been poking around the laboratory, he'd been vaguely aware of the fact that Palin was beating on the door with his fists, attempting to pull it open, and had once even struck at it with his staff, to no avail. The door wouldn't budge. The knight had also banged on the door for a while, but on the other side. Now the outraged thunderings of steel Brightblade could no longer be heard. "He must have left," Tass said. "Either that or the Spectre got him." This would have been an interesting sight, and one Tass was disappointed to have missed. Still, a Kender can't be everywhere at once, and Tasselhoff wouldn't have lost this opportunity for all the spectres in the world, with maybe a banshee or two thrown in. "Palin doesn't mean to be a grouch. He's just frightened," Tass remarked, sympathy in his voice. The Kender was not personally familiar with that particularly uncomfortable emotion himself, but he had known it to afflict many of his friends, and so he decided, out of compassion for his young companion, to do as Palin asked him to do. Tass stood in the corner feeling virtuous and wondering how long such a feeling would last. Probably not long, virtuousness bordering on boredom. Still, it would do for a while. Tass couldn't touch anything, but he could look, and so he looked with all his might and main. Palin walked slowly around the laboratory. The staff of majors shed a bright light over everything in the room, as if it were pleased to be back home. The room was enormous, certainly far bigger than anyone could have reasonably expected it to be, considering its location and the size of all the other rooms in the tower. Tass had the eerie and exciting impression that the room had grown when he stepped inside, and even more exciting, that the room was still growing. It was an impression received from the fact that no matter where in the room he looked, whenever he took his eyes away and then looked back, he saw something that he was positive hadn't been there before. The biggest object in the laboratory was a gigantic table. Carved of stone, it took up almost the whole middle of the room. Tasselhoff could have lain end to end about 3 times and have had room left for his topknot. Not that he would have wanted to lie in all that dust, which was extremely thick and covered everything. The only tracks Tass could see across the dusty floor were his own and Palin's, not even little mice skitterings. There were no cobwebs either. "We are the first living beings to set foot inside this chamber in years," Palin said softly, unknowingly echoing the Kender's thoughts. The young mage passed a work table, shone the staff's light on innumerable shelves filled with books and scrolls. Some of the books, bound in night blue bindings, Tasselhoff recognized as the spell books belonging to the infamous mage Fistandantalus. Other books in black bindings with silver engraving or red bindings with gold lettering might have been Raistlin's own, or were perhaps left here by the tower's previous inhabitants. Palin stopped in front of these spell books, gazed at them with eager, hungry eyes. He reached out a hand to one, then abruptly pulled it back. "Who am I kidding?" he said bitterly. "If I were to even look at the flyleaf, I'd probably go mad." Having been a traveling companion of Raistlin's, Tass knew enough about magic users to know that a mage of low rank, attempting to read a spell that wasn't meant for him, would go instantly insane. "That's a safety feature," Tasselhoff pointed out, in case Palin didn't know. "Raistlin explained it to me once, the time he took the spell book away from me. He was quite nice about it, saying he didn't want to have an insane Kender on his hands. I said it was awfully kind of him to be so considerate, but that I wouldn't mind being insane, and he said yes, but he would, and I think he added something to the effect that he'd rather have 20 ogres with 20 sticks beating him about the head and shoulders, but I could be mistaken on that point." "Uncle Tass," said Palin in a nervous, half-suffocated, smothered kind of voice, "I don't mean to be rude, especially to someone your age, but would you please shut up?" He continued walking around the room, shining the light of the staff more closely on this item or that, not handling, not touching anything. He covered the entire laboratory twice, with the exception of one little part. He didn't go into the back of the chamber, located almost directly across from where Tasselhoff was standing. That part was very dark, and Tass began to suspect Palin was deliberately keeping the light away from it. Tass knew what was in that part of the laboratory, though. Both Caramon and Tanis had told him the story. Palin kept glancing that direction, then looking back at Tass, as if confused about what he was supposed to do. Well, Tass knew exactly what they were supposed to do. But he's still frightened. Tass commented with a shake of his topknot. That has to be it. I can't imagine why else he's wandering around here when we should be getting on with things. I could tell him what to do. No, that wouldn't be a good idea. As I recall from when I was a mere kender lad, advice from an older person such as myself to a younger person such as Palin is generally not well received. Perhaps I could give him a hint, nudge him along, so to speak. After all, we haven't got all day. It's getting along about supper time, and as I recall, the meals in the abyss, while perhaps being nutritious, were distinctly lacking in flavor. So, now, wait until he's not looking. Palin was inspecting the scrolls in a desultory manner, interested in them, but obviously having something more important on his mind. He glanced at them, sighed, and put them back with obvious reluctance. Come on, find one that you can use, Tasselhoff muttered. And suddenly Palin apparently did so. He examined the wax seal that had been stamped on the ribbon binding the scroll, brightened considerably, and, breaking the seal open, began to scan the contents. Tasselhoff Burfoot, moving as silently as Kender can, which meant that the dust drifting to the floor made as much noise as he did, left his place in the corner, stole stealthily across the room, and boldly mounted the stone dais on which stood the portal to the abyss. This is interesting, Tass, Palin said, turning to look at where the Kender had been. A note of concern crept into his voice when he noticed that Kender wasn't there anymore. Tass? Look what I found, Palin, Tass said proudly. Grasping hold of a golden silk rope hanging at the side of purple velvet curtains, he gave the rope a pull. No, Tass, Palin cried, dropping the scroll and leaping forward. Don't! You could get us... Too late. The curtain lifted, dust shaking down off its folds in a cloud that nearly choked the Kender. And then Palin heard that ominous word, generally the last word those who have the misfortune to travel with the Kender ever hear in this life. Oops! 27. The Thieves' Guild. The New Apprentice. The Thieves' Guild in Palanthas could boast, and usually did with some pride, that it was the oldest guild in the city. Although no official date marked the guild's founding, its members were probably not far wrong in their reckoning. Certainly there were thieves in Palanthas long before there were silversmiths or tailors or perfumers or any of the number of other guilds that now flourished. The Thieves' Guild traced its roots back to ancient times, to a gentleman known as Cat Pete, who had led a band of brigands in the wilds of Solamnia. His band preyed on highway travelers. Cat Pete, his name was not given him because he was silent and cat-like in his grace, but because he had once been soundly whipped with a cat-o'-nine-tails, was very selective of his victims. He avoided lords who traveled with armed escorts, or mages, mercenaries, and anyone wearing a sword. Cat Pete maintained that he was extremely loath to shed blood. So he was, especially his own. He chose to rob the lone and unarmed traveler, the itinerant tinker, the wandering minstrel, the hard-working peddler, the impoverished student, the poor cleric. Needless to say, Cat Pete and his band found it rather difficult to make ends meet. Pete was always hopeful that someday he would accost a tinker who happened to be hiding a load of jewels on his person, but this never happened. During one particularly hard winter, when the band was reduced to such extremes that members were eating their own shoes and starting to look hungrily at each other, Cat Pete decided to better himself. He sneaked out of camp, determined to seek his fortune, or at least a crust of bread, in the newfound city of Palanthas. He was crawling over the walls in the dead of night when he stumbled across a city guard. Those who view Cat Pete in a romantic light say that he and the guard engaged in a vicious battle, that Pete hurled the guard from the top of the wall to the ground below, that the highwayman then entered the city triumphant. Those who have bothered to read the true history of Cat Pete will find the true version of the tale. Upon being accosted on the wall by the guard and threatened with imminent demise, the bold Cat Pete fell to his knees, clasped the guard about the legs, and begged for mercy. The guard at this moment slipped on a patch of ice. Due to the fact that Pete's arms were locked firmly around his knees, the guard could not catch his balance. Arms flailing, he tumbled off the wall. Cat Pete, who'd had sense enough to let go at the last moment, continued to retain his cool presence of mind. He descended to the ground by more conventional means, robbed the body of the dead man, and sneaked into the city, where he took up residence in a cowshed. One could say the guild rose from the cow droppings. Pete always claimed he started the Thieves' Guild, but it was really his lover, a dwarven woman by the name of Quick Hand Bet, who is credited with being the founder. Thieves fall out is an old saying, and as the city grew larger and wealthier, the thieves in Palanthas were falling out on a regular basis. They would often find themselves ransacking a house that had been ransacked the night previous, or, as happened on one noteworthy occasion, 3 separate groups of burglars showed up to burgle the same lord's mansion at the same time. This resulted in a brawl among the thieves, which roused the household. The lord and his servants captured the lot, shut them in the wine cellar, and hanged them the next morning. Cat Pete was unfortunately among their number, and is said to have fought like a fiend before his end, though records indicate he collapsed in a blubbering heap at the foot of the scaffold and had to be hauled up the stairs by the scruff of his neck. Following this disaster, Quick Hand Bet called together as many cut-pursers, cut-throats, and pickpockets as she could persuade to come out of hiding, and gave them a rousing speech. It would be far better, she said, for them to pool their talents, stake out territory, divide the spoils, and not tread on each other's toes. They had all seen the bodies of their comrades swinging on the gibbets. The thieves agreed, and they were never sorry. The Thieves' Guild proved such a success that more and better talent made its way to Palanthas. Through intelligent leadership, the Guild prospered. Its members established bylaws and codes of conduct, to which all who joined the Guild ascribed. The Guild received a share of every thief's spoils, and in return offered training, alibis that would occasionally stand up in court, and hiding places when the Lord's men were on the prowl. The Guild's current headquarters was an abandoned warehouse inside the city wall near the docks. Here the thieves had thrived for years with impunity. The Lord of Palanthas would make on a regular basis a promise to the citizenry that he would shut down the Thieves' Guild. On periodic occasions throughout the year, the city guards would raid the warehouse. The Guild's spies always knew when the guard would be coming. The guard always found an empty warehouse on its arrival. The Lord would tell the citizens that the Thieves' Guild was out of business. The citizens, accustomed to this, continued to bolt and lock their doors at night, and stoically count their losses the next morning. Truth be told, the citizens of Palanthas, though they detested the thieves, were rather proud of their Thieves' Guild. The ordinary money-grubbing burgher, whose inflated prices robbed people on a much smaller scale, could complain about it loudly. Young girls dreamed of the handsome, daring highwaymen they would rescue with their love from a life of crime. The Palanthas citizenry looked down upon lesser towns that had no Thieves' Guild. They spoke with disdain of such cities as Flotsam, whose thieves were unorganized and, it was felt, of generally a much lower class than the Palanthas thieves. The Palanthians were fond of recounting stories of the noble burglar who, upon entering the house of the poor widow to rob her, was so struck by her woeful plight that he actually left money behind. Poor widows of Palanthas would have had occasion to dispute this tale, but no one asked them. It was to this warehouse, or the Guild Hall, as it was grandiosely termed, that Usha and Dugan turned their steps. The alley was dark and deserted. Usha entered it without hesitation. The memory of the tower haunted her. As long as she was anywhere away from that dread place, she was content. She liked the bluff and gruff manner of the dwarf, admired his elegant style of clothing, and, in short, trusted him. She knew nothing of the eyes watching them as they traversed the alley. She was blissfully ignorant of the fact that, had she been in this place alone, she would have had her throat slit. The eyes knew and approved Dugan, however. The bird whistles and cat howls that Usha thought innocently belonged to birds and cats guided the dwarf and his companions safely through the gauntlet of spies and guards. The warehouse was a gigantic building that butted up against the city wall. Because it was made of the same stone as the wall, it looked rather like a growth or tumor that erupted from the wall's surface, spread into the streets. It was grey, mottled, sagging, crumbling. What windows it had were either filthy or broken. Blankets had been stuffed into the holes, to be removed should the building ever come under attack. They were ideal for archers. The door was thick, massive, made of wood banded with iron, and bore a peculiar mark on it. Dugan knocked on the door in a strange and involved manner. A panel slid open near the bottom. An eye peered out. The eye studied Dugan, shifted to Usha, shifted back to Dugan, narrowed, then vanished as the panel slid shut. "You don't mean to say people live here?" Usha said, looking around in disgust and astonishment. "Shh! Hush! Keep your voice down, lass," Dugan cautioned. "They're quite proud of this, you know, quite proud." Usha couldn't see why, but she kept silent, thinking that was only polite. She glanced back over her shoulder. The Tower of High Sorcery, though far away, was visible. She could even see, or so she imagined, the window of Dalamar's study. She pictured the mage standing at the window, staring out into the streets below, searching for her. Shuddering, she edged closer to Dugan and wished whoever lived in this building would answer the door. She looked back to find the door already open. Usha stared, startled. She hadn't heard a sound. At first she didn't see anyone in the doorway. All was dark beyond, and a dreadful smell of garbage and worse caused her to wrinkle her nose. She thought at first it was coming from inside the building, but a voice spoke from the odoriferous shadows. "What do you want?" "Why, it's a dwarf," said Usha, relieved. "Bite your tongue," Dugan growled. "It's a gully dwarf, no relation," he added stiffly. "But he—" She thought it was a he, but it was hard to tell through the rags. "Looks just like—" She was about to say, "you," but a ferocious glint in Dugan's eye warned her to amend. A dwarf," she finished lamely. Dugan, clearly indignant, made no answer. He spoke to the gully dwarf. "I want to see Lynch. Tell Lynch that Dugan Redhammer is here and that I won't be kept waiting. Tell Lynch that I have something for him that will be to his advantage." The gully dwarf started on 3 separate occasions, each time Dugan finished a sentence, to leave on his errand, only to turn around whenever Dugan spoke. "Stop!" the gully dwarf shouted suddenly. "Me dizzy!" He did look queasy. Usha was beginning to feel queasy herself, but that was from the smell. "Me not feel good," the gully dwarf said thickly. "Feel like gotta barf." "No, no," Dugan cried, stepping hastily out of range. "Just rest yourself, there's a good chap." "Barfing not bad," the gully dwarf argued, brightening. "If meal was good going down, it'd be just as good coming back up." "Fetch Lynch, you little maggot," Dugan ordered, mopping his face with a handkerchief. The heat in the breathless alley was stifling. "Who's Lynch?" Usha asked, as the gully dwarf obediently trotted off. "His full name is Lynched Geoffrey," said Dugan in an undertone. "He's the guild master." "What an odd name," Usha whispered. "Why is he called that?" "Because he was." "Was what?" "Lynched. Don't mention the rope burn on his neck. He's very sensitive about it." Usha was curious to know how a man who'd been lynched was still walking around. She was about to ask when Lynched Geoffrey appeared in the doorway. He was tall and lithe and slender, with overlarge hands and thin, long fingers that were in constant motion, snapping, twitching, wiggling, or waving. A skilled pickpocket who had reportedly once stolen a silk shirt off a nobleman's back, leaving his jacket untouched. Lynch maintained that these exercises kept his fingers supple. A thick scar of fiery red encircled his throat. His face was nondescript. The scar was his most interesting feature. "What are you staring at, girl?" Lynch demanded angrily. "Nothing, sir," Usha stammered, forcing her gaze up from the scar to meet the man's small weasel-like eyes. Lynch snarled, unconvinced, turned to Dugan. "Where have you been hiding out, old friend? We was talking about you the other day. Could have used you for a little tunneling job we had. You dwarves are good at that sort of thing." "Yes, well, I've been involved in other matters," Dugan muttered, appearing displeased at the sneering way in which the man said, "you dwarves," but swallowing his ire. "Now, down to business. My young friend here," he indicated Usha, "is new in town. She needs a place to sleep." "This ain't a boarding house," Lynch said, putting his hand on the door, which started to shut. Dugan inserted his large, heavy-booted foot, propped the door ajar. "If you'd let me finish, Lynch, old friend, I was about to say that the lass here needs a way to earn a living. She needs a bit of training in the art. I'm willing to pay the cost of her teaching," the dwarf added surlily. Lynch again opened the door. He took a close look at Usha, who didn't at all like the way he stared at her, as if he were peeling back not only the layers of her clothes, but the skin beneath. She flushed hotly. She didn't like this place or this odious man with his insect-wriggling hands. She wasn't at all certain that whatever he had to teach, she wanted to learn. She was about to bid them all goodbye, when, glancing back at the end of the alleyway, she saw a black-robed mage standing there. There were many black-robed mages in Palanthas, and more than a few had dealings with the folk in the warehouse, but Usha instantly assumed that this mage was Dalamar. The mage was at the alley's opening. His head, covered with his hood, was turning this way and that, as if searching for someone. The alley, at the end of which she and the dwarf were standing, was long. The shadows were deep. It was probable he had not yet seen her. Usha sprang forward, grasped Lynched Geoffrey by his splay-fingered hand, shook it until she nearly shook it off. "I'm so pleased to make your acquaintance," she said breathlessly. "I'll work hard. I'm a hard worker." Skipping past him, she ducked into the darkness of the warehouse, gulped in the foul-smelling air with relish. Dwarf and thief appeared somewhat taken aback by her enthusiasm. "She moves quick enough, I'll say that for her," Lynch remarked. He wrung his hand. "Got a good, strong grip, too." Dugan drew a money purse from his broad black belt, hefted it in his hand. "Done," said Lynch, and politely invited Dugan to step inside. "Now, what's your name, girl?" "My name is Usha," she said, looking around her curiously. The interior of the warehouse was cavernous. Part of the floor was filled with tables and chairs, resembled the common room of an inn. Torches blazed on the walls. Thick candles burned on the tables. People sat around the tables, drinking, eating, gaming, talking, or sleeping. Every age, every race living on Ansalon was represented. The Thieves' Guild may have had its faults, but prejudice wasn't one of them. 2 humans sat drinking companionably with 3 elves. A dwarf played at dice with an ogre. A hobgoblin and a kender were engaged in a drinking contest. A red-robed wizardess was involved in a heated discussion about Sargonus with a minotaur. Children ran among the tables, playing rough-and-tumble games. The rest of the warehouse was lost in shadow, so Usha couldn't see what it contained. No one looked at her. No one paid her the slightest attention. Thinking that it wouldn't hurt to impress her future employer, she added, "My full name is Usha Majer. I'm Raistlin's daughter."
"Yeah," said Lynch Geoffrey. "And I'm his mother." He spit on the floor.
Usha stared, taken aback. "I beg your pardon?"
"Raistlin's daughter," Lynch laughed unpleasantly. "That's what they all say. I had 3 come here last year claiming that very thing."
His voice hardened. The weasel eyes were cold, flat.
"Who are you, really? Not a spy?"
With a suddenness the eye couldn't follow, a knife glinted in Lynch's hand.
"We deal short and swift with spies, don't we, brothers?"
The other guild members were on their feet. Knives slid out of boots and swords rattled in their sheaths. Spell words and prayer chants crackled in the air, accompanied by the eerie sound of a whirling hoopak. Usha stumbled backward until she bumped into the closed, barred door. Dugan put his rotund body between her and the guildmaster. The dwarf held up the purse.
"You know me, Lynch Geoffrey. What would I be doing, bringing a spy in here? So the lass claims her father is Raistlin Majer."
Dugan appeared somewhat flustered at this, glanced at Usha out of the corner of his eye, but continued gamely on.
"Who's to say it isn't so? How many of you—"
He now cast a beetle-browed, scathing gaze around the assembled company.
"Can swear an oath as to who your fathers were?"
By the mutters and head-noddings that went around, most seemed to think the dwarf's contention sound. The fat purse, clinking comfortably with the ring of steel, added weight to his argument.
"Sorry if I was a bit hasty, girl,"
Lynch said, the knife in his hands vanishing as swiftly and mysteriously as it had appeared.
"I'm of a highly sensitive nature, and I'm subject to nerves."
He turned to Dugan.
"We'll take her on as apprentice, standard terms. What do you want her trained for?"
Special job,"
Dugan said evasively. Lynch frowned.
"What kind of job, dwarf?"
"That's for me to know and you not to," Dugan snapped. "I'm paying you to train her, that's all."
Lynch might have been less willing to yield had the size of the purse been smaller. As it was, he said, scowling,
"The guild comes in for its cut, don't forget that."
Dugan looked around at the people standing, watching. He looked especially at the children. His severe expression softened. He took off his hat with its elegant plume, held it over his chest, as he might if he were taking a vow.
"If we succeed, you will all share, that I promise. If we fail, no blame to any of you."
He sighed, appeared downcast for a moment. Lynch deftly snatched the purse.
"It's a deal. What do we teach her to do? Picking, dipping, shilling, luring, baiting?"
He and Dugan went off into a corner and were soon engaged in deep conversation. Usha found a chair at an empty table and sat down. A ragged child brought her a plate of stew and a mug of ale. She ate hungrily. Thoughts of Palin and concern over his fate cast the only shadow over her contentment. The heart of youth is ever optimistic, particularly when that heart has felt love's first painfully sweet constrictions. The gods would not have brought us together if they had meant to then separate us so cruelly. This was Usha's conviction, which said a great deal for her faith, if not much for her knowledge of the harshness of reality. Finished with her meal, Usha was relaxed and happy in her new situation. As crudely as these people talked, as strange and sinister as they appeared, Usha was no longer afraid of them. Luring, baiting. These people were fishermen, of course. Book 3. 1. The warning. 3 come together. Tanis must choose. Tanis stood on the topmost battlements of the High Clerist's tower, gazing over them at the empty road that led to the city of Palanthas. He walked that road in his mind, came to the city, imagined the unrest. Rumor of the oncoming enemy had reached the city at daybreak. It was now noon. People would have closed up shops and stalls, taken to the streets, listening avidly to any and all rumors, the more outlandish, the better believed. Of course, by this evening, the Lord of Palanthas would have his speech prepared. He would stand on his balcony, read from his notes, reassure the populace that the High Clerist's tower stood between them and the enemy. Then, on this comforting note, he would go inside to dinner. Tanis snorted, "I wish someone would come comfort me." And someone did come, but he was bringing neither comfort nor reassurance. Neither did he travel the road, but arrived in a far more unconventional manner. Tanis walked east along the battlements, turned, was about to retrace his steps, when he nearly knocked over a black-robed wizard who stood blocking his path. "What the—" Tanis gripped the top of the wall to steady himself. "Dalamar, where did—"
"Palanthas. I travel the roads of magic and do not have time to listen to you spluttering. Are you in charge here?"
"Me? Good heavens, no, I'm only—"
"Then take me to someone who is," Dalamar said impatiently, "and tell these fools to sheathe their swords before I turn them into pools of molten metal."
Several knights keeping watch on the battlements had drawn their swords and now surrounded the dark elf. "Put away your weapons," Tanis told them. "This is Lord Dalamar of the Tower of High Sorcery. He is quite capable of carrying out his threats, and we're going to need all the swords we can get. One of you go find Sir Thomas and tell him that we request a meeting with him at once." "Indeed, you speak truly about needing swords, half-elven," Dalamar observed as they proceeded along the battlements, heading for the inner chambers. "Though I think it more likely that what you truly need is a miracle." "Paladine has provided those for us in the past," Tanis said. Dalamar glanced around the tower. "Yes, but I see no befuddled old wizard mumbling over his fireball spells and wondering where he's put his hat." The dark elf came to a halt, turned to face Tanis. "Dark times are coming. You should not be here, my friend. You should leave, return to your home, to your wife. I can assist you if you like. Say the word, and I will send you there at once." Tanis eyed the dark elf. "Your news is as bad as that." "As bad as that, half-elven," Dalamar answered quietly. Tanis scratched his beard. "I'll wait to hear it, then decide." "Suit yourself." Dalamar shrugged, started walking again, moving in haste. His black robes swirled around his ankles. The few knights they passed regarded the wizard with baleful glances and drew hastily away. Tanis entered the council chambers. An armed escort of knights bore down on them. "I'm looking for Sir Thomas," Tanis called. "And he is looking for you, my lord," answered the escort's commander. "I've been sent to tell you that a knights' council has been convened to deal with this crisis. Sir Thomas has heard that Lord Dalamar arrives with news." "Of the most urgent nature," Dalamar said. The knight gave a stiff, cold bow. "My Lord Dalamar, Sir Thomas extends his thanks for your coming. If you will impart this news to me, or to my Lord Tanis, half-elven, if you prefer, we will not detain you longer." "You do not detain me," Dalamar returned. "There exists no means by which you could detain me. I came of my own free will, and I will leave that way after I have spoken to Thomas of Thalgard." "My lord," the knight hesitated, struggling between politeness and policy, "you place us in a most difficult situation, if I may speak bluntly." "Do so, if that will hurry this along," Dalamar returned with mounting impatience. "You must know, my lord, that you are the enemy, and as such—" Dalamar shook his head. "You don't have very far to look to find your enemies, Sir Knight, but I am not among them." "Perhaps," the knight was not convinced, "but I have my orders. This may be a trap laid by your sovereign queen in order to ensorcel our commanders." Dalamar's face paled in anger. "If I wanted to ensorcel your commanders, Sir Knight, I could do so from the comfort and safety of my home. At this very instant I could—" "But he wouldn't," Tanis intervened hastily. "Lord Dalamar comes in good faith, I swear it. I will answer for him with my life, if need be." "And I will also," came a calm, clear voice from another hallway. Lady Chrysania, led by the White Tiger and escorted by a party of knights, walked into the council chambers. The tiger gazed intently at each man present, not with the quick, suspicious gaze of an animal, but with the intent, thoughtful, and intelligent gaze of a man. And it might have been Tanis's imagination, but he could have sworn that Dalamar and the tiger exchanged an oblique signal of recognition. The commander and his men fell to their knees, bowed their heads. The revered daughter of Paladine bid them rise, then turned her sightless eyes toward Dalamar. The dark elf had inclined his head in a respectful gesture, but he did not bow. At her softly spoken command, the tiger led her to Dalamar, though the beast interposed its massive body between the two of them. Chrysania extended her hand. Dalamar brushed the woman's hand with the tips of his fingers. "I thank you for your support, revered daughter," he said, though with a touch of sarcasm. Chrysania turned toward the knights. "Will you now be so good as to escort us all three into the presence of Sir Thomas of Thalgard?" Although the knights were obviously reluctant to escort Dalamar anywhere except to the dungeons, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The Knights of Solamnia served the god Paladine. Revered daughter Chrysania was the highest official in the church dedicated to the worship of their god. "This way, my lords, revered daughter," the commander said, and ordered his men to fall into ranks behind them. "How did you know I would be here, revered daughter?" Dalamar asked her in an undertone, seemingly not altogether pleased. "Are my movements being watched by the church?" "Paladine watches all his children, my lord, as a shepherd watches all his sheep, not excluding the black ones," she added with a smile. "But no, Sir Wizard, I did not know you were here. Strange rumors are circulating around Palanthus. No one could give me any information, so I came to find out for myself." A slight emphasis on the words "no one" and the soft sigh that accompanied them caused Dalamar to regard her more closely. He took a step nearer. The tiger paced along with immense dignity, guiding its mistress's steps and keeping careful watch. End of Side 7. To continue, turn the cassette over.
Side 8, Dragons of Summer Flame, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Continuing on page 266. I take it then, Reverend Daughter, that your God has spoken nothing to you of what is transpiring in the world? Chrysania did not answer in words, but her troubled, pale face expressed her thoughts. I do not ask out of some vindictive sense of triumph, revered daughter, Dalamar pursued. My own god, Nuatare, has been strangely silent of late, as have all the gods of magic. As for my queen... Dalamar shrugged, shook his head. Nuatare's power wanes, and as a consequence my own has been affected. The same is true of Lunatare and Solinare. All mages report it. It's almost as if the gods were preoccupied. Chrysania turned toward him. You are right, my lord. When I heard these rumors, I took them to the god in prayer. You see this amulet I wear around my neck? She indicated a medallion made of silver, adorned with an image of a dragon done in beaten gold. Whenever I have prayed to Paladine in the past, I feel his love surround me. This medallion, she touched it reverently, begins to glow with a soft light. My soul is quieted, my troubles and fears ease. She was silent a moment, then she added softly, Of late the medallion has remained dark. I know Paladine hears my prayers. I feel that he wants to comfort me. But I fear that he has no comfort to offer. I thought perhaps this threat posed by Lord Ariakan is responsible. Perhaps, Dalamar said, but he obviously remained unconvinced. We may find out more soon. Palin Majer has entered the portal. Is this true? Chrysania was dismayed. I am afraid it is. How did he get in? You locked up the laboratory. You posted guards. He was invited, my lady, Dalamar said dryly. I think you can guess by whom. Chrysania went white, the color fleeing her cheeks. Her steps faltered. The tiger pressed comfortingly against her, offering support. Tanis was quick to come to her aid, took hold of her arm. Feeling her tremble, he cast an angry glance at Dalamar. You let Palin go. You should have stopped him. I did not have much choice in the matter, half-elven, Dalamar returned, dark eyes flashing. All of us here know firsthand of Raistlin's power. Raistlin Majer is dead, Chrysania said firmly, her momentary weakness swiftly passing. Standing straight, she withdrew her arm from Tanis's. He was granted peace for his sacrifice. If Palin Majer has been lured into the abyss, her voice softened in sorrow, then it is by some other force. Dalamar opened his mouth, caught Tanis's warning frown. The dark elf remained silent, though his lip curled derisively. The three said no more during the remainder of their walk, each occupied with his or her own thoughts, none of them very pleasant, to judge by the shadowed expressions. The commander led them into a long hallway decorated with flags. Each flag bore the family crest of one of those currently listed on the rolls. The flags hung unmoving in the hot, breathless air. Tanis, looking down the long row, found the crest of the Majer family, newly designed for the admittance of the two brothers into the knighthood. The flag bore a rosebud, symbol of Majer, the god for whom the family had been named, submerged in a flagon of foaming ale. Tanis had always thought the crest looked more like a sign for an inn than a knightly standard. But Caramon had designed it, and was immensely proud of it. Tanis loved his friend too well to breathe a word against it. As he watched, two young pages mounted on ladders were draping the flag with black cloth. My lords, revered daughter, please enter. The commander flung open the doors to a large room, invited the three to speak before the Knights' Council. The Knights' Council is convened only on certain occasions, these governed by the measure. They include the determination of strategies for war, the assignment of orders, the selection of a warrior lord prior to battle, to hear charges of unknightly conduct, to honor those who have performed valiantly, and to settle questions concerning the measure. The council is made up of 3 knights, one from each of the orders, rose, sword, and crown. These 3 sit at a large table carved with the symbols of the orders, placed opposite the entrance to the council chamber. Those knights whose duties permit may be present during a council meeting. Those who wish to speak before the council stand in a cleared area directly in front of the table. After the code of the knights, Est Solaris of Mythos is recited by all knights present in the hall. The knight's hymn is sometimes sung if the reason for the council's convening is a joyous one. At this meeting, the 3 knights present recited the code and then took their seats. The hymn was not sung. I must say, this is a historic occasion, Sir Thomas commented after introductions had been performed and chairs brought for the visitors. And, if you'll forgive me for saying it, not one I particularly like. To put it bluntly, this meeting of you three here at this time—" He shook his head. "It smacks of doom." "Say rather that we have been brought here to avoid doom, my lord." Lady Chrysania spoke gently. "I pray to Paladine you are right, revered daughter," Sir Thomas replied. "I see you restless with impatience, Sir Wizard. What news do you bring us that is so urgent as to warrant a black robe's appearance before a knight's council? A thing that has never happened in all the history of the knighthood."
"My lord," said Dalamar briskly, determined to waste no more time, "I have it on good authority that the Knights of Takaisis will attack this fortification at dawn tomorrow morning." Lady Chrysania drew in a sharp breath. "Tomorrow?" The tiger at her side growled softly. She calmed him with a whispered word, a caressing touch on the head. "So soon? How can this be?" Tanis sighed inwardly. "So this is what Dalamar meant when he warned me not to remain here. If I do, I will be embroiled in the battle. He is right. I should leave, return home." Sir Thomas of Falgard shifted his troubled gaze from Dalamar to Tanis to Lady Chrysania and back to Dalamar. The other two members of the council, a knight of the sword and a knight of the crown, remained seated rigidly upright, their stern countenances betraying nothing of their thoughts. It was left to the highest-ranking knight to speak first. Sir Thomas tugged on the long moustaches that were a hallmark of the knighthood. "I trust you will not take it amiss, my Lord Dalamar, if I question your reasons for bringing this news to us." "I see no need to explain to you my reasons for doing anything, my lord," Dalamar replied coolly. "Suffice it to say, I have come here to warn you to make what preparations you can to meet this assault. Tanis Half-Elven, though he cannot answer for my motives, can answer for my veracity." "I believe I can answer for his motives," Lady Chrysania added in a low voice. "If you want to know how I know, I can easily satisfy you on that score," Dalamar continued, unmoved by the interruption. "I have recently been in the company of a knight of Takaisis, a man named Steel Brightblade." "Son of Sturm Brightblade," Tanis reminded them. The faces of the three knights darkened, their frowns deepened. "The despoiler of his father's tomb," said one. "Say rather, the receiver of his father's blessing," Tanis corrected, adding irritably, "Damn it, I've explained the circumstances before this very council." The three knights exchanged sidelong glances but said nothing. Tanis Half-Elven was a legendary figure in Solamnia. A renowned hero, he exerted a powerful force in this part of the world. Following the aforementioned incident with Steel Brightblade in the sacred tomb of the knights, Tanis had been requested to appear before the Knights' Council to explain why he had personally escorted a young man known to be loyal to the Dark Queen into the tower of the High Clerist, and had then proceeded to take him to the tomb, where the young man had committed the dire sacrilege of disturbing the rest of his hero father. Steel Brightblade had destroyed the body, stolen his father's magical sword, and injured several knights while battling his way out. Not only that, but Tanis Half-Elven and his friend Caramon Majer had actually aided and abetted the evil knight in his escape. Tanis had given his own view of the incident. According to him, Steel had come to pay his respects to his father. He had been given the sword as a gift by his father, perhaps in an effort to turn the young man from the dark path on which he was bound to walk. As to Tanis and Caramon aiding him, they had both made pledges to the young man to guard him with their lives. The Knights' Council had heard other testimony, notably from revered daughter Chrysania, who had spoken up for both men, adding her firm belief that Paladine himself had guided their way into the tower, for though he wore his own armor, adorned with the Death Lily, evidence indicated that Steel Brightblade had been mistaken by every Solamnic knight he met for one of their own, until the end. The knights could not very well rule against such eloquent and moving testimony. They had judged that Tanis Half-Elven had acted out of honor, though it was perhaps misguided. The incident had been closed, but, as Tanis now saw, not forgotten, nor apparently forgiven. Sir Thomas sighed, pulled his mustaches again. He looked at the other two, who nodded silent agreement to his silent question. "I thank you for your warning, Lord Dalamar," Thomas said. "I may tell you that your information corresponds to that which we've obtained from other sources. We did not know that the attack was expected so soon, but we have been expecting it. We are prepared." "I did not see much in the way of preparation," Dalamar said wryly. He sat forward in his chair, indicated a map that was spread out on the table. "My lord, this is not a small force of knights you are facing. It is an army, a great army, numbering in the thousands. They have recruited barbarians from a distant land to fight for them. They have their own sorcerers, powerful wizards, as I have cause to know, who obey no laws of magic except their own." "We are aware of this," Sir Thomas began.
"What you may not be aware of, my lord, is that they passed through Naraka. Dark clerics entered the haunted ruins and summoned the shades of the dead to join the fight.
They stopped in Dargard Keep, and I have no doubt that you will find Lord Soth and his warriors among the attacking forces. Lord Ariakan is their leader. You trained him yourselves. You know better than I do his worth." This was apparent, to judge by the grim expressions on the knights' faces. Sir Thomas stirred restlessly in his chair. "All this you say is very true, Lord Dalamar. Our own scouts confirm it. Yet I say this to you, the tower of the High Clarist has never fallen while men of faith defended it." "Perhaps that's because men of faith have never attacked it," Lady Chrysania said suddenly and unexpectedly. "The Knights of Terkaisis have been raised together since boyhood," said Dalamar. "They are unswervingly loyal to their queen, their commanders, each other. They will sacrifice anything, including their lives, to advance the cause. They live by a code of honor as strict as your own. Indeed, Lord Ariakan patterned it after your own. It is my opinion, my lords, that you have never been in greater danger." Dalamar gestured to the window. "You say you are prepared, yet what have you done? I look out and I see the main road, which should be clogged with knights on horseback and their attendants, lines of foot soldiers, wagons and carts bringing in weapons and supplies. Yet that road is empty." "Yes, it is empty," replied Sir Thomas. "Do you want to know the reason why?" He folded his hands, rested them on the map. His gaze encompassed all three of them. "Because the enemy holds it." Tanis heaved a sigh, rubbed his bearded chin. "We sent out couriers, Dalamar. They travelled on dragonback to call the knights to arms. They have been gone 3 days. You see the response." "Those knights with land and castles on the eastern borders sent back word that they were already under siege, and some did not answer at all," Sir Thomas said quietly. "In many cases the couriers sent to fetch the knights did not themselves return." "I see," Dalamar murmured, his brow furrowed in thought. "Forgive me, I was not aware." "Ariakan's armies are moving with the speed of a brush fire. He is ferrying his troops and baggage and siege engines down the Vingard River on a vast armada of barges. The river is ordinarily raging this time of year, but now, due to the drought, it is as smooth and placid as a glass of warm ale. Their barges have travelled swiftly, manned by the barbarians from the east. No obstacle can stop his army. He has in his force huge beasts known as mammoths, who are reputed to be able to knock down living trees with their heads, lift the trunks with their long noses, and toss them aside as if they were twigs. Evil dragons fly overhead guarding the army, poisoning with dragon fear the hearts and minds of any who dare face them. I did not know about the undead of Naraka or Lord Soth, but I can't say that I'm surprised." Sir Thomas straightened, his expression grave but stern and dignified. His voice was steady, his gaze steadfast, unwavering. "We are prepared, my lords, my lady. The fewer the numbers, the greater the glory, or so it is said." The knight smiled slightly. "And Paladine and Kiri Jolith are with us." "Their blessings on you," revered daughter Chrysania said softly, so softly that she was almost inaudible. Thoughtful, musing, she stroked the head of the tiger. Sir Thomas regarded her with concern. "Revered daughter, the day is waning. You should return to Palanthus before darkness falls. I will order you an escort." Lady Chrysania lifted her head. "Indeed, you will do no such foolish thing, Sir Thomas. You need every man you have. A golden dragon who serves me in Paladine's name brought us here. Friar Gold will carry us safely back." She stroked the tiger, who had risen to its feet. "My guide, Tandar, will see that no harm comes to me." The tiger Tandar gazed at all of them, and Tanis had no doubt that Chrysania was as safe with that fierce savage and loyal companion as she would be with a regiment of knights. She rose to take her leave. The knights, Tanis and Dalamar, all stood in respect. "Several clerics are already on their way to aid you. They are driving a wagon filled with supplies and will arrive here sometime tonight. They volunteered, my lord," she said, forestalling Sir Thomas's objections. "You will need them, I think." "They will be most welcome," the knight replied. "Thank you, revered daughter." "It is the least I can do," she said, sighing. "Farewell. The gods be with you. I will remember you with my prayers." She turned away. Her steps guided by the tiger, she left the chamber. In leaving, she passed Tanis. He heard her add, in a soft murmur, "If anyone is listening." "I, too, will take my leave," Dalamar said. "I would offer you the aid of magic, but I know it would not be accepted. Though I remind you that Lord Ariakan has made wizards a part of his army equal in rank and status to warriors." Sir Thomas was properly apologetic. "I am aware of that, Sir Wizard, and I thank you for the offer. Our knights have never practiced the art of combining steel and sorcery. I fear that more harm than good might be done in such circumstances." "You are probably right, my lord," Dalamar responded with a sardonic smile. Well, I bid you all good fortune. You won't mind my saying that you will need it. Farewell. Thank you, Lord Dalamar, Sir Thomas said. Your warning may well have saved the day. Dalamar shrugged, as if the matter no longer interested him. He looked at Tanis. Are you coming with me? Sir Thomas looked at Tanis. Everyone in the room was looking at Tanis. Would he be leaving or staying? Tanis scratched his beard, aware that he had to make his decision. The only way to leave safely now was to take Dalamar's path, travel the roads of magic. Sir Thomas, drawing near Tanis, requested a word in private. I will wait for you, half-elven, Dalamar said, adding pointedly, but not for long. Tanis and Sir Thomas strode outside onto a small balcony off the Knights' Council room. It was not yet sundown, but the shadows of the mountains brought a premature night to the tower. In the courtyard below stood an immense and magnificent golden dragon, Fire Gold, the dragon who served revered daughter Chrysania. Other dragons, mostly silvers, circled the tower, keeping watch. Sir Thomas leaned on the balustrade, gazed out into the gathering darkness. I will be blunt with you, Tanis, the knight said quietly. I can use your help, not just your sword arm. I need you in command. The knights left to defend the tower are mostly young men, new to the knighthood. Their fathers and elder brothers, those whom I would normally put in command, are home defending their own manors and towns. Which is where I should be, Tanis said. I grant you that, Sir Thomas agreed readily. And if you leave, I will be the first to bid you Godspeed. The knight turned, looked at Tanis directly. You know the situation as well as I do. We face overwhelming odds. The High Clerist's tower must stand, or all of Solamnia will fall. Ariakan will control the north of Ansalon. He will establish this as his base of operations. From here he can attack the south at his leisure. It will be long months before we would be able to regroup and take the tower back, if then. Tanis knew this, knew it perfectly well. He knew, too, that if the people of Ansalon had only listened to him and Laurana and Lady Chrysania and, yes, even Dalamar 5 years ago, this would have never happened. If the elves and dwarves and humans had only put aside their petty quarrels and concerns and come together to form the alliance they had proposed, then the tower would have defenders, more than it needed. Tanis could see it in his mind, elven archers lining the battlements, doughty dwarven warriors manning the gates, all fighting shoulder to shoulder with their human comrades. It was a fine picture, but one that would never be painted. If I return home, he thought, it will be to an empty house. Laurana would not be there. She and Tanis had said their farewells. Both had known at the time that this parting might be their last. He remembered. Stopping by his house on his way from Solace to the High Clerist's tower, Tanis had expected his usual warm welcome. He didn't get it. No one came running from the stables to tend to the needs of the griffin on which he'd flown. No servant greeted him at the door. Those bustling past on errands gave him hurried curtsies and disappeared into other parts of the large mansion. His wife, Laurana, was nowhere to be found. A large traveling chest sat squarely in the center of the entryway. He had to squeeze his way past it. He could hear voices and footsteps, all of them in the upper levels. He climbed the stairs in search of an answer to all this upset and confusion. He found Laurana in their bedroom. Clothes were spread out on the bed and over all other available surfaces, draped over chairs, flung over the hand-painted standing screens. Another traveling chest, this one smaller than one downstairs, was in the center of the room. Laurana and 3 maidservants were sorting, folding, packing. They never noticed Tanis standing in the doorway. Tanis remained silent, taking this brief moment to watch his wife unobserved, to watch the sunlight shine through her golden hair, to admire the grace of her movements, to hear the music of her voice. He captured an image of her to hold in his mind, as he kept her painted portrait in miniature near his heart. She was elven, and the elves do not age as rapidly as do humans. Laurana, at first glimpse, would seem to any human onlooker to be in the early years of womanhood. If she had remained in her elven homeland, she might have maintained that appearance of eternal youthfulness, but she had not. She had chosen to marry a half-breed. She had cut herself off from her family and friends, had taken up her residence in human lands. And she had spent these intervening years working ceaselessly and tirelessly for an end to the conflict that divided the two races. The work, the burden, the flashes of hope, followed by the destruction of dreams, had dimmed the bright elven serenity and purity. No lines or wrinkles marred her skin, but sorrow cast its shadow over her eyes. No gray was tangled with the gold of her hair, but the luster was dimmed. Any elf looking at Laurana would say that she had prematurely aged. Tanis, looking at her, loved her more now than he had ever loved her in his life. And he knew at this moment that this might very well be the last time they ever met in this life. Ahem! He cleared his throat loudly. The maidservants started, gasped. One dropped the dress she had been folding. Lorana, looking up from bending over the trunk, straightened and smiled to see him. "What's all this?" Tanis demanded. "Finish packing," Lorana instructed the servants, "and put the rest of these clothes in storage." She wended her way among the cloaks and hats, finally reached her husband. She kissed him affectionately. He held her in his embrace. They took a moment to let their hearts speak to each other in companionable silence. Then Lorana led Tanis to their study, shut the door. She turned to him, her eyes alight. "Guess what?" she said, and answered before he could begin to guess. "I've had a message from Gilthas. He has invited me to come to Qualanesti." "What?" Tanis was astonished. Lorana had been working unceasingly to force the Qualanesti elves to admit her into their land, to be near their son. Time and again her request had been refused. She was told that if she or her husband ventured anywhere near the border of the elven homeland, they would be in dire peril of their lives. Why the sudden change? Tanis was grim. Lorana did not answer. She unrolled the scroll, which had been sealed with the mark of the sun, the mark of the Speaker of the Sun, now Gil's title. Tanis studied the broken seal, unrolled the scroll, read it through. "Gil's handwriting," he said, "but not our son's words. Someone dictated, and he wrote down what they told him to write." "True enough," Lorana said, unperturbed. "But it is an invitation nonetheless." "An invitation to disaster," Tanis said bluntly. "They held Elhana Starbreeze prisoner. They threatened her life. And it is my belief they would have killed her if Gil had refused to go along with the Senator's schemes. This is some sort of trap." "Well, of course it is, silly," she said to him, amusement glinting her eyes. She gave him a swift kiss on his cheek, ruffled her hand through his beard, a beard in which she had lost count of the strands of grey. "But as dear Flint used to say, a trap is only a trap if you step in it before you see it. I can see this one a mile off." "Why," she laughed, teased him, "even you spotted it without benefit of your spectacles." "I only wear those for reading," Tanis said, pretending to be irritated. His aging was the subject of a long-standing joke between them. He held out his arms to her. She nestled in his embrace. "I don't suppose I received a similar invitation?" "No, dear one," she said gently. "I'm sorry." She pulled back from him, looked into his eyes. "I will try when I get there." He shook his head. "You won't succeed. But I'm glad that you, at least, will be there. Portheus and Elhana. Elhana, the baby. I never asked. How... Fine, mother and son. And I must say this, if you had seen Portheus holding that baby, you wouldn't have recognized him." "I would have," Lorana said. "He is my elder brother, after all. He was always kind and loving to me." "Yes, he was," she added, seeing Tanis's look of doubt. "Even when he was being his most pig-headed and prejudiced, I knew he was only trying to spare me pain and sorrow." "He didn't succeed," Tanis said remorsefully. "You married me anyway, and look where I led you." "You led me home, dearest husband," Lorana said quietly. "You led me home." They sat and talked a long, long while, spoke of the past, of friends distant, of friends gone from this world. They talked of Gil, shared their memories, their love, their hopes, their fears. They spoke of the world, of its troubles, old and new. They sat and talked and held each other by the hand, knowing, without saying, that this moment was precious, that it must soon end. They said their goodbyes. He was to fly north that night to reach the High Clerist's tower by the next day. She was to start her journey to Qualanesti that morning. She accompanied him to the door at midnight. The servants had gone to bed. The house was silent. Soon it would be empty. Lorana and Tanis had agreed to dismiss the servants. They knew they would both be gone a long, long time. Already the house had an empty feel to it. Their footfalls echoed in the stillness. Maybe they would always echo like that when they were both gone. Maybe their spirits would walk this house, blessed spirits of love and laughter. They held each other tightly, whispered broken words of love and farewell, and they parted. Tanis, looking back, saw Lorana standing in the open doorway in the moonlight. No tears. She smiled at him and waved. He smiled, waved back. "You led me home," the words echoed. "You led me home." Memory receded. Tanis considered his decision. He could return to their dwelling, but he would be alone in the empty, so very empty, echoing house. He saw himself pacing the floor, wondering what was happening at the tower, wondering if Lorana was safe, wondering if Gil was well, wondering if Palanthus was under attack, fuming with impatience at not knowing anything, running to the door every time hoofbeats were heard, blaming himself. Ask the gods for guidance. In the courtyard below, revered daughter Chrysania was seated on Firegold's back. The tiger with the human eyes crouched protectively at her side. Tanis, gazing down at her, heard her words, "If any are listening." The tiger lifted its head, looked up directly at Tanis, and then, as if her guide had imparted some information to her, Chrysania turned the unseeing eyes, which seemed to see so much, on the half-elf. She raised her hand in blessing, or was it farewell? The pain of choosing eased. Tanis knew then that he'd already made his decision. He'd made it long ago, the very moment in the inn of the last home, when the blue crystal staff, gold moon, and river wind had entered his life. Tanis recalled that moment and his memorable words on that occasion, words that had changed his life forever. "I beg your pardon, did you say something?" Sir Thomas eyed the half-elf in perplexity and some worry. "He's probably thinking the strain is too much for the old man." Tanis grinned, shook his head. "Never mind, my lord, just reliving old memories." His gaze shifted from Lady Chrysania to a place on the battlements, a place marked by a splotch of crimson, a place held in reverence by the knights who never walked over it, but avoided treading on the blood-stained stones, circled them in respectful silence. Tanis could almost see Sturm standing there, and the half-elf knew he'd chosen rightly. Tanis repeated the words now as he had said them then. No wonder Sir Thomas looked puzzled. The words were not inspiring, not words that would echo through the vaults of history. Yet they said something about that strange, disparate, unlikely group of friends who had gone forth to change the world. "We'll go out through the kitchen." Turning, laughing, Tanis walked back inside the tower. 2. The return, the trial, sentence is passed. It was night time in the plains of Salamnia, though few of those inside the encampment of the Knights of Tarchaisis could have told it. The armies of darkness had banished the darkness. Campfires were prohibited. Lord Ariakan had no desire to start a fire. The grass of the plains was tinder dry from the drought. But the Knights of the Thorn, the grey-robed wizards, had provided enormous globes made of crystal, which gleamed with an incandescent grey light. Suspended from tree branches, the globes turned night to eerie day. Steele saw the light while still some distance away. Lord Ariakan scorned to hide his numbers in shadows. Let the enemy see the full might of his army and lose heart. Circling the encampment on the back of his blue dragon, Steele himself was impressed. Flare landed on a ploughed field, its crops withered by the heat. Dragon handlers ran to assist the knight from his saddle, point him in the direction of the main camp, and take care of the dragon's needs. Flare's only desire was to rejoin her comrades. She had heard them calling her before she could see them, and having ascertained that Steele had no need of her until morning, she flew to where the blues were gathered. The blue dragons were the favored mounts of the Knights of Tarchaisis. Dragons are extremely independent, and generally have a low opinion of humanity. Most dragons find it difficult to obey orders given them by those whom they consider inferior beings, and for certain species of dragon this proves impossible. Black dragons are devious and selfish, and cannot be trusted, not even by those whom they purportedly serve. Black dragons see no need to sacrifice themselves for any cause other than their own, and though they can be enticed to fight, they might well leave the battle in the midpoint to pursue their own aims. During the War of the Lance, red dragons had been the favored mounts of many commanders, including the infamous dragon High Lord Verminard. Enormous, fire-breathing, and vicious, the red dragons had no patience for the subtleties of Ariakan's type of warfare. The Reds' idea of attacking a city was to burn it, loot it, destroy it, kill everything inside it. The notion that the intact city, its inhabitants alive and well, is of more practical use to the Dark Queen than a pile of rubble and rotting corpses was anathema to the Reds. Let the smoke of burning, the stench of death, proclaim Her Majesty's glory, not forgetting the glitter of gold stashed in the red dragon's lairs. Green dragons proved useless in battle during the last dragon war. Greens will fight when cornered, but not until then. They prefer to use their powerful magical spells to ensnare an opponent. Thus greens have little respect for military commanders, though they would obey the Knights of the Thorn, the grey-robed wizards, if the greens thought they might gain something for themselves. White dragons, accustomed to living in cold climes, had all but disappeared in the summer's unusual and devastating heat, which had turned ice floes to rivers, melted their ice caverns. Lord Ariakan chose blue dragons on which to mount his knights, and he had been well rewarded. The blue dragons actually liked mortals, and were incredibly loyal to their riders and to each other. They obeyed orders, fought well as a cohesive unit, and, most important, could clearly understand the vision and their part in it. Steele cried in their own language. A few blue dragons circled in the air, keeping watch, but most were on the ground, resting for the great battle. Ariakan had no fear of assault. His back was secure. His huge army had swept across northern Ancelon like a raging fire, consuming everything in its path. Steele entered the encampment on foot, searching for the sander that would mark the location of his talon. This soon proved almost impossible, given the size of the force assembled on the plain. Seeing that he might search for his unit all night and never find it, he stopped to ask an officer who directed him to the proper location. Trevelyan was in a meeting with his officers. On Steele's arrival, Trevelyan broke off, motioned the knight to join them. "Knight Warrior Brightblade reporting for duty, sir," said Steele, saluting. "Brightblade," Trevelyan smiled. "I am glad to see you, truly glad. Some seem to think you might not return." Steele frowned. This was an affront to his honor. He had the right to confront his vilifier. "Who might that be, Sub-Commander?" "The Night Lord who was responsible for sending you on that fool mission in the first place." Trevelyan grimaced, as if he had a bad taste in his mouth. "She said nothing outright, mind you. She knows better than to publicly insult the honor of one of my knights. But she's been skulking about all day, making insinuating remarks. Relax, man, forget about it. You have more urgent worries." Trevelyan's smile had hardened into a straight, grim line. Steele guessed what was about to come next. "Lord Ariakan was here in person, looking for you. He left orders. You are to report to him immediately." Trevelyan's expression softened as he placed a supportive hand on Steele's arm. "I think he means to bring you to trial tonight, Brightblade. He's done so with others. Discipline must be swift to be maintained, he says." Trevelyan gestured. "That's his tent over there in the center. I'm to take you there myself. We'd best go now. Lord Ariakan said to report at once." Steele's jaw set. He was to be tried tonight, most certainly convicted. His execution would follow. Tears burned beneath his eyelids, not tears of fear, but of bitter disappointment. Tomorrow the knights would attack the High Clerist's Tower in what was bound to be the decisive battle of this campaign, and he would miss it. Slowly, half-blinded, all things blurring in his vision, he drew his father's sword from its sheath, held it out to Trevelyan. "I surrender myself to you, Sub-Commander." The sword of the Brightblades was reputed to have belonged to one of the ancient heroes of the knighthood, Bertel Brightblade. It had been passed down through the centuries from father to son, and would, according to legend, break only if the man wielding it broke first. The sword had been lain to rest with the dead, only to pass once more into the hands of another Brightblade when he came of age. Its antique steel blade, which Steele kept lovingly polished, gleamed, though not with the cold grey light of Tachyssus's wizards. The sword shone with its own bright silver light. Trevelyan eyed the hilts, with its decoration of the kingfisher and the rose, symbols of the Knights of Solamnia, and the sub-commander shook his head. "I'll not touch it. I'm going to need my hands tomorrow. I don't want them burned off in Paladine's wrath. It amazes me that you can handle such an artifact with impunity. It amazes the Night Lord, too. That was one of the remarks she mentioned against you." "The sword was my father's," Steele said, wrapping the belt around the sheath with prideful care. "Lord Ariakan gave me permission to carry it." "I know, and so does the Night Lord. Wonder what you did to Brightblade to cause her to hate you so. Oh, well, who can tell with wizard? Wait here while I inform the others where we're going." The walk was not a long one, neither was the trial. Ariakan had ordered a watch kept for them, apparently, for the moment they arrived. A knight on the Lord's staff recognized them, drew them forth from the large but orderly crowd of officers, couriers, and aides, all waiting to gain Lord Ariakan's attention. The knight led them into the large tent, over which flew Ariakan's flag, black, adorned with a death lily entwined around a sword. The Lord himself sat at a small blackwood table, which had been a gift to him from his men on the anniversary of the founding of the knighthood. The table travelled with Ariakan was always carried among the baggage. This night, most of the shining black wood was covered with rolls of maps, which had been tied neatly and shoved aside. In the center of the tent, in front of Ariakan, was an enormous box filled with sand and rocks, arranged to represent the battleground. The battle box was Ariakan's concept, one of which he was extremely proud. The sand and rocks could be smoothed over, reshaped to form any type of terrain. Large rocks stood in for the Vingard Mountains. Palanthus, its buildings made of gold, surrounded by a wall made of pebbles, was located in the western corner of the box next to a patch of crushed lapis that represented the Bay of Branshala. In the pass between the mountains was a miniature High Clerist's tower carved of white jade. Small knights cast of silver stood near the High Clerist's tower, along with silver and a few gold dragons. The Knights of Tachyssus, done in shining obsidian, had the tower surrounded. Dragons of blue sapphire perched on the rocks, their heads all pointed in one direction, the tower. The disposition of battle had been thus determined. Each talon now had its orders. Steele saw his own talon's flag, carried by a tiny knight astride a tiny blue dragon. "Knight, warrior, Brightblade," came a stern, deep voice. "Advance!" The voice was Ariakan's. Sub-Commander Trevelyan and Steele walked forward, both men conscious of the stares of those crowded around the outside of the tent. Ariakan sat alone at his table, writing in a large leather-bound book, a history of his battles on which he worked whenever he had a moment to spare. Steele was close enough to see neat marks on the page, marks that approximated the disposition of the troops represented in the battle box. "Sub-Commander Trevelyan, reporting with the prisoner as ordered, my lord." Harry Aiken added a final flourish, paused a moment to review his work, then, beckoning to an aide, he shoved the open book to one side. The aide sprinkled sand on the page to dry the ink and removed the volume. The Lord of the Night, commander and founder of the Knights of Tarkaisis, turned his attention to Steele. Harry Aiken was barely 50, in the prime of his manhood. A tall man, strong, well-conditioned. He was still an able warrior, held his own in joust and tourney. He had been a handsome youth. Now in his middle years, with his sharp beaked nose and bright, far-seeing black eyes, he reminded one of the Seahawk. It was an appropriate image, since his mother was purported to be Zebawim, goddess of the sea, daughter to Tarkaisis. His hair, though graying at the temples, was thick and black. He wore it long, swept back into a clubbed tail, held at the base of his neck with a braided silver and black leather thong. He was clean-shaven, his skin tanned and weathered. He was intelligent, could be charming when he wanted to be, and was well respected by those who served him. He was reputed to be fair and just, as dark and cold as the water in the depths of the ocean. He was devoted, body, mind, and soul, to Queen Tarkaisis, and he expected no lesser devotion from those who were loyal to him. He gazed now at Steele, whom he had first taken into the knighthood when the boy was 12, and, though there was sadness in the eyes, there was no mercy, no compassion. Steele would have been surprised and probably disappointed in his commander to have discovered otherwise.
"The accused, Knight Warrior Brightblade, stands before us. Where is his accuser?"
The grey-robed sorceress who had concurred in sending Steele on the ill-fated mission stepped out of the crowd. "I am the accuser, my lord," the Night Lord said. She did not look at Steele. He, in his turn, kept his gaze proudly on Harry Aiken.
"Sub-Commander Trevelyan," the Lord continued, "I thank you for your services. You have delivered the prisoner as ordered. You may now return to your talon."
Trevelyan saluted, but did not immediately leave. "My lord, before I go, I request permission to say a word on the prisoner's behalf. The vision prompts me." Harry Aiken raised his eyebrows, nodded. The vision took precedence over all else. My privilege to command. His bravery and time and again in battle and should not now be questioned. As he said this, Trevelyan cast a baleful glance at the Night Lord. "The loss of Knight Warrior Brightblade would be a grievous loss to us all, my lord. It would be a loss to the vision."
"Thank you, Sub-Commander Trevelyan,"
Harry Aiken said, his voice cool and dispassionate.
"We will take what you have said into account. You are dismissed."
Trevelyan saluted, bowed, and before he left, whispered a few words of encouragement to Steele. The knight, holding fast to his father's sword in both his hands, nodded his thanks, but said nothing. Trevelyan left the tent, shaking his head. Harry Aiken motioned.
"Bring forth your sword, Knight Warrior."
Steele did so, advancing to the table.
"Take the blade from its sheath,"
Harry Aiken continued,
"and place it before me."
Steele obeyed. Removing the sword from its battered and well-worn sheath, he placed the blade, turned lengthwise, in front of his lord. The sword no longer gleamed, but appeared grey and lustreless, as if overshadowed by Harry Aiken's dark presence. Steele walked 5 paces backward, stood erect, motionless, his hands at his sides, his eyes straight ahead. Harry Aiken turned to the grey robe.
"State your charges against this Night Lord."
In strident tones, Lilith related how Steele had volunteered to take the bodies of the 2 dead knights of Salamnia back to their father, a debt of honor, she conceded. Harry Aiken, glancing at Steele, indicated his approval with a slight inclination of the head. The lord was familiar with Steele's history, knew that the knight owed his liberty and very possibly his life to Caramon Majer. That debt was now expunged. The Night Lord went on to say how Steele had further taken charge of the young mage, Palin Majer, how he had accepted the mage's parole, how Steele had offered to take upon himself the prisoner's death sentence should the prisoner escape. "The Night Warrior is back in our midst, my lord," the Night Lord concluded her summation. "And his prisoner is not. Brightblade's mission has failed. He has permitted his prisoner to escape. Indeed, my lord," she added, gliding forward to his desk, bending over it, moving close to him as if she were about to uncover some dread conspiracy. She lowered her voice, which was throaty, hissing, "Considering Brightblade's lineage, it is my belief that he assisted his prisoner to escape."
"Make yourself clear, Night Lord,"
Harry Aiken said with a hint of impatience. Although he recognized and appreciated the value of magic users, like most men of the sword, he tended to grow weary of their penchant for obfuscation.
that these simple soldiers can understand. I thought I had, my lord, the Night Lord said, drawing back, standing straight. She regarded Steele with enmity. This knight wears an elf bauble at his throat. He carries the sword of our enemies. I say to you, my lord, that this knight is not completely loyal to our glorious queen or to the vision. He is a traitor to our cause, as witnessed by the fact that his prisoner escaped. I submit, my lord, that Brightblade should be made to pay the penalty he himself agreed to accept. Steele Brightblade should be put to death. Harry Aiken shifted his gaze back to Steele. I've known this man since he was a boy. Never has he given me cause to question his loyalty. As for the sword and the jewel, these were given to him by his father, a man who, though our enemy, is honored among us for his courage and bravery. I knew of these gifts at the time, Harry Aiken continued, slightly frowning, and approved them, as did the High Priestess of Tarkaisis. Do you question our loyalty, Night Lord? Lilith was shocked that Harry Aiken could imagine such a thing, devastated that she should be so misunderstood. Certainly not, my lord. Your decision was undoubtedly a wise one at the time it was made. She lingered over the phrase, gave it emphasis. But I remind my lord that times change, as do the hearts of men. There remains the question of the prisoner. Where, she spread her hands, is Palin Majer? If he may be brought forward, either alive or dead, then I will withdraw all my accusations and beg this knight's forgiveness. She smiled, folded her arms across her chest, and gazed at Steele in venomous triumph. What is your response, Night Warrior? Harry Aiken asked Steele. What have you to say in your own defense? Nothing, my lord, Steele answered. A low murmur rose from the knights gathered to witness this trial, and there were many more now than when it had started, word having spread rapidly through the camp. Nothing, Night Warrior? Harry Aiken appeared astonished and troubled. He cast a sidelong glance at the Night Lord and very slightly shook his head. The gesture told Steele plainer than words that Harry Aiken was on Steele's side. Let us hear your story. Steele could have told them his story, could have won admiration by relating how he had made his way safely through the infamous Shoiken Grove, a heroic feat few people on Krynn would dare attempt, much less live to tell about. He could have further excused himself by saying that Palin Majer had undoubtedly received help in his escape from his uncle Raistlin Majer, of infamous memory. Once the facts were known, Steele had no doubt that Harry Aiken would judge in his favor. But Steele said simply, I offer no excuses, my lord. I accepted this mission, and I failed in it. I gave my word of honor. I lost the prisoner I was bound to keep safe. I accept your judgment, my lord. My judgment will be death, said Harry Aiken, his frown deepening. I am aware of that, my lord, Steele answered calmly. Very well, then. You leave me no choice, Night Warrior. Harry Aiken rested his hand upon the sword's hilt. An expression of pain contorted his face. The sword was an artifact dedicated to Paladine, and thus did Paladine punish those who followed the paths of darkness. Harry Aiken did not release the sword. Slowly, gritting his teeth, he turned the blade's point toward Steele. Only then did Harry Aiken let go. Steele Brightblade, you are hereby sentenced to die by this very sword which you have disgraced and dishonored. The sentence of death will be carried out. It will be carried out now, thought Steele, who had seen similar trials before. Discipline must be swift to be maintained. He tried to prepare himself to meet his queen. What would he say to her, who could see into his heart? Who knew the truth? His body stood firm, his soul trembled, and he did not at first hear Harry Aiken's words. The low murmur of approval from the assembled knights, mingled with a few scattered cheers, brought Steele back to the world of the living. He stammered, not believing. What did you say, my lord? The sentence will be carried out in 1 month's time, Lord Harry Aiken repeated. My lord! The Night Lord was swift to protest. Is this wise? This man has admitted to his treachery. What harm might he do among us? This knight has admitted to losing his prisoner, Harry Aiken returned. He has submitted willingly to just punishment. I remind you, Night Lord, that his commander, invoking the vision, asked that this knight be spared to fight in the upcoming battle. I, too, have consulted the vision, and thus my judgment stands. Harry Aiken's voice was cold and soft, but all present could sense his anger. The Night Lord bowed her head, withdrew, but not before she had cast Steele Brightblade a look that, were looks capable of killing, would have carried out his execution then and there. Dazed, still not quite believing he was to live, Steele stood unmoving. Harry Aiken was forced to motion twice before the knight walked forward to retrieve his weapon. Lord Harry Aiken gestured to the sword, careful not to touch it. The palm of his right hand was blistered and inflamed,
as if he had grasped red-hot metal. "Take back your weapon, Knight Warrior. You have the chance to restore your honor in this battle, so that your soul may face our queen proudly, not crawl before her." "I thank you, my lord," Steele said, his voice thick with emotion. He lifted the sword reverently, slid it back into its sheath. "I must order you to remove your spurs, however," Ariakan said. "You are stripped of rank and title. I am placing you in command of a company of foot soldiers. You will have the honor of leading the charge upon the front gate." Steele lifted his head, smiled. Leading the charge, fighting on foot, the first to enter the tower, the first to face the brunt of the enemy's defense, he would be among the first to die. Ariakan was doing him a great favor. "I understand, my lord. Thank you. I will not let you down. Return to your Talon for the time being, Brightblade. You will be reassigned in the morning. You are dismissed unless you have anything further to say to me." Ariakan was once again giving Steele a chance. In that moment, Steele longed to unburden himself, but he knew if he did so, the pride and affection in his liege lord's manner would freeze, change to anger and bitter disappointment. "No, my lord, I have nothing more to say except to once more offer my thanks." Ariakan shrugged. Rising to his feet, he walked over to the battle box. His officers surged around him, bending over it, moving units here and there, once more discussing strategy and tactics. A dark cleric came bustling up to cast a spell of healing on the lord's injured hand. Steele was forgotten. He slipped out the back of the tent to avoid the crowd. Leaving the light and the noise behind, he made his way beyond the camp's outer perimeter to some place where he could be alone. He would die on the morrow, die with honor, spare his lord, his comrades, from ever knowing the tumult in his soul, from ever knowing the truth, that he had hesitated on the laboratory threshold, hesitated because he'd been afraid. 3. Ariakan's battle plan, Steele's own battle. It was hours before dawn, but the army of Lord Ariakan was already on the move, winding its way from the plains into the Verkus Hills, heading for Westgate Pass and their target, the Tower of the High Clerist. The road was clear. The Knights of Solamnia could not afford to waste their forces in defending it. Ariakan's armies moved rapidly, their way lighted by fire of torch and fire of magic. Steele, walking in the vanguard, turned to look and marvel. The line of men, equipment, and machines stretched from the hills back down to the plains. Massed on the road, moving with well-trained precision, the army appeared as a flaming snake in the darkness, a gigantic snake that would soon wind around and crush the life out of its victim. The army's numbers were incalculable. In the history of the world, no mightier force had ever been assembled on Ansalon. The defenders of the High Clerist's tower would be able to see the army clearly now. They would be watching that dread serpent make its inexorable approach. Steele could imagine their awe, their dismay. Any hope the Knights of Solamnia might have entertained of holding their tower must surely be gone by now. As he buckled on his sword, Steele recalled stories he had heard of his father's brave stance, alone on the battlements of the very tower his son was about to attack. Stern Brightblade had foreseen his death as well. He had also seen beyond, seen the bright victory that awaited him. Steele felt closer to his father now than his warrior mother. Sturm understood the decision his son had made, the decision to choose death over dishonor. His mother, Kitiara, did not. Throughout the night, Steele had felt the heat of their battle, a war he had known all his life. He could hear his father's voice speaking of honor, self-sacrifice, his mother's voice urging him to lie, connive, or charm his way out of trouble. The fight had been a long one and exhausting. It had continued even in his sleep, apparently, for he dreamed of silver armor and blue, the clash of weapons. Dreams ended with the trumpet call to arms. Steele woke feeling well-rested, exhilarated, empty of fear. He and his men, a force of barbarian swordsmen and archers, all of whom were as excited as their commander, marched rapidly, so rapidly that they had to occasionally slow their pace to avoid tripping on the heels of the Talon in front of them. Steele would die this day. He knew it for a certainty. But he would die gloriously. And this night his soul would stand before his queen, his loyalty proven beyond question, the tumult within him ended forever. Lord Ariakan assembled his army on the wings of Habakkuk, an apron-like stretch of flatland located just below the High Clerist's tower. The strongest bastion of defense on Ansalon, the fortress held no mysteries for Ariakan. He knew every hallway, every secret entrance, every cellar, knew its weaknesses, knew its strengths. He had been awaiting this moment since the day he'd left, long years ago. Ariakan could recall sitting on his horse on this very hillock, looking up at the tower and planning how he would take it. The memory gave him an eerie sense of having done this all before, though that time the men standing around him had been knights of Solamnia, some of whom might well be waiting to meet their old comrade in battle this day. His servants set up his command tent in the dark. His officers assembled as the first streaks of orangish pink stained the skies. 5 officers were present, the 3 leading strike army commanders, the commander of the Draconian force, and the commander of a force that had come to be known among the troops as the Minions of Dark, an army composed of goblins, hobgoblins, ogres, and human mercenaries, many of whom had been skulking about the Calcast mountains since the end of the War of the Lance, awaiting their chance for revenge. Also among these was a large force of Minotaur, under the leadership of their own kind, since the Minotaur scorned to take orders from mere humans. Ariakan went over his battle plan again. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd strike armies were to attack, breach, and penetrate the tower's curtain wall by way of the main entrances. Each would be given siege engines to accomplish the task. The 1st army to breach the defenses was to clear the curtain wall to allow the other forces to enter. The Minions of Dark were to attack the main entrance to the Knight's Spur. If successful, they were to work their way into the main tower and assist the strike armies in the destruction of the enemy. The 5th army, the Draconian force, was joining with the Knights of Tarchaisis, who would attack from the air. The Draconians, mounted on the backs of blue dragons, would drop from the skies onto the battlements and clear the way for the strike armies. The knights would remain on dragonback, fighting the silver dragons, who would certainly rush to the aid of the Solamnic knights. After the meeting, Ariakan dismissed his officers and ordered his servants to bring him breakfast. The waiting was hard. Steele paced restlessly, unable to sit still. The excitement coursing through his veins needed an outlet. He walked over to watch the engineers assemble the siege engine that would assault the main gate. Steele would have joined in the work just for something to do, but he guessed he would be more of a hindrance than a help. The huge battering ram was made of the trunk of a once mighty oak. Its head, fortified with iron, was fashioned in the shape of a snapping turtle to honor Ariakan's sea goddess mother, and was mounted on a wheeled platform that would be rolled over the road right up to the main gate. The ram hung suspended from the top of the siege engine in a cradle of leather, connected to a complex series of pulleys. Men tugging on strong ropes would pull the ram back. When the ropes were released, the ram would fly forward, striking the gates with enormous impact. An iron roof over the ram offered protection from flaming arrows, boulders, and other weapons the defenders would use in an effort to destroy it before it could do significant damage. Knights of the Thorn endowed the infernal engine with various kinds of magic. Knights of the Skull, led by the High Priestess of Tarchaisis, advanced and gave their dark blessing to the siege engine, calling on the goddess to assist their cause. The tower's huge ironwood gates, banded by steel, were further strengthened by magic, and it was feared would not fall without the Dark Queen's personal intervention. But was Tarchaisis here? Had she come to witness her army's greatest triumph? It seemed to Steele that the High Priestess faltered in her prayer, as if uncertain whether or not anyone was listening. The Knights of the Skull, flanking the priestess to her right and left, appeared uneasy and stole sidelong glances at each other. The engineer, who had been forced to cease work during the prayers, was impatient with the whole business. "A lot of nonsense, if you ask me," he grumbled to Steele when the prayers had ended. "Not but what I'm a man of faith," he added hastily, glancing around to make certain the clerics hadn't heard him. "But I've spent 6 months of my life, day and night, on the design for that engine, and another 6 months building it. A bit of stinking wizard dust and a few mumbled prayers aren't going to win this battle. Our Dark Lady will have a lot more important work to do today than hang about, knocking on the Solamnic's front door." He gazed at his machine with moist-eyed pride. "My engine will do that little job for her." Steele politely agreed, and the two moved on to discuss the coordination of their two forces. This done, Steele left to return to his barbarian troops. He found the brutes playing at some game popular among their kind. One of them, one of the few who spoke the common tongue, tried to explain the game to Steele. He listened patiently, attempted to look interested. He soon found himself lost in the complexity of the rules of the game, which was played with sticks, rocks, pine cones, and involved the seemingly careless tossing about of large and deadly-looking bone-handled knives. The brute explained that the occasional bloodletting excited the men, prepared them for battle. Steele, who had been wondering how the barbarians had acquired all those strange-looking scars on their legs and feet, soon left the brutes to their dangerous pleasures and returned to his pacing. His gaze went to the battlements of the High Clerist's tower, where he could see small figures milling about, peering over the crenellation. It was long past dawn, long past the hour when armies usually attacked. If the waiting was hard on Steele, he could guess that it must be far harder on those inside the tower. They would be wondering why the delay, wondering what Ariakan was plotting, second-guessing their own strategies. And all the while, fear would gnaw at their hearts, their courage diminished by the hour. The sun rose higher in the sky. The shadows cast by the tower grew shorter. Steel sweated beneath his heavy armor and looked with envy on the brutes who went into battle stark naked, their bodies covered with some sort of foul-smelling blue paint, which they claimed had magical properties and was all they needed to protect them against any weapon. Steel braved the heat to walk over to where the knights, his own Talon, were preparing their dragons for battle. Sub-Commander Trevelyan spotted him, waved, but was too busy adjusting his lance, a copy of the famed dragon lances, to talk. Steel saw Flare, who had a new rider. Steel didn't envy the knight. Flare had been furious when she had found out about Steel's demotion, had even spoken of refusing to fly into battle. Steel had talked her out of deserting, but it was obvious she was still sulking. She was loyal to the vision and would fight valiantly, but she would also manage to make life as difficult as possible for her new rider. Smothering the feelings of regret and envy, Steel returned to his own command, sorry that he had left. He was feeling the heat, his enthusiasm was starting to wane, when a swirl of movement in the army's center caught his eye. Lord Ariakan had emerged from his tent. A hush fell on those around him. Accompanied by his bodyguards, standard-bearer, wizards, and dark clerics, Ariakan mounted his horse, a coal-black charger known as Night Flight, and rode forward, taking up a position just behind the rear squadron of the 2nd Strike Army. He ordered the battle standard raised. The standards of all the other armies were hoisted. The flags hung limp in the still air. Ariakan lifted a baton made of black obsidian, decorated with silver death lilies, topped by a grinning skull. Taking a final glance around, noting that all was in readiness, Ariakan lowered the baton. The single clear note of a trumpet sounded on the heat-shimmering air. Steel recognized the call, "Advance to contact," and the blood pulsed in his veins until he thought his heart would burst from the thrill. Trumpets of all the armies of Takaisis sounded the response, joined by the higher-pitched horns of the various squadrons, blending together in a blaring, ear-splitting cacophony of war. With a roar of voices that must have shaken the foundation stones of the tower, the army of Takaisis launched the attack. 4. A discussion between old friends. Sturm Brightblade asks a favor. In the early dawn, Tanis Half-Elven climbed the stairs leading to the battlements near the central tower, not far from where Sturm Brightblade's blood stained the walls. Here he would soon take up his position, but he did not call his troops to follow him. Not yet. Tanis had chosen this particular place deliberately. He sensed the presence of his friend, and he needed his friend at that moment. Tanis was tired. He had been awake all night, meeting with Sir Thomas and the other commanders, trying to find a way to do the impossible, a way to win against overwhelming odds. They made their plans, good plans, too. Then they had stepped out on the battlements, watched the armies of darkness, bright with light, flow up the hill, a rising tide of death. So much for good plans. Tanis sank down on the wall's stone floor, leaned back his head, closed his eyes. Sturm Brightblade stood before him. Tanis could see Sturm clearly, the knight in his old-fashioned armor, his father's sword in his hand, standing on the very battlements on which Tanis now rested. Oddly, Tanis wasn't surprised to see his old friend. It seemed right and proper that Sturm should be here, walking the battlements of the tower he'd given his life to defend. "I could use some of your courage right now, old friend," Tanis said quietly. "We can't win. It's hopeless, I know it. Sir Thomas knows it. The soldiers know it. But how can we carry on without hope?" "Sometimes winning turns out to be losing," said Sturm Brightblade, "and victory is best achieved in defeat." "You talk in conundrums, my friend. Speak plainly." Tanis settled himself more comfortably. "I'm too tired to try to figure out riddles." Sturm did not immediately answer. The knight walked the battlements, peered over the wall, stared at the vast army amassing below. "Steel is down there, Tanis. My son." "He's there, is he? I'm not surprised. We failed, it seems. He's given his soul to the Dark Queen." Sturm turned away, turned to face his friend. "Watch over him, Tanis." Tanis snorted. "I think your son is extremely capable of watching over himself, my friend." Sturm shook his head. "He fights against a foe beyond his strength. His soul is not completely lost to us, but should he lose this inner struggle, he will be. Watch over him, my friend. Promise me." Tanis was perplexed, troubled. Sturm Brightblade rarely asked for favors. "I'll do my best, Sturm, but I don't understand. Steel is a servant of the Dark Queen. He's turned away from all that you tried to do for him." "My lord, if you'd only explain to me." "My lord." The voice was accompanied by a hand shaking his shoulder. Tanis opened his eyes, sat bolt upright. "What? What's going on?" He reached for his sword. "Is it time?" "No, my lord. I'm sorry to wake you, my lord, but I need to know your orders." "Yes, of course." Tanis rose stiffly to his feet. He looked swiftly around the battlements. No one else was there, just himself and this young knight. Sorry, I must have dozed off. Yes, my lord, the knight agreed politely. You were talking to someone, my lord. Was I? Tanner shook his head, trying to rid himself of the sleep fog that clouded his brain. I had the strangest dream. Yes, my lord. The young knight stood patiently waiting. Tanis rubbed his burning eyes. Now, what was your question? He listened and answered and carried on with his duties, but whenever silence fell, he could hear softly spoken words. Promise me. Dawn came, but the sun's light brought only deeper despair. The tower's defenders looked down on a sea of darkness that had risen in the night, was about to break over them in a tidal wave of blood. News spread of the enormous force arrayed against the knights. Commanders could be heard sharply ordering their men to remain silent, maintain their positions. Soon the only sounds that could be heard were the calls of the silver dragons circling in the air, shouting defiance to their blue cousins. The knights braced for the attack, but it didn't come. An hour passed, and then another. They ate breakfast at their posts, bread in one hand, sword in another. The armies gathered below made no move except to increase their numbers. The sun rose higher and higher. The heat grew unbearable. Water was rationed. The mountain stream that had once flowed through the tower's aqueduct had dried to barely a trickle. Men standing on the stone walls, their armor heated by the blazing sun, keeled over, passed out. I think we could boil the oil without benefit of the fire, Sir Thomas observed to Tanis on one of the Lord Knight's many tours of inspection. He pointed to a huge cauldron filled with bubbling oil ready to be poured on the enemy. The heat from the fire forced all to keep their distance, except for those given the onerous task of stoking the blaze. They had shed armor, clothes, were stripped to the waist and sweating profusely. Tanis mopped his face. What's Aryakan up to, do you think? What's he waiting for? For us to lose our nerve, Sir Thomas replied. It's working, Tanis said bitterly. Paladine have mercy. I never saw an army that large. Not even during the war in the last days before the fall of Naraka. How many troops do you think he has? Gillian only knows, Sir Thomas said. It's hopeless to try to figure. Every man counted in fear as a man counted twice, as the old saying goes. Not that it matters much. You're right, my lord, Tanis agreed. It doesn't matter at all. He considered asking how long the knight thought the tower could hold out, realized that this didn't matter much either. A trumpet call split the air. Here they come, said Sir Thomas, and left hastily to take up his command position on one of the balconies off the gardens on level 6. Tanis sighed in relief, saw that same relief reflected on the faces of the men under his command. Action was far better than the terrible strain of waiting. Men forgot the terrible heat, forgot their fear, forgot their thirst, and leapt to take their posts. They could at last relax and let go. Their fate was in Paladine's hands. A blare of trumpets and a roar of challenge split the air. The army of darkness charged. The sun glittered off the scales of blue dragon. The shadows of their wings slid over the tower walls. The shadow of their coming slid over the hearts of the tower's defenders. Dragon fear began to claim its first victims. The silver dragons and their knight riders, armed with the famed dragon lances, flew to do battle. A phalanx of blues clashed with the silver. Lightning flared. The blue dragons attacked with their breath weapons. The silvers retaliated by spewing clouds of smoking frost, which coated their enemies' wings, sent them tumbling from the sky. Tanis wondered at the small number of blue dragons, was already suspecting that this initial attack was a diversion, when a cry rang out. Men were pointing to the west. What appeared to be a swarm of blue dragons was flying in from that direction, far outnumbering the silver. Each of these blues did not bear a single rider, but numerous riders. The young knights stared in puzzlement, but the veterans, those who had fought in the War of the Lance, knew what was coming. The moment the first blue dragons appeared over the tower, dark, winged shadows began to descend through the skies. "Draconians!" Tanis shouted, drawing his sword and readying himself for the attack. "Remember, the instant you kill one, toss its body over the wall!" Dead Draconians were as dangerous as living Draconians. Depending on their species, the bodies either turned to stone, trapping any weapons left inside, or the bodies blew up, destroying their destroyers, or dissolved into pools of acid deadly to the touch. A Bozak Draconian, its stubby wings spread to cushion its fall, thudded on the top of the wall directly in front of Tanis. Not suited to flying, the Bozak landed heavily, was momentarily stunned by the impact. It would recover quickly, however, and Bozaks were magic users as well as expert fighters. Tanis jumped to attack the dazed creature before it could gather its wits. He swung his sword. The Draconian's head parted from its neck and blood spurted. Sheathing his sword, Tanis grabbed the body before it could topple, dragged it up over the wall, and shoved it over the edge. The dead Bozak fell among a group of barbarians attempting to scale the wall. The body blew up almost immediately, doing considerable damage. The barbarians retreated in confusion. Tanis had little time for elation. Mammoths pulled an enormous siege engine toward the tower's front gate. Ladders were being thrown up against the walls. Tanis ordered his archers to the fore, instructed the knights manning the cauldron of oil to make ready to upend it on the heads of those below. With luck, they might even set the siege engine on fire. The men in his command were quick to do his bidding. He was well respected, known to be a knight in spirit, if not in truth. A courier came dashing up, slipped in the Draconian's blood, and nearly fell. He recovered himself, reported to Tanis, "Message from Sir Thomas, my lord. If the front gate falls, you are to take your men and reinforce the troops guarding the entrance." If the front gate falls, there won't be much left to guard, Tanis thought gloomily, but he refrained from saying the obvious, merely nodded and changed the subject. "What was that yelling I heard a moment ago?" The messenger managed a tired grin. "A force of Minotaur tried to sneak inside through the aqueduct. Sir Thomas guessed that the enemy might think of that, what with the drought and all. Our knights were waiting for them. They won't try that again soon." "Good news," Tanis grunted, shoved the messenger to one side, and attacked a Draconian who had very nearly landed on top of the young man. That small break wall of hope soon gave. The tide of darkness poured through, continued to rise throughout the afternoon. The knights were driven from one position after another. Retreating, they regrouped, tried to hold on, only to be pushed back again. Tanis fought until he was gasping for breath. His muscles burned, his sword hand was cramped and aching, and still the enemy came. Tanis was conscious only of clashing steel, the screams of the dying, and the splatter of what he thought at first was rain. It turned out to be blood, dragon's blood falling from the sky. Over and above the din came the underlying, nerve-shattering boom-kaboom of the great ram, beating like a dark heart, pulsing with strong, terrible life. There came a momentary lull in the fighting. The enemy was waiting for something. Tanis took advantage of the respite, leaned against the wall, tried to catch his breath. From below came a splintering crash and a triumphant shout. The massive gates of the tower of the High Clerist gave way. A force of enemy troops, which had been held in reserve behind the siege engine, rushed the entrance. They were led by a knight in armor fighting on foot, and they had grey-robed wizards among them. Rallying his men, those who were still able to stand, Tanis ran to defend the front gate. 5. Promise made, promise kept. Steel deployed his troops behind and on each side of the huge siege engine. The brutes were skilled archers. Their bows stood taller than most humans, and they fired strange arrows that made an eerie whistling noise during flight. Steel used his archers to keep the battlements clear of defenders, permit the siege engine to do its work uninterrupted. This strategy worked for the most part, with the exception of a small group of Solamnic knights who hung onto their post with grim determination, beating off Draconian attacks from above and fending off the brutes' arrows from below. They proved to be a nuisance to the siege engine, dumping boiling oil on it, nearly setting it ablaze, hurling large rocks, one of which smashed a mammoth's head to a bloody pulp, and using archers of their own with deadly effect. Long after other defenders had given way or been killed, these knights remained. Even as he chafed at the delay, Steel saluted them and their unseen commander for their courage and bravery. But for them, the ram would have battered down the gates by mid-afternoon. Eventually, inevitably, the ram did its work, bursting open the heavy wooden gates. Steel brought his troops forward, prepared to enter, when the head engineer, after taking a quick look inside, ran back to report. "There's a damn portcullis blocking the way." The engineer looked personally affronted by this unexpected obstacle. "It wasn't on Lord Ariaken's map." A portcullis? Steel frowned, tried to remember. He'd entered the tower this way himself 5 years ago. Couldn't remember seeing a portcullis then either. But he did recall some construction work going on at the time. "They've added it, apparently. Can you break it down?" "No, sir. The engine won't fit under the wall. This had best be wizard work, sir." Steel agreed, dispatched a courier to carry the news to Lord Ariaken. Nothing to do now but wait. He recalled the time he'd gone down to the chamber of Paladine to pay his respects to the memory of his father. The body had lain in state on the bier, preserved, some said, by the magic of the elven jewel Sturm had worn around his neck. The sword of the bright blades had been held fast in the still cold hand. Admiration for the dead man's courage and bravery, regret to have never known him, a hope to be like him. All these emotions had moved Steel's soul to reverence and love. His father had returned that love, given his son the only gifts Sturm Brightblade had to give, the jewel and the sword, fey gifts, both blessed and cursed. Though the mid-afternoon sun was grueling, Steel shivered slightly beneath his armor. "Beware, young man. A curse will fall on you if you find out the true identity of your father. Leave it be." It was Lord Ariaken's warning, given to Steel when he was still very young. The warning had come true. The curse had fallen like an axe, cleaving Steel's soul in two. Yet it had been a blessing as well. He had his father's sword and a legacy of honor and courage. Up there on those battlements that had been defended with such bravery and tenacity, his father's blood stained the stone. His son's blood would stain the rocks below. One defender, one conqueror, yet eminently fitting. The courier returned, bringing with him 3 knights of the Thorn. None of them, Steele noted in grim relief, was the grey robe who had been his accuser. Steele recognized their commander, a lord of the Thorn. The man was in his middle years, had fought in the War of the Lance, and was Ariaken's personal wizard. He was accustomed to working with soldiers, accustomed to blending blade with magic. He gestured casually to the tower entrance, shouted to be heard above the noise of battle, "My lord has ordered us to take out the defenses within. I'll need your troops to guard us while we work." Steele drew his forces into position. The master wizard and his assistants took their places in the rear. A cloud coming from behind indicated that the second strike army was forming, ready to enter when the way was clear. The Lord of the Thorn motioned with his hand. Steele raised his sword, saluted his queen. With a ringing battle cry, he led his troop, followed by the grey-robed wizards, inside the shattered gates of the High Clerist's tower. The iron portcullis stood between the knights and the central courtyard. Defenders on the other side fired a deadly barrage of arrows through the bars of the gate. An old hand at dealing with such defenses, the Lord of the Thorn and 2 other lower-ranking grey knights, handled their work swiftly and cleanly. Steele, always somewhat distrustful of magic, watched them in astonished admiration, while his own archers fired arrows back through the iron grillwork, forcing the defenders to keep their distance. A few arrows fired by Solamnic archers fell among the magic users. The 2 grey knights took care of these. Using various shield and disintegrating spells, they caused the arrows to either bounce off an invisible barrier or crumble to dust before they struck. The Lord of the Thorn, working as coolly and calmly as if he'd been safe in his own laboratory, removed a large vial containing what appeared to be water from his pouch. Holding the vial in his hand, he dropped in a pinch of dirt, replaced the stopper, and began to chant words in the spider-crawling language of magic. He opened the vial again, and, still chanting, tossed its contents onto the stone wall into which the portcullis was mounted. The water ran down the stone in rivulets. The wizard tucked the empty vial carefully back into his pouch, clapped his hands, and instantly the wall began to dissolve, the stone changing magically into mud. His work done, the Lord of the Thorn folded his hands in the sleeves of his robes and stepped back. "Push on it," he said to Steele. The knight ordered 3 of the largest brutes forward. They set their shoulders against the iron and, with 2 or 3 heaves, ripped the portcullis from its moorings and flung it to the floor. The Lord of the Thorn, looking bored, rounded up his assistants. "Unless you need me for something significant, we'll be returning to my lord." Steele nodded. He was grateful for the wizard's help, but he wasn't sorry to see them go.
"Alert me when the tower falls," the mage added. "I'm supposed to break into the treasury."
He left, his assistants hastening after him. Steele ordered his men to rid themselves of bows and arrows, draw their swords and knives. From here on, the combat would be hand-to-hand. Behind him, he heard shouted orders. The second strike army was preparing to advance. Steele led his men over the shattered gate beneath the dripping mud, and down the hallway leading to the central courtyard of the High Clerist's tower. He stopped his forces at the hall's end. The courtyard was empty. Steele was uneasy. He'd expected resistance. All was quiet inside the tower's heavy walls, too quiet. This was a trap. Unused to attacking fortifications, the brutes would have dashed heedlessly into the open. Steele rasped out a command, was forced to repeat it twice before he could make the brutes understand that they were to await his signal to advance. Steele studied the situation carefully. The courtyard was formed in the shape of a cross. To Steele's right were 2 iron doors marked with the symbol of Paladine, which led deeper into the tower's interior. At the far end of the cross stood another portcullis, but Steele had no intention of fooling with that. The corridor led to the dragon traps, ancient history as far as the Knights of Terkaisis were concerned. On each side of the portcullis were 2 staircases which wound down from the battlements. Steele stared hard at those staircases. Ordering the brutes to keep silent, he listened carefully, thought he heard a scraping sound as of armor against stone. So that's where they were hiding. He would draw them out, and he knew just how to do it. Pointing to the iron doors to his right, those marked with the kingfisher and the rose, Steele gave his orders in a loud voice. "Break down those doors! Downstairs is a tomb containing the bodies of accursed Solamnic knights. Our orders are to loot it." Several of the brutes went to work on the door, hurling their massive bodies at it, hacking at the lock with their swords. Steele entered the courtyard swaggering, undisputed master of the tower. Removing his helm, he called for a waterskin, took a long drink. The brutes clambered after him, laughing and jabbering. Grabbing torches off the walls, they jeered impatiently at the slow work of their comrades, who were not having much luck breaking down the door. Steele had not expected they would. He had been given no orders to loot the tomb. He had no intention of permitting the barbarians access to that hallowed hall. But his ruse had worked. Sauntering near the staircase, he now heard clearly the clink of metal against metal, and even a low murmur of anger swiftly hushed. Keeping up the act, pretending he had heard nothing, he stalked over to berate the brutes. "You weaklings!" Steele fumed. "Must I call in the wizards every time we come to a door? I would do better with an army of gully dwarves. Put your backs into it." A clatter, the clash of swords, and sudden outcry to his left informed Steele that the defenders had left their hiding place, were attacking. A contingent of Solamnic knights burst into the midst of Steele's force. The suddenness and swiftness of their attack caught even Steele off guard. Several of the brutes were cut down before they had a chance to raise their swords. The knights had apparently an able and intelligent commander. They did not attack in a mob, but with precision, driving a wedge through the main body of Steele's force, splitting up his troops while maintaining unity among their own. With the Second Strike Army entering from the front, Steele's force had nowhere to go, was trapped in the courtyard. He had foreseen this, of course. He did not expect to win this battle, but at least the Second Strike Army would find the way clear. Steele left the brunt of the attack to his men. His responsibility was to find the able and intelligent commander, perhaps the same man who had fought so determinedly on the battlements, and eliminate him. "Chop off the head and the body will fall," was one of Ariakan's dictums. Replacing his helm, closing the visor, Steele pushed and shoved his way through his own men. He knocked aside swords, stopped to fight when he was forced. But his attention remained centered on locating the officer in charge. That proved difficult. All the knights were wearing armor, most of it dented and bloody. He was hard-pressed to distinguish one from another. Battling his way into the center of the melee, Steele heard, above the tumult, a commanding voice raised, issuing new orders. This time, Steele saw the commander. He wore no helm, perhaps so that his orders could be heard clearly. He was not in full armor, but wore only a breastplate over tooled leather. Steele couldn't see the commander's face. His back was toward the dark night. Long, graying brown hair indicated he was older, undoubtedly a veteran of many battles. Part of the man's breastplate swung loose. One of the leather ties had been cut, leaving his back partially exposed. But Steele would have died himself before he attacked any man from behind. Shoving between one of his own men and a battling Solamnic knight, Steele reached the commander, laid his hand on the man's shoulder to draw his attention. The commander whipped around, faced his opponent. The man's bearded face was covered with blood. His matted hair, wet with sweat, hung over his eyes. A tiny, tingling jolt shot through Steele. Something inside him said, "You know this man." Steele gasped. "Half-Elven!" The man arrested his attack, fell back, peered suspiciously at Steele. The knight was furious at this trick fate had played on him, but he could no longer fight in honor this man who had once saved his life. With an angry gesture, Steele raised his visor. "You know me, Tanis Half-Elven. I will not fight you, but I can and do demand your surrender." "Steele?" Tanis lowered his sword. He was surprised at this meeting, yet in a way wasn't surprised at all. "Steele Brightblade." A young Solamnic knight standing near Tanis surged past the half-elf, a spear aimed at Steele's unprotected face. Steele raised his arm to counter the blow, slipped in a pool of blood, fell to the ground. His sword, his father's sword, flew from his grasp. The young Solamnic knight was on him. Steele tried desperately to stand, but the heavy armor prevented swift movement. The Solamnic knight raised his spear, prepared to drive the point through Steele's throat. Suddenly, spear and knight vanished from Steele's view. Tanis stood over him, offered him a hand to help him rise. Pride urged Steele to refuse aid from the enemy, but common sense and the vision prompted him to grudgingly accept Tanis's assistance. "Once again I owe you my life, Half-Elven," Steele said bitterly when he was on his feet. "Don't thank me," Tanis returned grimly. "I made a promise to—" The half-elf's eyes opened wide, his face contorted with pain. He lurched forward with a pain-filled cry. One of the brutes standing behind the half-elf jerked free a blood-covered sword. Tanis staggered, his knees gave way. Steele caught the half-elf, lowered him gently to the floor. Cradling Tanis in his arms, Steele could feel warm blood wash over his hands. "Half-Elven," Steele said urgently, "I wasn't the one who struck you, I swear it." Tanis looked up, grimaced. "I know," he whispered with a wry smile. "You are a Brightblade." End of Side 8. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 9, Dragons of Summer Flame, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Continuing on page 302. He stiffened, gasped, drew in a ragged breath. Blood trickled from his mouth. His gaze slid past Steele, attempted to focus on something behind the dark night. Tanis smiled.
Sturm, I kept my promise.
Sighing softly as if grateful for the chance to rest, Tanis closed his eyes and died. "Half-Elven!" Steele cried, though he knew he would hear no answer. "Tanis!" Steele was aware suddenly of a Solamnic knight standing over him. The knight stared down at the body at his feet with an expression of intense grief, anguish, and sorrow. The Solamnic knight wore no helm, carried no weapon. His armor was antique in design. He said nothing, made no threatening move. He shifted his gaze, regarded Steele with an intense expression that was both sorrowful and filled with pride. Steele knew then who stood over him. No dream, no vision. Or, if so, his imagination gave the dream form and body. "Father," Steele whispered. Sturm Brightblade said no word. Bending down, he picked up the body of Tanis Half-Elven, lifted it in his arms, and turning, walked slowly with measured tread from the courtyard. The sound of defiant shouts and clashing arms roused Steele. The iron doors, marked by the symbol of Paladine, burst open. A new force of Solamnic knights rushed into the courtyard, coming to the aid of their comrades. A knight shouted that Tanis Half-Elven was dead. Another knight vowed to Paladine to avenge his death. They pointed at Steele. Steele, retrieving his sword, advanced to meet them. 6. The dragons silent. The door open. Someone waiting on the other side. "Oops," said Tasselhoff Burfoot, stunned and awed. Then he added with a wail, "I broke it. I didn't mean to, Palin. I'm always breaking things. It's a curse. First a dragon orb, then the time-traveling device. Now I've really done it. I've broken the portal to the abyss." "Nonsense," snapped Palin, but his voice lacked conviction. The thought occurred to him, alarmingly, that if anyone on Krynn could break the portal to the abyss, it would be Tasselhoff. More logical thought prevailed. The portal had been constructed by powerful mages using powerful magic that not even a kender could unravel. But if that was true, then what was wrong? Palin, cautiously approaching the portal for a closer look, regarded it in perplexity. "I saw it once before, you know, Palin." Tass gazed at the portal and sadly shook his head. "It was truly wonderful in a horrible sort of way. The 5 dragon heads were all different colors, and they were all shrieking, and Raistland was chanting, and inside were swirly lights that made you dizzy to watch, and I heard terrible laughter from inside, and... Tass sighed and slumped gloomily to the floor. "Look at it now." Palin was looking. He had never seen the portal, not really, only in the illusion Dalamar had created. But Palin had studied the portal, as do all mages. A huge oval door mounted on a raised dais. The portal was ornamented and guarded by the heads of 5 dragons, their sinuous necks snaking up from the floor. The 5 heads looked inward, 2 on one side, 3 on the other. Their 5 mouths were open, singing endless silent paeans to the Dark Queen. Inside the portal was a darkness that only the eyes of magic could penetrate. Whenever the curtain concealing the portal was lifted, the 5 heads would come to life, glowing with light, blue, green, red, white, black. They would kill and devour any mage foolish enough to attempt to enter on his own, as it had been during his test. The light blinded Palin. He blinked painfully and rubbed his burning eyes. The dragon heads shone only more brilliantly, and now he could hear them each begin to chant. The first, "From darkness to darkness my voice echoes in the emptiness." The second, "From this world to the next my voice cries with life." The third, "From darkness to darkness I shout, beneath my feet all is made firm." The fourth, "Time that flows, hold in your course." And finally the last head, "Because by fate even the gods are cast down, weep ye all with me." His vision blurred, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he attempted to see through the dazzling light into the portal. The multicolored lights began to whirl madly, spinning around the outside of the great gaping, twisting void within the center. "Why, would you look at that?" Tass said suddenly. Jumping to his feet, he ran over to tug on Palin's sleeve. "I can see inside! Palin, I can see inside! Can you?" Palin gasped. He could see inside the portal. A flat, empty gray landscape spread out beneath a flat, empty gray sky. The 5 dragon heads were silent, gray. The eyes of the dragons, which should have been gleaming in fierce warning at this attempt to break through their guardianship, were dull, lackluster, empty. "That's the abyss," said Taz solemnly. "I recognize it. That is, I sort of recognize it, but it's the wrong color.
I don't know if I've told you or not."
"You have," Palin murmured, knowing it would make no difference.
Tas continued, "But I was in the abyss once, and I was considerably disappointed. I'd heard such a lot about it. Fiends and imps and revenants and ghosts and souls in torment, and I was really looking forward to a visit. But the abyss isn't like that. It's empty and horrible and boring. I was very nearly bored to death."
One man's heaven is another man's hell, as the saying went, and that was certainly true of Kender.
"Almost as boring as it is around here,"
Tas added, an ominous statement for a Kender, as Palin should have noted. He was lost in thought, however, trying to explain the inexplicable. What was the matter with the portal?
Tas rambled on, "But I clearly remember that the abyss was not this gray color. It was sort of pinkish, like a fire burning in the distance. That's how Caramon described it. Maybe the Dark Queen decided to redecorate."
The Kender brightened at the thought.
"She could have chosen a better color scheme. All that gray just doesn't quite do it for me. Still, any change would be an improvement."
Tas gave his tunic a tug, checked to make sure he had all his pouches, and started forward.
"Let's go take a look."
Palin was only half paying attention. His mind was occupied in recalling everything he'd ever heard or read about the portal and the abyss. The part of him that was constantly on the alert when around Kender, a survival trait many humans developed, rang a warning, interrupted his thoughts. Jumping forward, tripping over the dais in his haste, Palin managed to grab hold of Tas seconds before the Kender would have walked straight into the portal.
"What?"
Tas asked, wide-eyed.
"What's wrong?"
Palin was having difficulty breathing.
"The spell might have activated, not permitted inside. Could have been killed." "I suppose I could have," Tas said on reflection. "Then, on the other hand, I suppose I couldn't. That's the way the fireball bounces, as Fizban used to say. Besides, Raceland seems to be getting impatient. I don't think it would be polite to keep him waiting any longer."
Palin stopped breathing altogether. His flesh went cold, his heart shriveled.
Uncle, he's standing right there."
Tas pointed into the portal, into the empty gray landscape.
"Can't you see him?"
Palin gripped the staff of Magus, leaned on it for support. He looked inside the portal again, fearing what he would see. Raceland's body hung limply from the wall by his wrists, the black robes in tatters, the long white hair falling across his face as his head lolled forward. From chest to groin, Raceland's flesh had been ripped apart, torn asunder by sharp talons, exposing living organs. The dripping sound Palin heard was the sound of the Major's lifeblood, falling drop by drop into a great stone pool at his feet. Raceland stood, wearing the black robes, his arms folded across his chest. His head was bowed, brooding, but he would occasionally glance in the direction of the portal as if waiting for someone. Then he would return to his thoughts, unpleasant ones to judge by the grim expression on the thin, pale face.
"Uncle."
It was only a whisper. Palin barely heard himself speak the word. But Raceland heard him. The Archmage lifted his head, turned the gaze of the golden hourglass eyes on Palin.
"Why do you hesitate, nephew?"
A dry, rasping voice demanded irritably.
"Hurry! You've already wasted enough time. The Kender has been here before. He will guide you." "That's me!" cried Tas in excitement. "He means me! I'm going to be a guide! I've never been a guide before, except to Tarsus, which wasn't by the sea when it should have been, but that wasn't my fault."
He grabbed hold of Palin's hand.
"Come on, follow me! I know exactly what to do." "But I can't."
Palin wrenched his hand out of Tas's pinching grip.
"Uncle," he called, "what about the portal? According to the laws of magic, we can't—" "Laws,"
Raceland said softly, musingly. He looked away, looked at the distant horizon, the pale gray of the endless sky.
"All laws are suspended, nephew. All rules broken. You may enter the portal safely. No one will stop you. No one."
Laws suspended. Rules broken. What a strange thing to say. Yet Palin had evidence of that, or something like that, right before his eyes. He could enter the portal without hindrance. The Dark Queen would not try to stop him. He was in no danger.
"Wrong, nephew," said Raceland, answering Palin's thoughts. "You are in very great danger, you and every other mortal on Krynn. Come to me and all will be explained."
The hourglass eyes narrowed.
"Unless you are afraid."
Palin was afraid. He had good reason to be afraid, but he said quietly,
"I've come this far, Uncle. I won't go back." "Well said, nephew. I'm glad to see I haven't wasted my time on you. When you are here, come find me."
Palin drew in a deep breath, held fast to the staff in one hand, and took hold of Tasselhoff with the other. Together the two walked up to stand before the 5 dragons' heads. "We will enter," Palin told them, and he took a step forward. The dragons did not move, did not speak, did not see, did not hear. "The portal isn't broken," Palin said to himself softly. "It's dead." Tass and Palin entered the portal to the abyss with the same ease as they would have walked through Tika's kitchen door. 7. The Abyss, the Search, an Immortal Council. They stood in the midst of grey ground, grey sky. There was no sign of life, not even cursed life. Raistlin was nowhere in sight. "Uncle!" Palin started to call. "Shh! Hush! Don't!" Tass cried, clutching at Palin and nearly knocking him over. "Don't say a word! Don't even think it!" "What? Why not?" Palin asked. "Things happen in a very strange way around this place," Tass whispered, glancing furtively about. "When I was here, I thought about how nice it would be to see a tree, and one appeared, right like that. Only it wasn't a green, leafy tree. It was a dead tree. And then I thought about Flint, because according to Fizban, I'm supposed to meet Flint under a tree in the afterlife. And a dwarf appeared, only it wasn't Flint. It was an evil dwarf named Arak, and he came at me with a knife and—" "I understand," Palin said softly. "What we wish for we receive, only not quite the way we want it. Do you suppose, then, that Raistlin, that he was just an illusion, because I wanted to see him?" "He seemed awfully real, didn't he?" Tass said after a moment's reflection. "That mysterious bit about laws suspended and rules broken, that's Raistlin all over. And the way he told us to meet him here and then left before we came, that's like him too." "But he told us to hurry." Palin considered the matter. "Laws suspended, rules broken. When you are here, come to find me." "Tass," he said with a sudden idea, "how do you travel through this place? You don't walk, do you?" "Well, you can, but the scenery is nothing special, not to mention that we don't know where we're going. Do we know where we're going?" Palin shook his head. "Then I wouldn't advise it," Tass said. "The last time I was here, I remember this really gruesome character with a beard that sprouted out of his skull and a smell like a gully dwarf picnic, only worse. He was the one who found me and took me to see the Dark Queen. She was not nice," Tass added severely. "She said to me—" "How did you get to see the Queen?" Palin interrupted, keeping tight hold of the reins of conversation, well knowing that if allowed to run loose, the Kender would veer off into any of a half-dozen conversational side roads. Tass's brows wrinkled in thought. "Well, it wasn't by carriage. I would have remembered that. I believe, yes, the gruesome character put his hand, it was more of a claw than a hand as I recall, put it around a medallion he wore on his neck, and one minute we were someplace and the next minute we were someplace else." "You're sure he wore a medallion?" Palin asked, disappointed. "Yes, positive. I remember because it was such an interesting-looking medallion. It had a 5-headed dragon on it, and I would have liked to borrow it for a while just to get a closer look, and—" "The staff," said Palin. "No, medallion. I'm certain I mean, we might be able to use the staff to find my uncle." "Here, take hold of my hand." Palin grasped the staff more tightly. "Magic?" Tass asked eagerly. "I do love magic. I remember once when Raistlin magicked me into a duck pond. It was—" Palin paid no attention. Closing his eyes, he grasped the staff in his hand, felt the smooth wood warm beneath his touch. He thought about his uncle, remembered him as he had seen him, heard his voice, heard it clearly. "Hurry, come to me." "Oh!" Tass gasped. "Palin, look, it worked! We're moving!" Palin opened his eyes. The grey, unchanging landscape slid beneath his feet. The grey sky revolved around him, swirled around them, faster and faster, until Palin was sick and dizzy at the sight. The swirling grey surrounded him, spun around him. The ground fell away, but the grey held him, would not release him. Round and round and round, round and round and round, spinning his senses away, drawing consciousness from him like a thread drawn from the spindle, spinning in a great wheel, round and round and round, spun thinner and thinner, and snap. Palin couldn't breathe. A hand was pressed over his mouth. He struggled, tried to lift his own hands to break the smothering grip. "Hush," said a whispering voice. "Speak no word. Make no sound. We are not supposed to be here." Palin opened his eyes, stared into golden hourglass eyes. The hand covering his mouth was thin and bony, the fingers long and delicate. The skin was gold-tinged. It was his uncle's hand, his uncle who held him. Palin nodded to indicate he understood. Raistlin released his grip, and Palin drew a deep breath. Something wriggled at his side. Tasselhoff. The Kender was saying something, but Palin couldn't hear him. He knew Tass was talking because the Kender's mouth was moving, but no words were coming out. Tasselhoff, looking extremely puzzled, felt his throat, spoke again. Nothing. Cupping his hand over his ear, Tass tried again. No sound came out. In desperation, the Kender stuck out his tongue, nearly went cross-eyed, trying to see what was wrong with it. Raceland, moving close to Palin, spoke softly.
The spell is not permanent. Don't let go of him.
Again, Palin nodded, though he couldn't help wondering why Raceland had brought the Kender along at all. He was about to ask, but Raceland, glaring at him, sternly enjoined silence. Palin and Raceland and Tass were hidden in deep shadows behind an enormous marble column, gleaming white with black and red striations. Next to Palin was another column, black marble with red and white striations. And beyond that, a third column of red marble with white and black markings swirled through it. There was no floor or ground beneath their feet, only darkness. Palin gasped slightly. A strong hand closed over his. Thin fingers dug painfully into his arm. Raceland said no word. None was necessary. Palin shut his mouth, resolved to make no further sound. He grabbed hold of Tass, who was starting to creep away. Together they looked down. A group of people stood in a circle. Beneath their feet was a marble floor. In the center of the floor was a black circle of nothingness. Radiating out from that circle were bands of alternating color, white, black, red. The people, men and women, stood on the edge of the circle, each one on his or her own color. The people were talking, arguing. Palin glanced at Raceland in puzzlement. The Archmage inclined his hooded head in the direction of the people, touched his ear. Palin listened closely, and when he realized the import of their conversation, the enormity of what they were saying stole his voice away. He could not have made a sound if he had wanted to. He listened and watched with rapt attention while his soul trembled. Even Tass was, at last, truly quiet, overawed. The people on whom they were spying were the gods of Krynn.
It is all Hidjukel's fault.
Chislev, a goddess clad in spun green cloth, her brown hair wreathed in leaves and flowers, pointed an accusing finger at a stout god standing on a black band.
He tricked me and the dwarf. Isn't that true, Reorx?
The dwarf, whose fine clothes were considerably the worse for wear, held his plumed hat in his hands. He was subdued, but anger smoldered in his eyes.
Chislev speaks truly. I was the one who forged the blasted rock, at her insistence, I might add. Still, it was Hidjukel who thought up this whole scheme.
The god, a large, gross god with a slick manner, smiled aloofly, feigned indifference. His gaze, from out of slit eyes, slid nervously sideways to a beautiful, cold-faced, cold-eyed woman wearing shining black armor, who stood at the head of the circle.
Well, Hidjukel, Takaisis' voice seemed to embody darkness. What have you to say for yourself?
What I did was perfectly legitimate, my queen, Hidjukel replied, oiled and smooth. We all know the history of the Grey Gem. There's no need to repeat it. A harmless little plot intended merely to further expand the glory of your majesty.
And turn a profit for yourself?
I took out for myself, Hidjukel whined, shrinking back from Takaisis' anger.
What's the harm in that? If some people...
His greasy face turned to Chislev.
Are so naive as to fall for it, then that's their problem, isn't it? And if some,
Hidjukel glanced disparagingly at the dwarf,
are so stupid as to try to capture chaos... That was an accident, Reorx roared. I intended to snatch only a part of chaos, a wee morsel. You must believe me, sir.
The dwarf turned humbly to a tall, grim-faced god wearing silver armor who occupied a white band next to Takaisis.
I had no intention of capturing himself, Reorx added in subdued tones.
I am well aware of that, said Paladine. We are all to blame here.
Some more than others. Powerful magic was needed to hold chaos,
growled Sargonus, a tall, horned god who stood near Takaisis.
It seems to me that the blame lies with our rebellious children.
The three gods of magic drew together. It wasn't our fault, Lunatari said.
We knew nothing about it, Nuatari replied.
No one consulted us, Solinari protested. Reorx grumbled.
It was Lunatari who lost the Grey Gem.
Your grubby little gnome stole it, Lunatari flashed back. If only someone had asked me, Zavillan complained. I could have looked into the future and warned you.
When? Morgian asked sarcastically.
In another 6 or 7 millennia? It would take you that long to make up your mind about which future was which. The lesser gods began to argue loudly, each blaming the other. In each voice, on each face, strain and fear were evident. The bickering and accusations dragged on interminably. Gillian read long passages from his book, attempting to either fix blame or shift it, as the various gods requested. Reorx gave an impassioned speech in his own defense. Hidrukel held forth at great length, talking very long and saying very little. Sargonus blamed everything on the weak, puny, and snivelling races of humans and elves and ogres, claiming that if they'd only had sense enough to become servants of the Minotaur, this calamity would never have happened. The villain responded by showing innumerable versions of the future and past, which completely confused and confounded the issue, resolved nothing. The argument went on so long and was so wearing and unproductive that Palin several times drifted off to sleep. He would wake again with a start when some particularly loud voice was raised, only to drift off yet again. He had the distinct and somewhat uneasy feeling of the passing of time, but that time was somewhere else, not here. He would have questioned Raistlin, but when he tried to speak, Raistlin shook his head, the golden eyes narrowed. He appeared highly displeased. Tasselhoff was sound asleep, snoring softly. At length, just when Hidrukel stated that he was prepared to cite several important legal precedents, all of which had a direct bearing on his case, Paladine and Takhisis, who had remained silent during the argument, and who continued to remain silent, exchanged glances. There was a sudden flash of brilliant light, and only the 3 elder gods were left standing in the circle. The lesser gods had been banished. "It was useless to bring them here," Takhisis said bitterly. "We had to try." It was the hitherto silent Gillian who spoke. He held a large book in which he was constantly writing. "We might have learned something that would aid us." "It is obvious to me that none of them knows how this happened," Paladine returned. "Somehow chaos apparently became trapped inside the Grey Gem, and, rightly or wrongly, he blames us." "If he's telling the truth," Takhisis said, "this could be a ruse." "I believe he was trapped inside," Gillian said thoughtfully. "I've given the matter careful study, and it would explain a great deal. The havoc that the Grey Gem has wreaked all over Krynn, the fact that none of us could control it." "Your Erda managed to control it, brother," Takhisis interrupted, with an accusatory glance at Paladine. "It controlled them, you mean," the god answered sternly. "Chaos at last discovered people he could manipulate, people strong enough in magic to free him, yet not strong enough to stop him. They have paid for their folly." "And he is determined to make us pay. The question is, can he do it, my brothers? Is he strong enough? We have grown in strength ourselves over the centuries." "Not nearly as strong as we need to be," Gillian said with a sigh. "As you yourself reported, sister, chaos has caused a great rift to form in the abyss. He has grown in power far beyond anything we could ever dream. He is summoning forth his armies, fiends and dread shadow warriors, fire dragons. When he is ready, he will attack Krynn, his object to destroy everything we created. When that is accomplished, the rift will be vast and deep, so vast and deep that it will swallow the world. All that is now will be nothing." "And what of us?" Takhisis demanded. "What will he do to us?" "He gave us life," Paladine said heavily. "He could take it away." "The question is, what do we do now?" Gillian asked, looking from one sibling to another. "He's toying with us," said Paladine. "He could destroy us all with a flick of an eyelash. He wants to see us suffer, to see our creation suffer." "I say we leave, brothers, slip away before he knows we are gone." Takhisis shrugged. "We can always create another world." "I will not abandon those who trust in me," Paladine was stern. "I will sacrifice myself for them if need be." "He might be doing them a favor by leaving," Gillian pointed out. "If we leave, chaos might follow us." "After he destroyed the world," Paladine insisted, glowering. "Our plaything, as he calls it. He will show no mercy. I will stay and fight him, alone if need be." The other 2 gods were silent, thoughtful. "Perhaps you are right, brother," Takhisis said with sudden, disarming sweetness. "We should stay and fight. But we will need the help of the mortals, don't you agree?" "They will need to help themselves, that much is true," Paladine said, eyeing his sister distrustfully. "We could never destroy chaos," Gillian said, "but there might be ways to force him to leave. In this the mortals could aid us." "If they were united," Takhisis said. "It wouldn't do to have armies of humans and elves turn on each other when they were supposed to fight the legions of chaos." "They would unite," Paladine said grimly. "They would have no choice." "Perhaps, perhaps not. Do we dare risk it, my brothers, for their sakes as much as ours?" State your meaning plainly, sister, Paladine demanded. You have some plan in mind, I see.
One that will undoubtedly be to her advantage,
Gillian added in a whispered aside to his brother. Tarchisus heard him, looked hurt at the thought that they could so misunderstand her. What benefits one benefits us all if we manage to rid the world of chaos. Is that not true, dear brothers? What is your plan? Paladine repeated. Only this. Give control of Ansalon to my knights. Permit them to hold sway. Under their rule, law and order will prevail. This endless bickering and fighting among the mortals will cease. Peace will come to Ansalon. The mortals will be unified and therefore prepared for Chaos's attack. Unity? The unity of slaves? The peace of the prison house? I cannot believe this, not even of you, sister, Paladine returned angrily. Never have we faced such peril, and even now, while your very existence hangs by a thread, you scheme and plot to have your own way. I will not agree. Now, wait a moment, brother, Gillian said in mollifying tones. Certainly our beloved sister is double-dealing, trying to play both ends against the middle. What else did you expect? But the plan she has proposed does have some merit. A unified and peaceful Ansalon, even if it is unified under darkness, would be better prepared to face the armies of chaos than an Ansalon that is fragmented, divided, in turmoil. Paladine was thoughtful, troubled. His gaze went to Tarchisus, back to Gillian. Do you stand with her on this? Yes, brother, I'm afraid I must, Gillian said gently. Otherwise I see no hope. Come, brother, don't be selfish, Tarchisus advised, her tone mocking. You speak very glibly of sacrificing yourself for your precious mortals, but when it comes to the point where you must do so, you balk. Are you all talk, or do you really mean what you say? Paladine was silent a long, long time, his brow furrowed in thought. He turned his sorrowful gaze out toward the world. At length he shook his head. I cannot see the future. Flame and smoke block my vision. I am not certain you two are right, yet if you both are against me, I have little choice but to acquiesce. I agree, sister, he said with a bitter sigh. Ansalon will be yours. You have chosen wisely, brother, Tarchisus said, cool and dark, magnanimous in triumph. But you rule only until the forces of chaos are destroyed, Paladine insisted. Or we are, Gillian added gloomily. He exhibited the book in which he continued to write. It could be, dear brother, dear sister, that I am penning the last chapter. Then, said Tarchisus, we had better make it a good one. Farewell, my brothers. I have a battle to win. She disappeared. Paladine left immediately after. Gillian alone remained. He sat down, continued writing in the great book. 8. Disappointment. Victory is ours. The surrender. Steel Brightblade was alive. He didn't want to be. He wasn't supposed to be. He should have died in the assault on the High Clerist's tower. Died nobly, bravely in battle. His life sacrificed for his queen, his honor restored. And he had been meant to die. His armor pierced by a spear wielded by a noble enemy. Tanis Half-Elven had thwarted fate by saving Steel from that spear. Tanis Half-Elven had died Steel's death. Steel stood in the central courtyard of the High Clerist's tower, his bloodied sword in a hand that was sticky and gummed with blood, some of it his own, most of it belonging to others. He couldn't quite comprehend what was happening. The battle lust burned hot in him still. His most vivid memory was of his father bearing away Tanis's body, and he wondered now if he might not have imagined all that, but for the fact that Tanis's blood stained the stones at his feet. After that he knew nothing but the strange silence of battle, the silence that encompasses the clash of arms, the grunts of the dying, the shouts of orders, the trampling of feet. Yet all these sounds are blotted out by the silence within, the silence of the warrior who must concentrate his being on his objective, who must let nothing distract him, nothing interfere. For Steel, the silence was broken when he looked around for another opponent to fight, and realized there were none. Victory! Victory is ours! Sub-Commander Trevelyan, his armor blood-spattered and dented, his face covered with sweat and grime, strode into the central courtyard shouting the news. Tell this to my Lord Ariaken, Trevelyan commanded, catching hold of a squire and shoving him toward the entrance. Tell him, if he hasn't heard already, that the Solamnics want to discuss terms of surrender. Trevelyan glanced around, saw Steel, standing, dazed and bewildered, in the center of the courtyard. Trevelyan strode over, clapped his arms around his friend. Brightblade, sheathe your sword, we've won! Won, Steel repeated. The battle had ended, and he was alive. Trevelyan, exhilarated, continued on. A glorious campaign! It will live forever! The High Clerist's tower falls for the first time in recorded history! A stunning victory! Palanthus is ours next! Once they hear that their protectors have been defeated, the good dragons fled, the citizens will drop like rotten fruit into our hands. And you, my friend, I've heard tales of your valor already. They say you are the slayer of Tanis Half-Elven. No, Steele mumbled. The fire of battle that had raced through his veins was slowly being stamped out, leaving nothing but ashes and smoke. He was alive. No, I didn't kill the half-elf. He's saved. But Trevelyan wasn't listening. A courier from Lord Ariaken had ridden into the courtyard. His horse, trained for swiftness, not battle, shied at the sight of the bodies, the stench of blood. The courier fought to hold the animal steady, searched for someone in authority. His lordship has seen a white flag displayed from the top of the tower. Messengers report that the tower's defenders wish to discuss terms of surrender. My lord has also heard that the silver dragons and the golden dragons have abandoned the field, left the battle. Is any of this true, Sub-Commander? It's true, all of it. I myself saw the so-called good dragons flee, Trevelyan laughed. Perhaps Paladine sent them a message, ordered them to retreat. The courier didn't seem to find this funny. His horse stamped and snorted, cantered about nervously, its hooves slipping on the blood-covered stones. The courier hung on gamely, guiding the restive animal this way and that while talking to Trevelyan. His lordship suspects a trick. Trevelyan nodded more soberly. I wouldn't be surprised if the dragons have fled only to regroup somewhere, increase their numbers. All the more reason to accept the surrender of the knights and take command of this fortress quickly. Are these their officers? The courier asked in a low voice, leaning over his horse's neck. These men coming toward us? 3 knights of Solamnia advanced into the courtyard. One, the commander, a Lord Knight of the Rose, walked in front. The other 2 walked solemnly to either side. They had removed their helms, either that or they had lost them in battle. The 3 knights bore marks from the fray. Their armor was battered, covered with dust and blood. The commander limped badly, grimaced in pain with every slow and halting step. Another's face was covered with blood from a gash on his head. He carried one arm stiffly. The third had a crude bandage wrapped about one eye. Blood seeped beneath it, trickled down his cheek. They carried between them a length of white cloth. Those are the officers, Trevelyan confirmed. The courier rode to meet them. Halting his steed, he saluted. The defeated Solamnic commander lifted his haggard gaze. He was middle-aged, but he appeared far, far older. Are you from Lord Ariaken? Will you carry a message to him? I will, Sir Knight, the courier replied politely. What message am I to carry to his lordship? The Solamnic knight rubbed his hand across his face, perhaps wiping away blood, perhaps tears. He sighed. Tell his lordship we ask permission to remove our dead from the field. This means, my lord, that you surrender this tower? The knight nodded his head slowly. On condition that there be no more bloodshed. Too many have died this day. It may be that his lordship requires unconditional surrender, the courier returned. The knight's expression hardened. If such is the case, we will continue fighting until not one of us is left alive. A grievous waste. At this point, one of the knights accompanying the commander spoke in urgent tones, appeared to renew an argument. The commander silenced him with a motion of his hand. We have discussed this once. I will not send any more young men to their deaths in what would be a wasted effort. I know Ariaken, he will act honorably. If not... He shook his head, returned his grim gaze to the courier. Those are our terms. Tell your lord he can take them or leave them. I will do so, Sir Knight. The courier galloped off. The 3 defeated knights stood off to themselves, held themselves aloof. They said nothing to each other, kept their eyes straight forward, refusing to acknowledge the presence of the enemy. He'll accept them, Trevelyan predicted. The battle's done. All else is useless slaughter. As I said, my guess is he'll want to take control of the tower swiftly before the gold dragons return. And now I must go back to my command. You will be pleased to know, Brightblade, that Flare survived the battle without injury. She fought well, though she seemed to me to be lacking spirit. Missed her true master, I guess. Brightblade, what is this? My sword, said Steele darkly, bitterly. I surrender myself up to you, Sub-Commander. I am your prisoner. Trevelyan was at first confused. Then he remembered. Damn! I'd forgotten all about that. He shoved the proffered sword aside, moved closer, spoke softly. Listen to me, Steele. Don't say a word to anyone. His lordship will have forgotten all about this, too. As to that Night Lord, well, Ariakan will hear of your valor this day. What is the loss of one measly mage compared to the duel between you and Tanis Half-Elven? A duel you won. Steele was cold, calm. I am your prisoner, Sub-Commander. Brightblade, damn it! Trevelyan began, exasperated. Steele unbuckled his sword belt, held his sword in his hands. Very well, Brightblade, Trevelyan said in a low voice. I place you under arrest. But the first opportunity I have, I will personally speak to Lord Ariakan on your behalf. Ask him to take into account your bravery. Please do not, Sub-Commander, Steele said in the same chill tone. Thank you, but I ask you to say nothing. My lord will think that I am begging for my life. Take me to wherever it is they are holding the prisoners. Very well, Trevelyan said after a moment's pause, waiting, hoping Steele would change his mind. If that is what you want. Trevelyan gestured for Steele to precede him, indicated a door at the far end of the courtyard. Outside the tower walls came the blare of trumpets and the shouts of men celebrating victory. Steele heard the clatter of hooves. Lord Ariakan was approaching, riding in triumph, riding as conqueror to the fortress he had once entered as the conquered. Steele did not wait to watch. He did not want to spoil the moment, did not want his lord, in his glory, to see Steele in his shame. Lifting his head, his jaw set firm, Steele walked across the crimson-stained stones toward the prison cells of the High Clerist's Tower. 9. The Portal. Old Friends Return. Tasselhoff's Confession. Well, muttered Tasselhoff Burfoot, as Boo-Poo would have said, this is a fine kettle of rat stew. He blinked, gasped. I hurt myself. My voice has come back. Did you hear that, Raistlin? Uncle, said Palin, troubled. What does this... Not now, Kender, Raistlin interrupted. Nor you either, nephew. Questions later. We must leave swiftly before we are discovered. Relieved that he could talk again, excited to realize that he was going to be magicked yet again, twice in one day, Taz hoped they were going someplace as interesting. Another duck pond, perhaps. Raistlin said nothing, did nothing. But suddenly the column behind which they had hidden began to dissolve, dwindle, disappear. The magic whirled around Tass, or perhaps he whirled around the magic. He couldn't tell, due to the extremely gratifying sensation of having his stomach flattened up against his spine and his topknot wrapped around his eyes. When the whirling stopped, his stomach fell back into its proper place. He dragged the hair out of his eyes, looked around, and sighed. No duck pond, nothing but grey sky above, grey ground beneath. They were back where they had started. There was the portal. Beyond the portal was the laboratory, exactly as they had left it, filled with jars and bottles containing the most interesting, if disgusting, things. Books and scrolls, perhaps a magical ring or two. Tass had always had lots of luck with magical rings. The laboratory had seemed pretty boring to the Kender before they had entered the abyss. It looked as good as market day in Flotsam now. Tass was all set to dash back through the portal when he remembered his manners. He turned, held out his small hand to Raistlin. Well, goodbye, Raistlin. It was nice seeing you again, even if you did murder poor Nimsh. I've forgiven you for that, though, because Caramon said you tried to make it all up by sacrificing yourself and closing the portal when you knew the Dark Queen was waiting to rip you open and tear your guts out. At this point, a thought occurred to the Kender. I say, Raistlin, is the Dark Queen going to come back and chain you to the wall and rip you open and tear your guts out? Not that I want her to, of course. You must find that extremely unpleasant. But if she absolutely insisted on it, I'd sort of like to watch. Raistlin's eyes narrowed. If you think you'd enjoy it, Master Burfoot, perhaps I'll ask her Dark Majesty to rip your guts out. Tass considered this a truly generous offer, but he finally shook his head. It's nice of you to think of me, Raistlin. I've never had my guts ripped out before, and while it would certainly be entertaining, I don't suppose it would be conducive to a long life. Tanis is always telling me to think before I do anything, whether or not it would be conducive to a long life, and not to do it if it wasn't. I'd say that comes under that last category. Palin looked truly alarmed. The Dark Queen's not coming, is she, Uncle? To torture you? She would like to. Darkaisis has a long memory. She does not forget or forgive. She would take her vengeance on me if she could, but I am protected from her wrath. Raistlin spoke dryly. As the Kender said, a reward for my sacrifice. Then you're not going to be tortured? Tass asked. No, I am not, Raistlin said. Sorry to disappoint you. That's all right, Tass reassured him. This trip has been really great just the same. getting to see all the gods up close like that. Of course, I did sort of miss Fizzban, but I could see where he wouldn't have been of much help in a desperate situation like this. And now I've seen what Paladine looks like when he isn't setting his beard on fire and losing his hat. And Gillian seemed awfully familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen him before. Chemosh was frightfully ugly, wasn't he? Is that skull really his face? And Morgian, all his flesh falling off like that. I probably should have said hello to Paladine. It would have been polite since he and I are such close personal friends, but I was having trouble with my voice. Maybe the cat got my tongue. But if that were so, what happened to the cat? And why would a cat want an extra tongue in the first place?
You must go, Raceland said firmly. You are wasting time.
I'm ready, Tass announced, and he started walking back into the portal. Goodbye, Raceland, he called over his shoulder. I'll tell Caramon you said hi, even though you didn't.
The Kender realized suddenly he was alone.
Palin, aren't you coming?
Palin stood still, his hand running nervously up and down the staff. He looked at Raceland. You're not coming with us, are you?
No, nephew, I am not.
But you could if you wanted to.
You're not dead. You gave the staff to me. You were the one who brought us here.
Yes, I could return, Raceland said quietly. You are right. I am not dead. Yet neither am I truly alive. But why should I go back? The world held little pleasure for me when I was in it. I've done my part, bringing you here, showing you the danger. You have done what no other mortal being has ever done. You have been witness to a meeting of the gods. Now you must return. Warn people, warn the knights of both Tachysis and Paladine. Warn the wizards of the 3 moons and those of the grey robes. Warn your father and tell him to spread the warning. Tell them all what you have seen and heard.
I will tell them, Palin said. But I am not certain that I fully understand what I've seen and heard. I can warn them that chaos is intent on destroying the world. I can tell them that Paladine has given us into the hands of darkness. I wonder if anyone will believe me. But you, Uncle, they would believe you. Come with me.
Raceland gazed intently at Palin.
That is not your only reason for wanting me to return, is it, nephew?
Palin flushed, replied quietly.
No, Uncle, it is not. I came here to find you because I wanted you to teach me.
There are numerous teachers of magecraft in the world. You are gifted in the art, nephew. Surely there must be many who would want such a brilliant pupil.
Perhaps, but they don't want me, said Palin, his flush deepening.
And why not you?
Raceland asked softly. Because of... Palin hesitated.
Because of me?
Raceland said with an unpleasant smile.
They still fear me that much, do they?
I don't mean to hurt your feelings, Raceland, Tass offered helpfully, but there were times when you weren't a very nice person.
Raceland fixed the golden hourglass eyes on the Kender.
I thought I heard someone calling you.
You did? Tass listened, but he didn't hear anything. Where?
Over there,
Raceland pointed.
And then Tass did hear something, a gruff, grumbling voice.
And what do you think you're doing here, Tasselhoff, Burfoot? Up to nothing good, I reckon. Likely getting yourself and those poor fools with bad luck enough to be stuck with you into no end of trouble.
Tasselhoff whirled around so fast that the flaps of his pouches flew open, scattering his prized possessions all over the abyss. But for once in his life, Tass didn't care.
Flint!
Long grey beard and disapproving scowl and gruff voice and all. Tass was preparing to hug Flint, whether the dwarf liked being hugged or not, which he generally didn't, but then this was a special occasion, when Tass noticed 2 people standing behind Flint.
Sturm!
Tass gasped with pleasure.
And Tanis, what are you doing here? Wait, I know. We're going on another adventure. Where are we going? Wherever it is, I'm sure to have a map. My maps are up to date now. Tarsus by the sea isn't any more. By the sea, I mean. Tarsus is still where it always was. I say, Flint, hold still so I can hug you.
Flint snorted.
As if I'd let a Kender within a foot of me, much less hug me. Keep your distance, and I'll keep my money pouch.
Tass knew Flint didn't truly mean it, tried again to hug his friend, but the Kender's arms wrapped around nothing but grey air. Tass stepped back.
Flint, quit joking about. How can I go adventuring with you if you won't hold still?
I'm afraid you're not going with us, Tass, Tanis said gently. It's not that we don't want you.
It's not as if we did, either,
Flint grumbled. Tanis' smile rested his hand on the dwarf's shoulder.
We came because your old friend wanted to have a word with you.
The dwarf shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other, smoothed his beard, and got very red in the face.
Yes, Flint, what is it? Tass asked, considerably subdued and even feeling the beginnings of a snuffle coming on. He had a strange sort of ache in his heart, as if his insides knew something was not quite right, but hadn't gotten around to telling his outsides about it. It didn't seem right for Tanis to be here. "What did you want to say to me, Flint?"
"Well, lad,"
Flint said after a few wheezes and throat clearings,
"I was saying to Tanis when I first saw him."
The ache in Tass's heart grew until it was almost too much to bear. He put his hand over it, hoping to make the ache go away, at least until Flint was done.
"I said to Tanis when I first saw him that I am, well, getting a bit lonely, you might say."
"Under your tree, you mean?" Tass asked.
"Don't get me wrong,"
Flint growled.
"I'm very well situated. That tree of mine is a wondrous sort of tree, every bit as pretty as the Valen Woods back home. Tanis himself said so when he saw it. And it's warm there next to Reorx's forge, and interesting, too. Creation never stops, you see, or else one part or another needs a touch of mending. Reorx works there hammering away, and he tells stories, wonderful tales about other worlds that he's seen." "Stories!" Tass cheered up. "I love to hear stories, and I'll bet he'd like to hear a few of mine, like the time I found the woolly mammoth." "I'm not finished,"
Flint roared. "Sorry, Flint," Tass said meekly. "Go ahead."
"Now I forgot where I was,"
Flint said irritably. "About being lonely?" Tass hinted.
"I remember."
Flint folded his arms over his chest, drew in a deep breath, let it and the words out in a rush.
"I wanted to tell you, lad, that if you ever are of a mind to come see me, you'll be welcome. I don't know why it is."
The dwarf did appear extremely confused.
"And I know I'm going to regret saying this, but I've come to miss you, lad."
"Well, of course you have," Tass said, amazed that the dwarf hadn't figured this out earlier. "I can't help thinking, and I hope your tree isn't offended, but sitting in one place all day watching a god hammer on the world doesn't sound very exciting to me. Which reminds me, speaking of gods, we just saw Reorx, and all the rest of the gods too, and the most wonderful, terrible things are happening in the world. Here, I'll get Palin to come tell you about them. Palin!" The Kender turned, yelled, and waved. "And there's Raistlin. This is quite the reunion, isn't it? You've never met Palin. That's odd. Why doesn't he come over and say hello?" Palin glanced over, waved his hand, the sort of wave which says, "You're having fun. Good. Keep on having fun. Now leave me alone." Flint, who had been trying to say something for the past several minutes and never getting the words out, due to Tass interrupting him, finally stated,
"He can't see us, you ninny."
"Of course he can see," Tass said, a bit irritably. "It's only Tanis who needs spectacles." "Not anymore, Tass," Tanis said. "Palin can't see us because he is alive. We exist in a different realm now." "Not you too, Tanis," Tass said in a small voice. "I'm afraid you must have done something that was not conducive to living a long life," Tass continued hastily, blinking and giving his eyes a swipe with his hand. He grew stern. "Which I must say wasn't very smart of you, Tanis. You're always telling me not to do things that are not conducive to leading a long... His voice began to quiver. "I guess I just wasn't thinking," Tanis said, smiling. "I lived well, Tass. I had many blessings in my life. It was hard to leave those I loved," he added. "But I have friends here."
"As well as enemies,"
Flint said grimly. Tanis's face grew shadowed. "Yes, we will be fighting our own battles in this realm." Tass pulled out a handkerchief, one of Palin's, mopped his eyes, and blew his nose. He sidled closer to Flint. "I'll tell you a secret, Flint," Tass said in a loud whisper, which could probably be heard in most parts of the abyss. "I'm not the adventurer I used to be. No," the Kender heaved a great sigh. "I sometimes think, and I know you're not going to believe this, but I sometimes think of retiring, settling down. I can't understand what's come over me. It's just not fun anymore, if you know what I mean."
"Ah, you doorknob," Flint said gruffly. "Can't you figure it out? You're getting old."
"Old? Me?" Tass was thunderstruck. "I don't feel old. Inside, I mean. If it wasn't for the occasional annoying pain in my back and my hands and the strong urge to take naps by the fire instead of shouting taunts at Minotaur, they get really angry. Did you know that? Especially when you go moo at them. It's amazing how fast an angry Minotaur can run when he's chasing you. Anyway, where was I?" "Where you should be," Tanis said. "Goodbye, Tass. May the Minotaur never catch you."
"Moo at a Minotaur," Flint humphed. "Of all the doorknobs. Take care of yourself, lad."
He turned quickly, walked away very fast, shaking his head. The last thing Tass heard, the dwarf was still muttering "moo" to himself. Paladine walk with you, Tass," Sturm said, and he turned and followed after Flint. "Just so long as he walks with me and doesn't try any fireball spells," Tass said, somewhat dubious. He watched until he couldn't see them any more, which was almost instantaneously, because one moment they were there and the next they weren't. "Tanis! Flint!" Tass called their names a couple of times. "Sturm! I'm sorry I took your bracers once by accident." But there was no answer. After a couple more blubbers and a few hurting sobs seized the Kender unexpectedly, Tass drew in a deep, hiccuping breath, wiped his nose on his sleeve — the handkerchief was wet past using — and sighed somewhat irritably. "People need me," Tanis says. "Well, they're always needing me, it seems. Banish a ghoul here, fight a goblin there, never a moment's peace. Still, that's what comes of being a hero. I guess I'll just have to make the best of it." Gathering up his pouches, Tass, shuffling his feet through the gray sand, walked slowly back to the portal. Palin was still talking to Raistlin. "I wish you would reconsider. Come back, Uncle. Father would be so pleased to see you." "Would he?" Raistlin asked softly. "Why, yes." Palin stopped, uncertain. Raistlin smiled, shrugged. "You see, things are best as they are. Look." A faint light was beginning to beam from the portal. "The Queen is once more bending her thoughts this way. She is now aware that the portal is open. You must go back through and shut it again. Use the staff, swiftly." The sky grew dark, the gray deepening to black. Palin looked at it uneasily, but still he hesitated. "Uncle—" "Go back, Palin," Raistlin said, his voice cold. "You do not know what you ask of me." Palin sighed, then he looked at the staff in his hand, looked back at Raistlin. "Thank you, Uncle. Thank you for having faith in me. I will not fail you. Come on, Tass, hurry, the Guardians are returning." "I'm coming." But Tass dragged his feet. The thought of 5 multicolored, screaming dragon heads, all of them maybe trying to devour him, didn't excite him in the least. Well, not much. "Goodbye, Raistlin. I'll tell Caramon you said—" "Why, hello, Kittiara. Gosh, people certainly do pop up from out of nowhere around here, don't they? Remember me, Kittiara? I'm Tasselhoff Burfoot." The dark-haired woman wearing blue dragon armor, a sword at her side, shoved the Kender brutally aside. She came to stand in front of Palin, blocked his way back to the portal. "I'm very glad to meet you at last, nephew," Kittiara said, smiling the crooked smile. She extended her hand, took a step closer. "Why don't you stay a little longer? There's someone coming who would very much like to meet you." Tass shouted a warning. "Palin, look out!" Kittiara drew her sword. The blade shone with a dull, sullen gray light. She advanced on Palin. "You have heard what you were not meant to hear. My queen does not take kindly to spies." Kittiara swung her blade. Palin lifted his staff, countered the blow, tried to shove Kit backward. The two stood locked in the struggle, and then Kit fell back suddenly. Palin, overbalanced, stumbled forward. Kit leapt to the attack. Tasselhoff searched about frantically for something to hurl at Kittiara. He had nothing but the objects in his pouches and himself. Figuring that his most prized possessions, while undeniably valuable, wouldn't do much to stop an enraged Kittiara, Tass hurled himself, launching his small body in her general direction, hoping to knock her down and avoid impaling himself on her sword at the same time. He forgot he was in the abyss. The Kender flew at Kittiara, flew through Kittiara, and flew out the other side of Kittiara without ever touching her. But he did accomplish something. He managed to bump her sword, which, strangely, had substance to it. Kit's lunge, aiming for Palin's heart, went awry. Tass landed on all fours, shaken and confused. Palin staggered backward. A splotch of red blossomed on his white robes. He clutched his shoulder, swayed, and sank to one knee. Kittiara, cursing, lifted her sword and advanced again. Scrambling to his feet, Tass was about to have another go at the sword when he heard Raistlin chanting strange words. Black robes swirled in front of Tass. The dragons of the portal began shrieking, and just when everything was at its most interesting, something struck Tasselhoff right between the eyes. He saw the most fascinating collection of stars on the backside of his eyelids, felt himself toppling, and was overtaken by an inadvertent nap. 10. A prisoner. The lashing. The key rattled in the lock. The cell doors swung open. "Visitor, Brightblade," said the jailer. Steele sat up on his straw pallet, rubbed the sleep from his eyes. He wondered if it was day or night. He had no way of knowing. The dungeons, located on the first level of the tower, had no windows. Steele blinked in the torchlight, tried to see who was entering. He heard the whisper of robes, saw a glimmer of grey. Steele rose slowly, chains clanking to his feet. He must show this woman respect, for she was his superior, but he wouldn't hurry about it. "Night Lord," he said, watching her warily. She drew close, her gaze darting all over him, taking in every aspect of his degradation, from his filthy clothes to his matted hair and manacled wrists. "Leave us," the Night Lord, Lilith, turned to the jailer. "Shut the door." "Don't keep him long, Night Lord," the jailer growled, placing the burning torch in an iron sconce on the wall. "He's got work to do." "I will be only a few moments." Lilith waited until the jailer had left, then turned back to Steele. Her eyes shone eerily. She regarded him with an intensity that seemed to give them a baleful inner light. "Why have you come, Night Lord?" Steele asked finally, growing weary of this silent scrutiny. "To revel in my downfall." "I take no pleasure in this, Brightblade," Lilith answered abruptly. "What I do for the glory of our queen. I came to tell you why it is necessary that you must die." Steele shrugged. "Then you have wasted your time, Night Lord. I know why I must die. You said it yourself. I lost the prisoner entrusted to my care." "You were meant to lose him," the Night Lord said calmly. "I sent you on a fool's errand, knowing full well that you would lose him. I did not, however, expect you to return. I had hoped," she continued, speaking in a detached manner, "that you would both die in the Shoykan Grove. Barring that, I trusted the Dark Queen would kill you and the mage in the abyss. That plan also failed. But, hopefully, by now the mage is dead, and shortly you will be too." She nodded several times, repeated, "You will be too." Steele was confounded, could find nothing to say. That this woman should hate so completely, so malevolently, without cause, was beyond his understanding. At length, seeing that she expected him to speak, he said, "I fail to understand why you have come, Night Lord. If it is to taunt me—" "No, not that. I take no satisfaction in this. I came because I wanted you to understand. I would not want you to stand before our queen and accuse me of having had you executed falsely or unjustly. Her Majesty can be most vindictive." The Night Lord was silent, brooding. Steele was not inclined to be sympathetic. "What you did was tantamount to murder, Night Lord, treacherous and deceitful, unworthy of one of Ariakan's knights." Lilith paid this scant consideration. "I looked into the future, Steele Brightblade. I saw you and the mage, the white robe, together on a field of battle. I saw lightning strike the tower. I saw death, destruction, the fall of the knighthood." The strangely lit eyes turned to him. "You and the white robe must die. Only then will doom be averted. Do you understand? Surely you accept this as necessary." "I accept my lord's judgment," Steele said, choosing his words carefully. "If my death benefits the knighthood, then so be it." The Night Lord seemed less than satisfied with this answer. She gnawed her lower lip, rattled the seeing stones in their pouch. The jailer opened the cell door. "You have another visitor, Brightblade." Sub-Commander Trevelyan entered. He appeared displeased to find the Night Lord. She was not overjoyed to see him. She said no further word to Steele. Pivoting on her heel, she swept out of the cell, her grey robes swirling around her. Trevelyan stepped back, took care to keep out of the way of their touch. "What was she doing here?" he asked. "Wizard talk," Steele said, deeply troubled. "Omens, that sort of thing. She said—" He paused, hesitated. "She says my death is necessary, or else the knighthood will fall. She has foreseen it, she says." "Rot!" Trevelyan snorted. He lowered his voice. "I know our lord sets great stock in these magic users, but you and I are soldiers. We know that the future is what we make it with this." He rested his hand on his sword's hilt. "You are a valiant warrior, Brightblade. You served our queen well. You should be rewarded. I don't suppose I can persuade you one last time to speak to Lord Ariakan?" Steele hesitated. The thought of leaving this foul jail cell, of being returned to his command, of once again riding into battle, was almost too much for him, almost overcame his resolve. This was a glorious hour for Lord Ariakan, for their queen. The armies of the Knights of Tarkaisus were thundering across Ansalon. No one was able to stop them. Palanthas had already fallen. The knights were preparing to go to war against the elves. And Steele would miss it. Manacled, chained hand and foot, he was working at slave labor. In another fortnight he would be walking out that cell door the last time to his own execution. He had only to speak to Lord Ariakan, but to tell him what? The truth. "I am sorry, Sub-Commander," Steele said with a faint smile at Trevelyan's obvious disappointment. "I have nothing to say." Trevelyan gazed at him in silence, hoping he would change his mind. Steele stood silently, unbending. Trevelyan shook his head. "I am sorry too, Brightblade." "Well, I have done all I could." He rested his hand briefly on Steele's arm. "Our Talon leaves this day. We are being sent to aid the fighting in northern Urgoth. I could have used you. I shall not see you again, I suspect. Her dark majesty be with you." "And with you, Sub-Commander. Thank you." Trevelyan turned on his heel, left, just as the jailer entered. "Time for work detail, Brightblade." Steele moved slowly, stalled for time. He did not want Trevelyan to see him being led ignominiously out of his cell in chains, to be lined up with the other prisoners, marched off to the quarries. When he was certain he could no longer hear Trevelyan's footsteps, Steele walked out of the cell. He joined a group of other prisoners, Knights of Solamnia, who had either been captured during the battle or who had surrendered. Most were young, younger than Steele. The Solamnic Knights knew he was the enemy. They believed he was responsible for Tanis Half-Elven's death. They had first thought him a spy in their midst, but then they had learned the truth from their guards, how Steele had lost a prisoner, had voluntarily returned to face his punishment, which was death. An act of such courage and honor earned him the young knights' grudging respect. They said little to him, but they no longer shunned him, spoke freely among themselves when he was among them. Occasionally, during the brief rest periods, they even attempted desultory conversation. Their attempts were coldly rebuffed. Steele walked in a bleak despair that would admit no comfort. Lord Ariakan was not harsh to his prisoners, but he was not kind to them either. He saw to it that they were adequately fed and watered. A weak, sick man is not fit for hard labor. But he worked them mercilessly, and did not spare the lash when he needed them to work harder. Ariakan had won a great victory, but he hadn't yet won the war. He knew dragons, knew that they couldn't be trusted. He guessed that the silver and gold monsters had flown away to regroup. Some others of their kind were preparing to return to attack in force. He kept his troops on alert, worked his prisoners day and night, rebuilding, repairing, refortifying the High Clerist's tower. The prisoner knights had expected Steele to use his rank and his allegiance to garner favors from the guards. Steele could have done so, in fact. His enemies were not the only ones to admire him. His voluntary return to face his punishment, his bravery in battle, his subsequent stoic acceptance of his own imprisonment and execution were praised nightly around the watchfires. But Steele scorned to accept any favors. He did not deserve them. Therefore he threw back the extra food the guards gave him, thrust away the extra dipper of water. He worked side by side with the captured Solamnic knights, stone-cutting in the mountain quarries, hauling the huge blocks back to the tower, struggling to fit them into place. All the work was done in the glaring light of the merciless sun. But he was never struck, never lashed like the other prisoners. So bound up was he in his misery that he had never noticed this difference. The prisoners were marched off to the quarry as usual. Their task was to load giant blocks of granite onto large wooden sleds, which were then dragged by the huge mammoths to the tower. The blocks were pulled by ropes up a ramp onto the sled. Prisoners, positioned behind the blocks, shoved them along the incline. Steele's thoughts were centered on Trevelyan, on his Talon. He imagined his comrades flying into what was bound to be a challenging fight with the Urgothians. Humans of enormous courage and prowess, who had held their lands all during the War of the Lance, and who were determined to hold them now. Steele pictured the engagement, fought the battle in his imagination. The guide rope he was supposed to be holding went slack. Warning cries and shouts jolted him from his reverie. The huge block of granite, half on the sled and half off, had tilted, tipped, and overturned the sled. "Clumsy bastard! Pay attention to what you're doing!" The overseer snarled and struck out with his lash. He did not strike Steele, he struck the young knight standing next to Steele. The whip laid open the flesh of the young knight's bare back. The blow knocked him to the ground. The overseer stood over him, whip raised, ready to strike again. Steele caught hold of the overseer's arm. "The fault was mine," Steele said. "He did nothing. I let go of the rope." The overseer stared at Steele in astonishment. So did the other prisoners, who had all ceased work, were watching in disbelief. The overseer recovered himself. "I saw it all! The Solamnic did nothing to merit punishment." Steele shoved the overseer aside. "And don't call me knight. I am a knight no longer, and don't do me favors ever again." He walked over, helped the young Solamnic to his feet. "I am sorry this happened, sir. It won't happen again. Will you accept my apology?" "Yes," murmured the knight. "Yes, of course." Satisfied, Steele went back to the overseer. "Strike me!" The overseer grunted. "You're wasting time. Get back to work." Steele repeated, "Strike me!" as you struck him, or else I will report you to my lord for dereliction of duty." The overseer was by now angry enough at Steele for making a fool of him that he welcomed inflicting the blow. He brought the lash across Steele's bare shoulders, flaying the skin almost to the bone. Steele bore the pain without flinching. No grimace crossed his face. No cry escaped his lips. The overseer struck once more, then with a snarl turned away. Seeing his punishment was finished, Steele went back to work. His back was raw, bleeding. Flies began to buzz around the open wounds. The overseer began to harangue the other prisoners, urging them to shift the block onto the sled. The young knight took advantage of this opportunity to draw near Steele, awkwardly offering his thanks. Steele turned away. He wanted no thanks. He had not done this out of any misguided sense of compassion. The sting of the lash had returned him to reality. He had no right to even imagine himself as one of Tarchisis's chosen. The Dark Queen knew his guilt. He could have entered the Major's laboratory. That was the knowledge that tormented him. The door held open a moment for him. He could have gone in after Palin, but he had hesitated only a moment, unwilling to walk into that gibbering, whispering, death-dealing darkness. And then the door had slammed shut. Tarchisis had seen into his heart. She knew him for a coward. She had refused to grant him an honorable death, and now, apparently, she wanted him further punished. He would not stand by and see another punished in his place. Steele lifted the guide rope, returned to his work. The salt sweat running into his wounds stung like fire. He was now like all the other prisoners, except that in a fortnight, in the dawn of the day celebrated as Midsummer's Eve, if Palin Leger did not return or was captured, Steele Brightblade would die. And if, as the Night Lord had said, his death would save the knighthood, as his father's death had saved the Solamnic knighthood, then perhaps he could feel more at peace. But he would serve Chemosh for all eternity before he asked Tarchisis to forgive the Night Lord. 11. Queen's Vengeance. Raistlin's Choice. Tasselhoff woke with a pain in his head and the feeling that he'd been trodden on by a woolly mammoth, such as the one he'd once helped rescue from an evil wizard. Sitting up, rubbing his head, Tass demanded, "Who hit me?" "You were in the way," Raistlin returned shortly. Tass rubbed and blinked and saw more stars and wondered aloud, "Where am I?" And then he remembered where he was. They were in the abyss. The dragons' heads were glowing very brightly now, and they had to get back through the portal. "Come over here, Kender," Raistlin ordered. "I need your help." "They always need my help," Tasselhoff muttered, "after they knock me down because I'm in the way. And my name's Tasselhoff," he added, "in case you forgot." He blinked some more, and finally the stars quit bursting long enough for him to see. Raistlin was crouched over Palin, who lay unconscious on the grey ground. Tass picked himself up, hurried over. "What's the matter with him, Raistlin? Is he going to be all right? He doesn't look at all well. Where did Kitiara go?" The Archmage glared at him. "Shut up." "Sure, Raistlin," Tass said meekly, and he truly meant to. The next words just sort of popped out by mistake. "But I would like to know what happened." "My beloved sister stabbed him. That's what happened. She would have finished the job, but I stopped her. She is no match for me, and she knows it. She has gone off to seek reinforcements." Tass hunkered down beside Palin, inspected the wound. "It doesn't seem too bad," he said, relieved. "It's in his right shoulder, and there's not a lot of important parts in your right shoulder. He's passed out. Why—" "Didn't I tell you to shut up?" Raistlin said. "Probably," Tass sighed. He was feeling sad and low-spirited. "You usually do." He would have added more, but Palin groaned and began to twitch and writhe. "What's wrong with him, Raistlin?" Tass asked, suddenly afraid for his young friend. "He looks like he's dying." Raistlin shook his head. "He is dying. Palin has to return to his plane of existence quickly." "But the wound isn't serious." "The blade that stabbed him was of this realm, Kender, not your own. You managed to block her killing stroke, but the blade entered his flesh. The curse is already working on him. If he dies here, his soul will remain here, a captive of Chemosh." Raistlin rose to his feet, stared at the portal. The eyes of the dragons stared back. The sky was gray, streaked with black strands, like tentacles snaking out toward them. Tass looked from Palin to the portal to the sky and back to Palin. "I suppose I could drag him that far, but what would I do for him once I got him back inside the laboratory?" He thought a moment, then brightened. "I know. Maybe there's a magic spell you could teach me that I could use on him. Will you, Raistlin? Will you teach me some magic?" "I have sinned enough against the world," Raistlin said dryly. "Teaching magic to a Kender would ensure my damnation." He frowned, pondering. You have to go back with him, then, Raistlin, Tas said. I suppose you can go back. I can go back, Raistlin said. My physical body did not die in the world. I may return to it. The question is, why would I want to? The only pleasure I ever found in that world was in my magic. And if I returned, do you suppose the gods would let me keep my powers? But what about Palin? Tas argued. If he stays here, he'll die. Yes, Raistlin sighed. What about Palin? The Archmage smiled bitterly, gazed with enmity up into the dark sky. So I am to go back, is that what you want? Weak and defenseless as I am. Thus do you, my queen, have your revenge. All this made little sense to Tasselhoff. He reached out to give Palin a soothing pat, but when he touched Palin's skin, it was cold. The young man's lips were blue, the flesh starting to turn a sickly white. Raistlin, Tas cried, gulping. You better do something quick. Raistlin knelt swiftly at Palin's side, rested his hand on the young man's neck. Yes, he's very far gone. With sudden decision, he reached down, caught hold of Palin's shoulders. Kender, you and I between us will carry him. My name's Tasselhoff. You seem to keep forgetting. Tas jumped to help, noticed something lying on the ground. He pointed. What do we do with the staff? Raistlin stared at the staff of mages. The Archmage's thin, nervous fingers twitched. He reached out to it suddenly, eagerly. On second thought, there could be a way. And then his hands stopped, withdrew. You bring his staff, Kender, Raistlin said in a low voice. I will take care of Palin. Hurry. Me? Tas could barely speak for the thrill. Me? I get to carry the staff? Quit dithering and do as you're told, Raistlin ordered. Tas clasped his hand around the famed staff of mages, lifted it up. He'd longed to touch the staff from the very first moment he'd seen Raistlin holding it back in the inn of the last home. I'm ready, Tas said, gazing up at the staff with pride. Raistlin was not strong enough to lift Palin. The Archmage placed his hands under the young man's shoulders, dragged him over the grey ground, and managed by a great effort to carry Palin to the portal. The dragons' heads gleamed with a strange, hideous beauty. Raistlin halted, breathing heavily, and now, for the first time since he'd met him, Tas heard Raistlin begin to cough. Kender, he ordered in a choked voice, raise the staff, raise it high so the queen can see. Tas, thrilled to the very soles of his green shoes, did as he was told. He lifted the staff in the air as high as he could. The dragons' heads shouted defiance, but the portal remained open. Tas walked into the portal, holding the staff. It was the Kender's proudest moment. Raistlin, dragging Palin, followed. The dragons shrieked in deafening tones, but did not try to halt them. The cool, dusty darkness of the laboratory closed over them. Raistlin laid Palin gently on the floor. The Archmage straightened, took a step toward the portal. I'm coming back into the abyss, he cried. Let me return. Do what you want to me, Tuckhises. Don't leave me here bereft of my power. Light flared, blinding light, painful to witness. Tas's eyes burned and watered. The lids wanted to shut. But Tas knew that if they did, he might miss something, and so he held them open with his fingers. Raistlin, coughing, took another step toward the portal. The light grew brighter still. Tas's eyelids outvoted him 2-1 and shut. The last he saw, Raistlin had lifted his arms as if to ward off a blow. Raistlin cursed. Tas heard a swooshing sound, and the light went out. Tas risked opening his eyes. The velvet curtain hung once again over the portal. A faint, mocking light shone from underneath. The rest of the laboratory was shrouded in black. Raistlin stood in front of the curtain, staring at it. Then, abruptly, he turned away, disappeared into the darkness. Tas heard him walking away. The darkness wasn't an ordinary darkness, the kind of darkness one liked to have in one's bedroom, the kind of darkness that was soft and woolly and lulled you into sleep and pleasant dreams. This was altogether a different sort of darkness, a chill, decaying, whispering darkness, a darkness that made you want to stay very much awake. Raistlin, where are you? Tas asked. He wasn't afraid, not exactly, but he was starting to think that a little light would be a pleasant sort of thing to have about now. He was about to try to cause the staff to light. He knew the magic word. He was pretty sure he knew the magic word, and was just about to speak it when Raistlin's voice came from the darkness. His voice was like the darkness, chill, whispering. I am in the front part of the laboratory. Keep near Palin, Raistlin said. Let me know if he moves or speaks, and put down that staff. Tas crept over to sit beside Palin. The Kender heard Raistlin rustling about, then a light flared, a soft, comforting sort of light. Raistlin appeared, carrying a candle in a wrought iron holder fashioned in the shape of a bird. He set the candle down beside Palin. "I think he's somewhat better," Tas said, reaching out to touch Palin's forehead. "He's warmer, at least, but he's not awake yet." "The curse still chills his blood, but he can be healed now." Raistlin eyed the kender. "Didn't I tell you to put down that staff?" "I did," Tas protested. Investigation proved, to his immense astonishment, that the staff was still in his hand. "My, isn't that remarkable? I think it likes me. Perhaps I could make it light up, just once. What's that word you say to make the light go on? Shellac? Shirley lack?" With a grim expression, Raistlin took hold of the staff, and with some difficulty pried the kender's fingers loose. "Just once let me light it, Raistlin, please. I'm sorry I took your magical eyeglasses that time. If I ever find them, I'll give them back to you. That's odd, isn't it, the way my fingers seem to have stiffened up like that?" Raistlin wrenched the staff free. Removing the staff to a distant part of the laboratory, he stood it up against the wall. The archmage seemed as reluctant to part with it as the kender. Raistlin's hand caressed the wood. His lips moved in what might have been the language of magic. But nothing happened. Raistlin removed his hand and turned away. Going over to the gigantic stone table, he lit another candle, held it high, stared down at Palin. "Tas," Palin murmured in a weak voice. "I'm here, Palin." Tas forgot the staff, turned back to his patient. "How do you feel?" "My arm burns, but all the rest of me is so cold," Palin answered through chattering teeth. What happened?" "I'm not really sure," Tas answered. "I said hello and was going to shake hands when the next thing I knew Kittyara had her sword and was about to stab you, and Raistlin bumped into me and I took a nap." What? Palin was momentarily confused. Then memory returned. He struggled weakly to sit up. "The portal, the Dark Queen. We must get back." "We are back," Tas said, gently pushing Palin down again. "We're in the laboratory. Raistlin's here, too." "Uncle?" Palin stared up into the light that reflected off the golden-skinned face, framed by long white hair. "You came after all." "He came through the portal to save you, Palin," Tas explained. Palin's wan face flushed with pleasure. "Thank you, Uncle. I'm very grateful." He lay back, closed his eyes. "What did happen to me? I feel so cold." "You were struck by a cursed weapon from the abyss," Raistlin explained. "Fortunately, the sword only harmed your flesh. If it had stabbed through to the heart, you would be serving Chemosh now. As it is, I believe I have something here that will give you ease." Raistlin returned to the inner portion of the laboratory to examine a row of jars lined up on a dust-covered shelf. "Who was that woman?" Palin asked with a shudder. "Some minion of the Dark Queen's?" "In a manner of speaking, yes, though I've no doubt she was not acting on orders, but furthering her own pursuits. That was my sister," Raistlin replied. "Your late aunt, Kittyara."